Chapter 1650, Overwhelming Advantage. Chapter 1650, Overwhelming Advantage. The scene inside the tower had transformed into something akin to an ancient battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of players fought as screams and explosions echoed throughout the tower. Many adventurer team members who participated in this struggle for the Primordial Divine Ruins entry slots for the first time were dumbfounded by the view before them. They even found it hard to move their feet. Amazing. So this is the struggle for the Primordial Divine Ruin? This battle is too fierce. Even expert players are no different than ants here. Many adventurer teams and normal guilds, which had planned to participate, watched the battle in a daze from the sidelines. None of them were bold enough to join the fray. They were all afraid of being devoured and annihilated in the blink of an eye. Even the expert players they normally thought were so powerful lasted less than 10 seconds on this battlefield. These experts were either overwhelmed by an uncountable number of spells or ganged up on by equally powerful experts. On this battlefield, expert players were fortunate enough to keep their lives, let alone accomplish anything significant. As for the elite players, they were pure cannon fodder. Most elite players usually died before any of the rear-line healers could get to them. Of the multitude of battles across the battlefield, those near the teleportation zone were the most intense. Zero Wings' 30-man Magic Light team moved like a pack of ferocious beasts that had just escaped their cages. Neither the attacks from Heaven's Burial's melee players nor those from the guild's range players could stop the mobile Iron Wall the 15 Magic Light MTs had formed. Not only did the Magic Light MTs block every incoming melee attack, but they also sent their attackers flying with their weapons and shields. Zero Wings' rear line DPS then followed up with an intense bombardment, turning its enemies into starlight instantly. Unfortunately, as Heaven's Burial had the numerical advantage, and not even the Magic Light MTs could block every incoming attack. From time to time, arrows and spells broke past their defenses. However, Heaven's Burial's members nearly despaired when they saw the damages above the Magic Light MT's heads. 3,057. Minus 2,371. Despite landing direct hits, none of their attacks dealt more than minus 4,000 damage. It was utterly inconceivable. Every Heaven's Burial expert present wore top-tier equipment, and even against top-tier MTs of the same level, their direct hits dealt at least minus 5,000 damage. Powerful spells could even deal over minus 10,000 damage. Yet when a level 50 ranger struck one of the Magic Light MTs with a tier 1 heart-piercing arrow, the ranger had only dealt around minus 3,700 damage. These MTs took even less damage from spell attacks. Meanwhile, after receiving numerous buffs and the benefit from Sure Fang's Disintegration user title, the Magic Light MTs had over 70,000 HP each. Not even 10 of Heaven's Burial's attacks could force their HPs below 50%. Zero Wings' rear-line healers could easily restore such little HP, making the Magic Light MTs practically invincible. In contrast to Heaven's Burial's DPS, Zero Wings' DPS was overwhelming. Zipping, for example, easily dealt over minus 3,000 damage to Heaven's Burial's MTs with his normal attacks alone. When he used skills like Cross Slash, he dealt over minus 10,000 damage. Unlike Zero Wings' MTs, Heaven's Burial's MTs only had around 50,000 HP. Zipping only needed a few attacks to devour most of an MT's HP by himself. Coupled with the ranged attacks from Zero Wings' rear-line DPS, the enemy MTs were dead before their healers could cast any healing spells. In the short moment since the battle had begun, Heaven's Burial had suffered several hundred casualties, and every one of them had been an expert player. Damn it, why is there such a huge difference in our basic attributes? Confusion tore at Lei Jingyang as he watched Zero Wings' Magic Light team move closer to Heaven's Burial's range classes and healers. He simply could not fathom how Zipping and the others had such high basic attributes. Heaven's Burial's expert members were all geared in top-tier equipment, and even if Zipping's team wore level 50 fine gold set equipment, the difference should be this massive. He even wondered if the Magic Light team's members had activated Berserk skills. However, he was certain that none of them had. He was confident that Zero Wings members hadn't activated Berserk skills because all of the various major powers had silently agreed not to use such skills in this struggle for the entry slots. There were two reasons for this agreement. The first was that every power participating in the struggle doubtlessly had some members who could use Berserk skills. If everyone used these skills, nothing would change. Berserk skills' long cooldowns was the second reason. On the off chance that they'd encounter trouble in the Primordial Divine Ruin, they'd likely be annihilated if they couldn't use their Berserk skills, however. Lei Jingyang didn't know that, although Yu Zipping and his companions appeared to be wearing level 50 Fine Gold set equipment. The Magic Light set's basic attributes could rival level 50 Dark Gold set equipment. This was the reason that the gap between their basic attributes was so vast. This fight was on par with a player in a full set of Secret Silver equipment trying to contend with a player in Dark Gold equipment. Such a massive gap was only natural when both sides had similar combat standards. Moreover, the Conqueror Party's performance was also impressive. Although the Conqueror Party's basic attributes weren't as high as the Magic Light team members, their combat standards were higher. When they worked together, they could exhibit even greater combat power. Hence, the destruction the Conqueror Parties caused on the battlefield was in no way inferior to the Magic Light teams. Even Lei Jingyang's Prided Thunder Legion was forced back. Meanwhile, the various superpowers' upper echelons, who had kept a constant eye on Zero Wing, were astounded despite Zero Wing's less than 2,000 players. It actually overwhelmed and suppressed Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's combined army of 7,000 experts and 10,000 elite players. Boss, we can't hold on for much longer. At this rate, they'll chase us out of the teleportation zone. One of the Thunder Legion members on the front lines hurriedly shouted through the team, "Chadi, no. All of you get ready," Lei Jingyang said, grinding his teeth as he took 5 dark gray crystal balls from his bag. He had planned to save these as a trump card to surprise the other superpowers. He had never expected to need them so soon. Following which, he turned to Falling Fire beside him and said, "Brother Fire, I'll have to rely on you for cover fire. Relax. Although they have superior basic attributes, they're all Tier 1 players. They're nothing compared to Tier 2 players," Falling Fire said, disdain flashing in his eyes as he watched the distant Zero Wing members. Good. Lei Jingyang then began to chant an incantation to activate the 5 crystal balls. Suddenly, the 5 gray crystal balls shattered, and 5 dark gray magic arrays appeared around Lei Jingyang. Shortly after, 5-meter-tall figures emerged from these arrays. They were humanoid creatures covered in sharp spikes and radiating dense, evil energy. These 5 humanoid creatures were none other than Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. The frightening aura these Grand Lords radiated stunned everyone in the tower level 70 Grand Lords. Such monsters were on par with natural disasters to current players. So, this is Heaven's Burial's trump card? Yuan Tiexin's expression darkened upon seeing the evil demons when Heaven's Burial's members saw the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. However, excitement lit up their faces, and their morale skyrocketed. Although the combined force of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's players appeared exceptionally powerful, it was nothing compared to the superpowers' forces. They had only dared to contend with the superpowers because of this trump card. However, Lei Jingyang wasn't a member of the Evil God's Temple. He couldn't summon evil demons directly and control them. He could only rely on Flame Blood, asking the cleric to spend the Evil God's Temple points he had struggled to accumulate on 5 evil demon crystal balls. Each evil demon crystal ball allowed players to store 1 evil demon within, and even non-evil God's Temple players could use the crystal balls to summon and control the stored evil demon. However, the cost was painful. The evil demon crystal ball was a consumable item, and once the evil demons were stored inside, they would become so as well. Once the crystal ball's 3-hour duration ended, the summoned evil demons would be permanently destroyed. Lei Jingyang had wanted to avoid using this trump card unless absolutely necessary. Since you forced me to use the evil demon crystal balls, none of you from Zero Wing should even think of escape. Lei Jingyang revealed a sinister grin as he glared at Zero Wing's team. He then charged at Zero Wing's members alongside his 5 level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Falling Fire followed the charge with his own team. Chapter 1651. Hidden Power. Chapter 1651, Hidden Power. The appearance of the 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. If the evil demons summoned were merely level 70 Great Lords, they still wouldn't pose much of a concern. After all, current players could defeat such existences, albeit after paying a considerable price. However, level 70 Grand Lords were a different story without Berserk skills. Level 50 peak MTs would not survive 2 hits from a level 70 Grand Lord. Moreover, evil demons possess superior combat standards to monsters of the same rank. Even level 50 MTs with their Berserk skills activated wouldn't last very long against such a monster. Meanwhile, 5 of such evil demons had actually appeared on the battlefield. How could anyone ignore and not feel worried over these monsters? Although the various major powers had already predicted that Heaven's Burial would make use of the evil beasts and evil demons it controlled, they hadn't anticipated that the guild could summon as many as 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons. Sure enough, they did bring along this trump card. Zero Wing is doomed now. Even a tier 3 summoned creature won't be able to hold back a Grand Lord ranked evil demon, much less 5 of them. The various major powers were delighted as they watched the 5 evil demons charging towards Zero Wing's team. With this, they would have one less competitor to worry about. At the same time, though, a somber expression also appeared on their faces. After all, once Heaven's Burial finished off the Zero Wing contingent, needless to say, Heaven's Burial would have no trouble securing a large number of entry slots with the help of the 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons. Leaving other powers like them with fewer slots they could compete for, just as everyone was thinking of how to go about competing for the entry slots. The 5 evil demons had already arrived at the front line of the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial underlay. Xianxia's lead. You people from Zero Wing should feel proud that you forced me to use my trump card so soon. However, now that I have, you are all going to become evil demon food. Lei Jingyang revealed a sadistic grin as he swept a glance at the Zero Wing members before him. He then stopped controlling the 5 evil demons and simply commanded them to slaughter Zero Wing's members. Once the evil demons were no longer under direct control, their eyes released a bloody glow as they bellowed angrily. The evil energy they radiated also intensified, so much so that it clouded the perception of nearby players slightly. Even the Zero Wing members, standing somewhat far away from the evil demons, could not help but shudder at the powerful auras the evil demons released. Grand Lord ranked evil demons? Shifeng frowned slightly as he glanced at the roaring evil demons. Immediately, he commanded through the team chat, "Cola, Turtledove, Yiwumian, you 3 go keep those evil demons busy. Everyone else, focus on wiping out Heaven's Burial's members." Evil demons? That's not a bad opponent. Cola licked his lips in eagerness as he looked at the evil demons. It's a good opportunity to test my new equipment. Currently equipped with the Trembling Crown and Trembling Shield, Turtledove was also brimming with fighting spirit before coming to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Shifeng had distributed the weapons, equipment, and skills he obtained from the Lost Town to Cola and the others. Among them, he had given the Trembling Crown and Trembling Shield to Turtledove, while Yiwumian received Cola's Dragon Scale Shield, which she had been using. Cola and the others promptly dashed toward the 5 evil demons. Keep on struggling. Lei Jingyang sneered when he saw Zero Wing's members trying to move out of the evil demons' way. At this moment, he could already foresee the annihilation of Zero Wing's Magic Light team just when the 5 evil demons arrived before some melee players of Zero Wing. Cola suddenly appeared in front of the 5 monsters and raised a shield. At the same time, he activated Justice Roar. The blinding light Cola's shield gave off instantly made him the center of attention on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the 5 evil demons involuntarily stopped their actions and turned to look at Cola and AoE taunt. What a suicidal bastard. Lei Jingyang's eyes gleamed with ridicule as he looked at the glow from Cola's shield. Even current peak MTs couldn't last very long against a level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demon. Yet now Cola had used an AoE taunt on 5 of such evil demons. At this moment, Lei Jingyang could already foresee the scene of Cola being killed instantly as if summoned. the 5 evil demons instantly appeared before Kola, with one evil demon already swiping its right claw at the male guardian knight so fast. The evil demon's attack astonished the spectating crowd, which could just barely see the afterimage of the evil demon's claw. If it were up to these players, blocking or dodging the monster's attack would be impossible. Needless to say, if they were its target, they would no doubt be killed instantly. However, the scene that occurred a moment later was utterly different from everyone's expectations. Not only did Kola manage to block the first attack using the Titan Guard, but he actually retreated by only 2 steps after receiving the attack. Moreover, he only sustained a little over minus 10,000 damage from doing so. How is this possible? Could it be a skill? The nearby spectating crowd was stunned by this scene, just as everyone was wondering what Kola did to take so little damage. Another 2 evil demons launched attacks on Kola, their claws blurring punk. Another 2 crisp clangs rang out. Kola was forced to retreat by a total of 4 steps, and 2 damages above minus 10,000 also appeared above the Guardian Knight's head. However, even after receiving 3 attacks that dealt over minus 10,000 damage each, he still had over half his HP, remaining not bad. Their strength should be roughly the same as a level 60 specialized Grandlord. Kola revealed a faint smile at the faint numbness in his arms to him. Someone who possessed over 80,000 HP, attacks that dealt around minus 10,000 damage were entirely within his tolerance range. When Kola noticed the last 2 evil demons attacking him as well, he decided to activate Titan's Will, the skill reducing the damage he received by 90% and increasing his attack speed by 100%, movement speed by 30%, and starting movement speed by 80% for 20 seconds when the 2 evil demons' claws collided with Kola's Titan Guard. 2 dazzling flashes appeared. This time, however, not only did Kola not retreat by a single step, but even the damage he received from each attack was just a little more than minus 1,000. That was practically a negligible amount. Following which, several healing lights fell on him, instantly replenishing his HP to full. So, this is Zero Wings Chief MT? He's so strong. Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Kola actually going toe-to-toe with the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. If it were them, a single Grand Lord-ranked evil demon would be beyond their means. Yet, despite going up against 5 of such evil demons, Kola still seemed to have plenty of energy to spare. Right now, it looked as if these 5 evil demons were actually fake evil demons. However, they were fully aware that this result was not because the evil demons were weak. Instead, Kola was simply too strong. Just the shockwaves resulting from the clashes were enough to force the nearby players to retreat involuntarily. With this, one could imagine how much strength both sides possessed. However, before everyone could recover from their shock over Kola's performance, 2 more players joined him, each one of them pinning down 1 evil demon. These 2 players were none other than Turtledove and Yi Wumian. The moment these 2 MTs appeared, they immediately used a taunt skill and solidified their aggro on their respective targets. Very quickly, 2 evil demons peeled away from Kola. However, this was still not the most shocking part. The crucial point was that both Turtledove and Yi Wumian actually possessed defense that was in no way inferior to Kola's. In fact, when the female Guardian Knight, Turtledove, blocked an attack from her Grandlord, she received only a little over minus 8,000 damage, which was far less than the damage Kola received. This showed that her defense was above even Kolias's for HP. Due to the various team buffs, Yi Wumian had over 75,000 HP. Meanwhile, Turtledove, who was equipped with epic set equipment, possessed over 80,000 HP, just like Kola. Meanwhile, due to Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian's appearance, the evil demons, whom everyone thought would be able to create a huge ruckus, were now thoroughly suppressed. Damn it. How can our defense be so high? Lei Jingyang was momentarily stupefied when he saw this scene. However, a possibility that made his entire body shudder came to mind soon after. Could they have been promoted to Tier 2 as well? Chapter 1652. Tier 2 versus Tier 2. Chapter 1652. Tier 2 versus Tier 2. Inside the teleportation zone, The 5 level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demons furiously attacked the MT trio from Zero Wing, their speed extremely fast. Many expert players present inside the tower could not keep up with the monster's movements. Yet Kola and the other MTs blocked every attack of the evil demons using their shields. Moreover, they did so very casually. Meanwhile, any expert player that accidentally came into proximity of their battle would get killed by the battle shockwaves. They're able to stop even 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons. Purple Jade wore an incredulous look on her face as she watched Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian going up against the evil demons. Even the peak MTs of the Secret Pavilion would need to activate their Berserk skills to go up against a level 70 Grand Lord. However, Kola and the other 2 MTs could actually hold back the evil demons without using any Berserk skills. Moreover, they were even at a numerical disadvantage. Zero Wing is truly extraordinary. It's no wonder Rain is so adamant in working together with the guild. Quiet Melody, who was commanding the Sacred Temple's members in battle, could not help her surprise when she sent a glance at the distant evil demons. Now, she more or less understood why Phoenix Rain had decided to partner with Zero Wing early on in the game. Phoenix Rain's insight was indeed many times more acute than Nine Dragons' Empress. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members also had their morale boosted further after seeing the MT Trio's performance. Brimming with fighting spirit, they started putting even more effort into suppressing Heaven's Burial's members. Damn it. How is this possible? Lei Jingyang was filled with envy as he looked at Kola and the other 2 MTs. Why does Zero Wing possess 3 Tier 2 MTs? Not only did Heaven's Burial receive financial support from major corporations, but it had also managed to recruit plenty of expert players. Despite all this, the entire guild had only 3 people that succeeded in their Tier 2 promotion even until now. The guild had invested everything it had to help these 3 players complete their promotion quests after they reached level 50. Moreover, unlike other classes, MT classes faced much more difficulty with their Tier 2 promotions. Although Heaven's Burial had attempted to help its MTs with their promotions, all of those MTs failed. On the other hand, Zero Wing actually possessed 3 Tier 2 MTs. The value of Tier 2 MTs was much greater than that of Tier 2 players of other classes. After all, the majority of a guild's weapons and equipment came from dungeons. If a guild possessed powerful MTs, it would have a much easier time raiding dungeons. Boss, what should we do? Those 5 Grand Lords are all pinned down right now. We're also still getting pushed back by Zero Wing. At this rate, we'll be chased out of the teleportation zone. The level 50 ranger commanding the battle asked worriedly. Although their side had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, Zero Wing's members were simply too powerful. Thus far, their side had already lost over 1,000 players. In contrast, Zero Wing's death toll amounted to only a little over 100. Most importantly, the 30-man Magic Light team had yet to suffer a single casualty. All ranged DPS, change targets, and focus fire on those 3 MTs of Zero Wing. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing will have another method to stop the evil demons once we get rid of the 3 of them. Lei Jingyang commanded through the team chat. After saying so, Lei Jingyang personally led a team of 20 experts, followed by Falling Fire's team, and charged at Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian. Though it was indeed surprising that Zero Wing possessed 3 Tier 2 MTs, both Falling Fire and he were Tier 2 players as well. If they went up against the MT trio, they would not necessarily be the one to lose. Not to mention, Kola and the other 2 still had to tank 5 evil demons very quickly. Lei Jingyang and the others arrived within 40 yards of the Mount Trio die. Like throwing a javelin, Lei Jingyang hurled the great sword he carried at Kola, arcs of silver electricity appearing around the weapon as it left his hand. In mid-flight, the greatsword suddenly split into a dozen serpents made out of silver lightning. Meanwhile, unlike normal spells and arrows, which could only move in a straight line, the serpents slithered nimbly through the air towards Kola, their movement patterns changing constantly. The boss is getting serious. Zero Wing's members are dead now. The eyes of the Thunder Legion members glowed when they saw this scene. The attack Lei Jingyang had just executed was a trademark move of his, a combination of his precision control and the additional skill of his greatsword. Electric Serpent Bites. Each Electric Serpent summon possessed 120% of the user's strength. They also moved ridiculously fast, so much so that even top-tier experts would have trouble coping with just one of the serpents. Going up against a dozen electric serpents simultaneously would be a struggle even for peak experts of the same level, who would have no choice but to retreat temporarily. As for Falling Fire, who stood beside Lei Jingyang, he was not one to be outdone either. As he completed an incantation, 9 crimson magic arrays appeared on the ground around him. The ambient fire-type mana immediately began surging towards these 9 magic arrays frantically. Shortly after, Falling Fire tapped the butt of his staff on the ground. Tier 2 Curse, Spark Impact. In the next moment, the 9 magic arrays started launching small meteorites one after another into the air. After reaching a certain altitude, the meteorites then changed trajectories and flew straight towards Kola. The power packed within each meteorite was visibly stronger than that of Lei Jingyang's electric serpents. Their speed was on par with the electric serpents as well. The working together to attack me. Despite seeing the electric serpents and small meteorites rapidly approaching him, Kola showed no sign of panic whatsoever. Instead, he gave the ground a mighty stomp, taking a defensive stance, and activated Titan's Heart. The instant Kola used Titan's Heart, a yellow, earthen barrier formed around him, shielding him from the electric serpents and small meteorites. Boom. 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 Let's see how you people from Zero Wings stop the evil demons now. Lei Jingyang laughed in ridicule as he looked at Kola's position. Although Kola had activated a life-saving skill, Lei Jingyang's electric serpent bites possessed extraordinary attack power. It was not something that could be received head-on. Not to mention, the Tier 2 curse that Falling Fire used possessed even greater power. Falling Fire likewise laughed as he looked at the dust surrounding Kola's position. He then turned to look at Turtle Dove and Yi Wumian. However, as the dust settled, a figure emerged standing where the electric serpents and meteorites landed. Meanwhile, this figure was none other than Kola at this moment. Kola's surroundings had already been charred black. However, Kola himself remained completely unharmed. In fact, not only had his HP not decreased by the slightest, but it had even increased quite significantly. He's not dead. Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire were stunned. Both of them had used their respective aces in the hole, each of which was easily capable of instant killing a player of the same level. Yet, Kola actually managed to survive both attacks without taking any damage. In fact, aside from blocking their attacks, Kola had also fended off the attacks of 3 evil demons. What powerful attacks! They actually managed to deplete half of my protective energy. Kola could not help being startled when he looked at the remaining energy of his barrier, as Titan's Heart created an energy shield that had an HP equivalent to 10 times his own. Had he tried receiving all those attacks without Titan's Heart, even if he activated Protection Blessing, he still would have gotten killed instantly. An invulnerability skill. Both Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire shared the same thought as they looked at Kola. In God's domain, although invulnerability skills were extremely rare, some still existed. Meanwhile, every one of them was extremely troublesome to deal with. However, after Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire exchanged glances, they sprang into action again, targeting Turtle Dove. This time, no matter how strong an invulnerability skill was, once its duration was up, it would disappear. Hence, all they needed to do now was attack other MTs instead of Kola. They also refused to believe that all 3 MTs had learned invulnerability skills. However, when Lei Jingyang was within 30 yards of Turtle Dove, he suddenly felt a chill crawling down his spine. Immediately, he tightened his grip around his white-bone greatsword and activated Whirlwind Slash Dang. In the next moment, Lei Jingyang felt as if he had just struck an impenetrable wall as his greatsword stopped abruptly, sparks flying from the edge of his greatsword. Then, a lithe figure gradually appeared before him. Zero Wings Fire Dance? Lei Jingyang sneered as he looked at the lithe figure facing him. Are you here to get yourself killed? He sent a slash at the female assassin before him. Straight away, an assassin was most powerful when conducting an ambush. As long as the ambush failed and their body became exposed, their combat power would decrease drastically. In a frontal clash, an assassin was significantly inferior to a berserker. Dang. However, after exchanging several attacks with Fire Dance, Lei Jingyang started panicking. As a Tier 2 berserker, his strength should be overwhelmingly superior to most players at this stage of the game. Moreover, he was currently geared in 3 pieces of epic equipment. Despite that, not only did every one of the dozen or so attacks he had sent at Fire Dance get blocked, but his arms even started falling numb from the resulting impact. Could she be a Tier 2 player as well? Lei Jingyang could not help entertaining such a thought. However, even if Fire Dance was a Tier 2 assassin, it should be impossible for her to be superior to him, a Tier 2 berserker. In terms of strength, Lei Jingyang very quickly shook the thought out of his head and calmed himself. In terms of combat standards, he was no doubt superior to Fire Dance. Since he couldn't win using a forceful approach, he simply needed to target her weak points. He immediately activated the Tier 2 skill battering / allowed him to ignore his target's defense and block effects. Although the damage his attacks dealt would decrease significantly, it would be more than enough to kill an assassin, a class that had both low HP and defense. However, when his greatsword passed through Fire Dance's body, Lei Jingyang's complexion immediately darkened. The reason for this was the sensation he felt coming from his greatsword. It did not feel as if he had just cut through a physical entity at all. He tried using Blade Storm right away, but before he realized it, Fire Dance had already appeared behind him, the 1,000 transformations in her hand stabbing towards his back. Tier 2 skill, Shadow Raid. Fire Dance instantly transformed into numerous streaks of shadows that pierced through Lei Jingyang's body. Damages ranging between 10,000 and 20,000 appeared rapidly above the berserker's head one after another, depleting his HP to 0. Chapter 1653. Tier 2 Galore. Did Lei Jingyang die? An instant kill. For a time, the players watching the battle between Fire Dance and Lei Jingyang were stunned by the sudden development. The fight had been lightning quick, and many had failed to realize what had happened before it was over. In one moment, Lei Jingyang had been alive and kicking, and in the next, he was dead. The members of Lei Jingyang's Thunder Legion were particularly dumbstruck. They all knew how powerful their commander was. Not only did he wield 3 pieces of epic equipment, but he was also one of 3 Tier 2 players in Heaven's Burial. The Berserker had over 53,000 HP as well, which was in no way inferior to Tier 1 peak MTs of the same level. If Tier 1 experts like themselves had to face Lei Jingyang, they'd never be enough to take down the Berserker, even with a 20-man team. Yet an assassin had killed their commander with a single move. No matter how they looked at the situation, it felt unreal. Only Sure Feng knew how possible defeat truly was. After all, Fire Dance wielded a fragmented legendary weapon, which no epic weapon could compare to. Moreover, the assassin class was famous for its explosive damage, dealing significant amounts in a very short time. Meanwhile, Shadow Raid was Fire Dance's strongest explosive skill. If she landed a hit with the skill, even a Tier 2 Guardian Knight or Shield Warrior of the same level would stand on the precipice of death, if not die instantly, let alone a Tier 2 Berserker. After Lei Jingyang died, Heaven's Burial's members fell into a panic, confused about what to do next. Along with Lei Jingyang's death, the 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons he had summoned had disappeared. This was like salt in an open wound to Heaven's Burial's members. Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian had already embedded their strength into their enemies' minds. Lei Jingyang's followers doubted that they had the strength to surpass a Grand Lord ranked evil demon. Useless trash. He actually died so quickly. A deep frown pulled at Falling Fire's face as he watched Lei Jingyang's corpse transform into particles of light. He had never expected Zero Wing to have a Tier 2 assassin and 3 Tier 2 MTs. Immediately, he shouted through the team chat, "Everyone retreat. Leave the teleportation zone for now. We'll re-enter from another side." At this stage of the game, It was extremely difficult for players to reach Tier 2. Even Blackwater, with its abundant resources, had only nurtured a few Tier 2 experts thus far yet. Not only did Zero Wing have 3 Tier 2 MTs, but it had a Tier 2 assassin as well. This left him truly confused, even if Fire Dance took part in the battle. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater should have been able to resist Zero Wing by relying on the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. But now, Lei Jingyang was dead, and the evil demons had vanished. Even if they had the numeric advantage, they had lost any momentum against Zero Wing due to the loss. Their chances of victory were now slim. Regardless of whether or not they continued to fight, the wisest decision now would be leaving the teleportation zone temporarily and trying to get back in from another side. With the limited number of entry slots, Zero Wing shouldn't bother chasing them. On the off chance that there were less than 15,000 players in the zone after Zero Wing left it, the guild would miss the opportunity to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin. The risk of giving chase simply outweighed the gains, however. As Falling Fire ushered his team out of the teleportation zone, a snowy white dagger appeared behind him, transforming into a streak of silver light as it thrust into the elementalist's back another assassin. Falling Fire panicked, but it was already too late to dodge or block the attack physically. Instinctively, Falling Fire activated Blink, vanishing from the dagger's attack trajectory in the most critical moment and reappearing 15 yards away. He then turned towards the player that had ambushed him with a grim expression unlike the lithe assassin that had ambushed Lei Jingyang. The assassin that had attacked Falling Fire was a physically fit youth. This youth was none other than Flying Shadow. What fast reactions! Flying Shadow was astonished when Falling Fire successfully evaded the ambush. He evaded my attack despite being caught off guard. Sure enough, I'm still not on the level of peak experts like him. He had been so close to killing Falling Fire just now. In his opinion, he had already concealed himself sufficiently, and his attack had been fast enough. Yet Falling Fire had avoided his Dagger Zero Wing's Flying Shadow. Falling Fire recognized Flying Shadow instantly, feeling no less shocked than the assassin. How is he so strong? He had detailed information on all of Zero Wing's top-ranked experts, and Flying Shadow wasn't wearing a black cloak. Even without an identification skill, he easily determined the youth's identity based on his appearance. Based on the report he had read, Flying Shadow wasn't nearly as strong as Fire Dance, Zero Wing's #1 assassin. Yet, just now, the youth had displayed far more power than the report had mentioned. After Falling Fire had been promoted to Tier 2, he hadn't encountered a Tier 1 assassin that could get within 10 yards of him undetected. Only the guild's Tier 2 assassins have been successful. Could he be a Tier 2 player as well? As Falling Fire looked at Flying Shadow, he felt the edges of his world beginning to crumble. Since when had reaching Tier 2 become so easy? The fact that Zero Wing had one Tier 2 assassin was surprising enough, but he had just encountered another. Had he not reacted quickly enough, he might have fallen to Flying Shadow's attack. Watching Flying Shadow approach again, Falling Fire began to double speed cast. Suddenly, stone spikes rose from the ground beneath the assassin's feet. At the same time, a large number of ice swords rained down on the youth. This forced Flying Shadow to focus on the attacks from above and below, which drastically slowed his advance. Moreover, he stiffened slightly each time he blocked an ice sword aside from Falling Fire's attacks. Flying Shadow had to deal with the nearby Heaven's Burial and Blackwater members. For a time, all of the incoming attacks forced Flying Shadow into a passive state. He couldn't close the distance between himself and his target. Your equipment is quite good, but it's a pity your combat standards are somewhat lacking, Falling Fire said, a condescending smile spreading across his face as he watched the assassin's HP slowly decrease. Flying Shadow might be considered a first-class expert in a first-rate guild, but he was still young and tender in Falling Fire's eyes. The assassin's focus on dodging and blocking was particularly poor and inefficient. Even without the support of other players, he could easily kill this player. Falling Fire completed the final verse of his incantation and launched the Tier 2 spell, detonating flame arrows at Flying Shadow. However, before he could release the dozens of flaming arrows that had formed above him, a dark blue magic array had appeared in the sky, releasing a torrent of water that snuffed the arrows out reacting. Falling Fire used Blink again and avoided the descending water. By the time he reappeared, the force of the torrent had carved out a massive crater in his previous position, filling it with water. How is that possible? Someone actually crushed my detonating flame arrows? Confusion tore at Falling Fire as he eyes the man-made pond. He had cast a Tier 2 spell, which shouldn't have crumbled so easily even under another Tier 2 spell. Yet not only had his detonating flame arrows been eliminated, but the torrent of water had contained enough destructive power to form a massive crater. But before Falling Fire could discover his attacker, over a dozen light blue water spears shot towards him. The spears had appeared in almost the same moment Falling Fire had reappeared after using Blink. The enemy caster's timing and aim were incredibly precise. Dazed, Falling Fire failed to protect himself in time with an ice barrier, and 4 water spears plowed into him, each dealing over -16,000 damage. Falling Fire, who only had 40,000 HP, died instantly. As the Elementalist's HP reached 0, he was barely able to turn his head in time towards the water spear's origin. Standing around 30 yards away was a lithe, graceful woman in a lilac robe and wielding a dark blue crystal staff. A light blue magic array gradually faded from beneath her feet, while dense, water-type mana surrounded her. Another Tier 2 player. Although Falling Fire still wanted to speak, his vision had already darkened and his body collapsed. Chapter 1654, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 1654, Shocking All Sides. As Falling Fire collapsed, silence descended on Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial's battlefield commander. The commander actually died. Do they also have a Tier 2 magical class expert? Blackwater's members gaped at Aqua Rose, who was responsible for Falling Fire's death. Falling Fire was both one of the scant few Tier 2 players and a top-ranked expert within Blackwater. Normally, the Elementalist killed them instantly when they sparred with him. However, they had just watched this man die after one hit. No matter how they look at the situation, it was utterly unbelievable that tier suppression Tier 2 players had over Tier 1 players was much greater than that of Tier 1 players over Tier 0 players. Moreover, as an Elementalist, Falling Fire had a few passive skills that increased his magic resistances, making him much tougher against spells. Yet Aqua Rose had annihilated Falling Fire with a single spell. There were only 2 possibilities to explain the outcome. The first was that Aqua Rose had used a Berserk skill followed by a Tier 1 curse. The other possibility was that Aqua Rose was also a Tier 2 player. When players activated a Berserk skill, some kind of special effect would change their bodies. Only, not all Berserk skills generated visible indicators. Regardless, when a player activated a Berserk skill, the intensity of their aura would increase drastically, informing others that the player had activated such a skill. However, Aqua Rose displayed neither phenomena, so it was obvious that she hadn't activated a Berserk skill. There was also no way they'd miss the resulting changes. They all had keen senses as experts, and activating a Berserk skill was akin to turning on a light in a dark room. When Blackwater's members considered the possibility that Zero Wing also had a Tier 2 magical class, they couldn't help but shudder. Tier 2 MTs were only powerful when tanking monsters. Their DPS was lacking. However, it was a different story for Tier 2 magical classes. Magical classes already wielded extremely high DPS even at Tier 1, and they had more AoEs than other classes. After their promotion to Tier 2, magical classes' attacks would grow even stronger. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Tier 2 magical classes mobile defense turrets when solely comparing combat capabilities. Tier 2 magical classes were stronger than another class by far. While everyone struggled with their shock over Falling Fire's death, Aqua Rose used the opportunity to cast the Tier 2 spell, Aqua Precinct. With the female cursemancer at its center, a water domain manifested, covering a 70-yard radius. Any of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater members caught within Aqua Precinct soon noticed the rapid drop in their basic attributes. In the blink of an eye, their basic attributes had fallen to 70% of their original values, following which 12 8-meter-long water serpents rose from the pool of water, Releasing enraged bellows that echoed throughout the tower. Every water serpent possessed the strength to rival a great lord of the same level. Under Aqua Rose's control, the water serpents jumped at the players from Heaven's Burial, and Blackwater Aqua Precinct wasn't like normal AoEs and was categorized as a domain skill. When using it to attack, Aqua Rose wouldn't harm her allies, as normal AoE spells would. As long as she controlled the spell properly, Tier 1 experts would have a very difficult time coping with a Great Lord's attacks. Only Tier 1 MTs of the same level could block such attacks without receiving much damage. However, unlike normal Great Lords, which had monotonous attack patterns, the Water Serpents were flexible since Aqua Rose controlled them. Any MT that failed to block the Serpent's attacks instantly lost over 20,000 HP. Since Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's MTs had lost 30% of their basic attributes, the Water Serpents only needed 2 hits to finish off a level 50 MT in a short moment. Since Aqua Rose had cast Aqua Precinct, she had killed 4 level 50 MTs. The rear line healers had never even had a chance to heal their allies. Monster! She's a monster! Heaven's Burials and Blackwater's experts stared at the female Cursemancer in utter horror. Retreat. Run! There's a monster! With Zero Wing's Magic Light team and Conqueror parties gaining the upper hand, followed by Aqua Rose's sudden massacre, Heaven's Burials and Blackwater's members panicked. Rather than a slow, organized retreat, they turned and fled like cowards. Not only would they lose a level if they died, but they'd also lose a piece of equipment. To expert players like them, the loss was unbearably painful. Hence, now that they knew that they were no match for Zero Wing, they wouldn't continue to throw themselves into the jaws of death. Furthermore, their commanders, late Jingyang and Falling Fire, had already died. Big Sis Aqua, you couldn't hold back a little? We've barely killed any enemies, yet you've already scared them all away. How are we supposed to earn extra income now? Shadow Sword and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players sighed in frustration as they watched Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members flee. They had previously held back because they were worried about scaring off their prey. It had actually taken quite a bit restraint to drag this battle out. Yet their prey had run in fear of them before they could reap the benefits and slaughter them all. This frustrated Shadow Sword and the others. My bad. I'll be more careful next time, Aqua Rose said, sending her companions an apologetic glance. She hadn't expected Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's players to be so cowardly. Thus far, the battle between their guilds had been fairly even. In fact, Zero Wing wouldn't get off easily either if Heaven's Burial and Blackwater continued the fight. Yet, rather than stand their ground, the two guilds' members had turned and fled. This will work too. Just kill as many as you can, but be careful to stay near the team and in the teleportation zone, Surephone commanded. He was not particularly surprised by their enemy's response. Although Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts were no weaklings, the series of mental blows had thrown them into a panic. Fortunately, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's reaction was a good thing for Zero Wing. At the very least, Zero Wing could now secure more entry slots for the Primordial Divine Ruined Shadow Sword, Blackie, Violet Cloud, Rampant Blade, Alluring Summer, and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players began to put all they had into their battles. With the overwhelming strength of Tier 2 classes, Shadow Sword and the others charged into Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's ranks like lions charging into a flock of sheep. The guild's magical class players, such as Blackie, Violet Cloud, and Alluring Summer, dominated the battlefield like humanoid defense turrets. Without anyone to hinder their progress, they each killed over a dozen players with every attack. This only encouraged Zero Wing's other members to fight with more fervor. By the time Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members left the teleportation zone, they had littered their path with corpses and equipment. The two guilds had lost nearly 2,000 experts since the battle had begun. The outcome was startling. If these casualties were only ordinary or elite players, the loss wouldn't be as painful. But the players Zero Wing's members had killed were all experts. These two guilds had lost just as many experts as there were in an ordinary, first-rate guild. Amazing. So, this is Zero Wing's strength? Didn't someone say that Zero Wing was no match for Heaven's Burial and Blackwater? Heaven's Burial sure is unlucky. Not only is it in danger of losing Ancient Rock City, but entering the Primordial Divine Ruin will also be a major challenge. The various major powers had been paying very close attention to the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial, and the superpowers present were no exception. However, none of them had ever imagined that this outcome was possible. Even Purple Jade, who had a high opinion of Zero Wing, had assumed that the guild would fight its enemies to a draw at best yet. Zero Wing had actually chased Heaven's Burial and Blackwater out of the teleportation zone while suffering minimal losses. This had completely exceeded her expectations as for the various guilds and adventurer teams, which had planned to enter the teleportation zone near Zero Wing, shrank back in fear after seeing the guild's prowess and battle commander. Are we still going to charge in? A level 50 shield warrior clad in black armor could not help but ask his commander charge in. Are you suicidal? We're retreating. We'll go in from another side. Chapter 1655, 10 years too early. Chapter 1655, 10 years too early. After Zero Wing's victory over Heaven's Burial, the various superpowers in the teleportation zone couldn't help but re-evaluate their opinions of Zero Wing. Sure enough, Zero Wing can be quite capable. No wonder they dared to ignore our guild's warning. It might not be a bad idea to consider partnering with them for the Primordial Divine Ruin raid. A middle-aged man in black armor muttered as he looked at Zero Wing's members with an interested expression. He carried a great sword with runes that radiated a chilling aura. The Primordial Divine Ruin was akin to a dungeon. If one wished to progress inside the ruin, they needed a certain level of strength, whether it be basic attributes or combat standards. The difficulty also increased as one delved deeper into the ruin. After reaching the Primordial Divine Ruin's 4th underground floor, players faced extraordinarily strict requirements. In fact, it was so difficult to pass from the 4th floor to the 5th floor, where the gate to the Primordial City was located, that a single guild team could no longer clear the challenge. They would only have a higher chance of reaching the 5th underground floor by working together. The middle-aged man's words surprised the nearby players. The middle-aged man before them was none other than Broken City, an upper echelon from King's Return. He had been very famous in the virtual gaming world some years ago. Even King's Return's guild leader had to treat Broken City with respect. Broken City didn't praise players or powers very often. The last player Broken City had praised had become King's Return's present guild leader. Hence, King's Return's members found it truly surprising that Broken City would praise Zero Wing. Uncle Broken, aren't you thinking too highly of them? They've merely repelled upstarts like Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Zero Wing is still 10 years too early to work alongside us, the handsome youth beside Broken City said, scoffing. The youth wore dark gray plate armor and wielded a one-handed axe engraved with beautiful runes in his right hand, while holding a tower shield made of scales in his left ocean. Uncle Broken must have his reasons for saying that. While not all of Zero Wing's team members have monstrous basic attributes, the team's overall strength is considerable. After entering the Primordial Divine Ruin, Zero Wing would make a good choice as a partner. Praying Lotus, who was garbed in a set of white, sacred robes, said as she shook her head. She didn't particularly approve of Wild Ocean's opinion, although Wild Ocean had recently received a promotion, becoming one of King's Return's adjudicators, and was one of the guild's few Tier 2 players. His thinking was shallow. Like Broken City, Praying Lotus felt they shouldn't underestimate Zero Wing's strength throughout the battle. She hadn't seen Sherfone take action at all. This proved that Zero Wing was still holding back and was far from being as simple as everyone believes. Zero Wing is only good in PvP. We're going to face an endless number of monsters and various traps in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Just clearing the 3rd floor would be a huge problem, let alone reaching the 5th floor. Aside from a superpowers, no team has cleared the ruin's 3rd floor. You should also know that you can't rely on powerful attributes alone to clear the 3rd floor. We'll talk about cooperation after they reach the 4th floor. Wild Ocean snorted, thinking that both Broken City and Praying Lotus's opinions of Zero Wing were too generous. Wild Ocean wasn't the only person with that opinion. King's Return's other experts agreed with Wild Ocean's thoughts. If they partnered with Zero Wing, they would have to share half their slots to enter the 5th floor. What kind of guild was Zero Wing? What kind of guild was King's Return? Did Zero Wing even qualify to share half of their slots? As time passed, the struggle in the teleportation zone intensified. More powers were also joining the fight in the teleportation zone. Now, even the various powers that had hesitated to provoke Zero Wing had decided to give it a try. The struggle for the entry slots lasted for over half an hour. This time, the struggle's intensity was unprecedented. Players' corpses littered the teleportation zone. In the end, the various superpowers still took the majority of the entry slots, while the alliance of first-rate guilds and the alliance of top adventurer teams only claimed a small portion among the various powers that had participated in the struggle. Zero Wing's performance was the most extraordinary despite Zero Wing starting the fight with less than 2,000 members. They still had over 1,200 members inside the teleportation zone by the time the struggle ended. The guild had claimed nearly 1/10 of the available entry slots, only slightly less than the various superpowers among the various superpowers. The Secret Pavilion had the best performance, securing exactly 2,000 slots. Although the Secret Pavilion was more than capable of gaining more than that, it had deliberately held back to avoid standing out. Every one of the other superpowers secured around 1,500 slots, which was slightly more than Zero Wing. This was also the reason why Zero Wing's performance shocked everyone. The various superpowers had started the fight with at least 6,000 members, yet Zero Wing had achieved a near similar result with less than 2,000 members. This battle record was a little terrifying. Crap. I thought that with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater out of the picture, we would get more slots. Why do we end up getting fewer slots than in previous raids? That's right. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have preferred for Heaven's Burial or Blackwater to win. The various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams' upper echelons clicked their tongues in anger and jealousy as they looked at Zero Wing's members. It was common knowledge that teams would have a greater advantage in the ruin if they entered with more players. Now that Zero Wing could send over 1,200 members into the ruin, the guild might actually make it all the way to the 5th floor and enter the rumored Primordial City while everyone else was shocked by Zero Wing's strength. Sherfone was ecstatic. Zero Wing had earned over 5,000 pieces of the current top-tier equipment in the struggle for entry slots. Although the majority was level 45 fine gold equipment, they were still valuable. In comparison, Zero Wing had suffered practically insignificant losses. Zero Wing had suffered 600+ casualties in the battle, with the majority of them being the White Tiger Dojo disciples. The disciples were only geared in standard level 50 elite equipment. They had also recovered some of the lost weapons and equipment. Hence, Zero Wing had made a fortune in this battle when there were fewer than 15,000 players in the teleportation zone. A blue glow enveloped the area. The players inside the zone disappeared a moment later, leaving an empty plot of land behind. The members of the various major powers that remained inside the tower quickly spread the news of the battle's outcome with the teleportation array's help. Zero Wing's surviving members instantly arrived at a dark canyon. There were 3 shining silver moons hanging in the sky. The visibility within the canyon was also very poor. At best, they could see 200 yards around them, and they couldn't sense any other creatures, which instilled a deep fear and insecurity. So, this is the Primordial Divine Ruins, 1st floor? Aqua Rose muttered as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. With her physique as a Tier 2 player, she soon discovered the hidden threats around Thema group of skeleton undead hid at the top of the canyon, carrying heavy crossbows that could launch bolts with the power to rival Tier 2 skills. It was obvious that these skeletons had already locked onto their team and were ready to fire their crossbows at a moment's notice. Aside from the crossbow-wielding skeletons, Aqua Rose noticed a large number of ghosts flickering in and out of existence on the path ahead. The ghosts wandered around the bottom of the canyon, and even the weakest among them was a level 50 chieftain, while the strongest were level 55 Grand Lords. If players accidentally provoked these monsters, the consequences would be unimaginable, as if they had long since familiarized themselves with this floor. The various superpowers teams quickly advanced on a predetermined path. As they advanced, the superpowers teams skillfully pushed away any ghosts they came across while dodging the heavy crossbow bolts. In comparison, The alliance formed by top adventurer teams quickly had their advance halted by powerful ghosts, their members peppered by the crossbow bolts from above the canyon. Damn it. Why is it so difficult? The various adventurer teams' upper echelons frowned at the first floor's difficulty. They were at a loss. Seeing this, the Superpowers members shook their heads disapprovingly. The Primordial Divine Ruin was an extremely dangerous place. Yet the various adventurer teams had believed that getting into the ruin was the most difficult part. The struggle in the teleportation zone was simply a prelude for what was to come before the adventurer team alliance could think of a plan. They noticed Zero Wing's members taking large strides towards the gateway to the next floor. Had they lost their minds? The various adventurer teams' upper echelons gaped as they watched Zero Wing fearlessly advance. Chapter 1656, Dauntless Zero Wing. Chapter 1656, Dauntless Zero Wing. The adventurer team alliance wasn't the only force confused by Zero Wing's sudden advance. The several superpowers' upper echelons and the first-rate guild's alliance also flashed Zero Wing incredulous looks. What's Zero Wing trying to do? Zero Wing's behavior confused everyone. The Dark Canyon's terrain was complex. Although there appeared to be many paths that would lead to the top of the canyon, only a few were actually viable. Moreover, timing was very important when traversing the various paths. A single mistake could easily be put an entire team in a dangerous situation. It wouldn't be surprising if the team were even eliminated, although players would lose only 20% of their EXP and be sent back to the starting point when they died in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Multiple deaths would significantly weaken a team and increase the raid's difficulty for newcomers to the Primordial Divine Ruin, such as Zero Wing and the Adventurer Team Alliance. The safest way through the Dark Canyon was to follow the various superpowers, who were already familiar with the first floors. Trial, of course, tagging along didn't necessarily mean safety. Even if two teams took the same path, their timing wouldn't be the same. In this case, it would depend on the commander's abilities. Although, for the two superpowers that raided the ruin for the first time, this wouldn't be a problem. The force's leadership had a perfect grasp of their team's positioning and could minimize their losses as they followed the other superpowers. The Adventurer Team Alliance's chain of command, however, was chaotic due to its multiple leaders. As a result, the Adventurer Team Alliance suffered many casualties as it attempted to follow after a superpower. But the Alliance still fared better than if it pioneered a path of its own. Yet Zero Wing did not even understand such a basic principle and had made a beeline for the top of the canyon. Moreover, Zero Wing's members moved with large strides, paying no attention to the monsters in their way. Unlike the other teams who carefully and steadily advanced suddenly, Cola, Turtle Dove, Yi Wumian, and Violet Cloud rushed ahead of Zero Wing's team, charging onto the gravel path that contained a plethora of wandering ghosts. Meanwhile, the 15 MTs of the Magic Light team's 15 MTs guarded the rear of the team, while the Conqueror parties split up and covered the sides. Ghost Knight Undead Chieftain, level 50, HP 6, 000, 000, 6, 000, 000. Ghost Berserker Undead Lord, level 52, HP 17, 000, 000, 17, 000, 000. Ghost General Undead Grand Lord, level 55, HP 85, 000, 000, 85, 000, 000. As Cola and the others moved through the canyon, the wandering Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers quickly discovered their presence. Like hungry wolves that had just discovered meat, the ghosts surged towards the MT. Are they trying to get themselves killed? Are they really trying to grind the ghosts as if they were common monsters? Everyone was stupefied as they watched Cola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian attract more and more Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers. The Primordial Divine Ruin had an endless supply of monsters, and even if players killed these monsters, the awarded EXP and loot was insignificant compared to monsters outside of the ruin. Grinding these monsters simply wasn't worth the effort. Though, to the various powers present, it did not really matter even if a large number of Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers ganged up on them, as they were more than capable of defeating these monsters instead. The canyon's true danger came from the numerous skeletons stationed at its top. The bolts they fired from their heavy crossbows were as powerful as Tier 2 attacks. Even level 50, Tier 1 MTs would be forced to retreat by several steps and lose around 4,000 HP if they blocked one of these bolts with their shields. If struck directly, they would be dead after 2 or 3 hits hence. It was important when selecting a path through the canyon to choose one with favorable terrain that could be used to block the crossbow attacks and lower the chances of encounter ghost generals in the blink of an eye. Over 500 Ghost Knights and dozens of Ghost Berserkers chased after Kola and the others. Moreover, the skeletons on both sides of the canyon had aimed and fired their crossbows at the MT trio. However, Kola and the others paid no attention to the countless incoming attacks and continued to advance mindlessly, attracting more monsters as they went. The commotion had even lured some of the wandering ghost generals. Good. Everyone charge. Follow Kola's group. Shurfeng revealed a smile when he saw the swarm of monsters charge at Kola and the others at this stage of the game. Nobody was more familiar with Primordial Divine Ruins than him. He knew that Primordial Divine Ruins were survival tests. Although it was the first time he had visited the Primordial Divine Ruin in the Orc Empire, every ruin had nearly the same tests. It had been common knowledge in his previous life that the Primordial Divine Ruins first floor trial would become more dangerous as teams spent more time here. Take the various superpowers, for example. Although they had familiarized themselves with the paths to the top of the canyon and hence could limit the number of crossbow attacks that reached their teams, it was impossible to avoid casualties completely. In fact, the various superpowers teams were continuously lost members as they advanced right now. Moreover, as they approached closer to the top of the canyon, their casualty rates became more severe. To make matters worse, players that died and allowed the system to resurrect them would reappear at the starting point. Once they did, they'd have no way of catching up to their main force. As for having the team stop midway to resurrect the fallen, that would only end up causing the team to suffer even more casualties. Because of this, team members that died halfway through the canyon were as good as eliminated unless a team wipe occurred. The best way to challenge the first floor trial was to send a player in as bait and draw the enemy fire while the rest of the team followed behind. Doing so would greatly reduce the number of attacks the team received and was much safer than following one of the more protected routes. The only problem with this method was that the players acting as bait needed to be strong enough. The main force also had to maintain enough distance from the bait. If the main force got too close, they would pull the agitated monster's aggro. If the main force fell too far behind, the bait would have moved past the skeleton's attack range. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time Shurfeng had employed this strategy. His grasp of his team's positioning was incredibly accurate. With Violet Cloud in the center, Kola's group pushed forward. As they faced numerous attacks, their HPs steadily decreased. Fortunately, the Chieftain-ranked Ghost Knights and Lord-ranked Ghost Berserkers were not much of a threat. The true threat came from the Ghost Generals and the heavy crossbow attacks from both sides of the canyon, in particular. Currently, a swarm of Ghost Knights chased after Kola's group of 4, and although the situation looked dire, it worked in the group's favor as the Ghost Generals had a hard time reaching the players. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the crossbow attacks when Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian used their shields to block the incoming crossbow bolts. They'd stiffen slightly and lose around 1,500 HP. When the other powers noticed the damage Kola and his team received, they couldn't help their jealousy. Unlike Kola and the others, their MTs received over -4,000 damage, even when they blocked the crossbow bolts successfully. This meant that the MT trio from Zero Wing could endure 3 times the attacks that their MTs could. However, they still ridiculed Zero Wing for its foolish leadership. If Kola and his companions had the support of a large number of healers, they'd be practically unkillable. Yet Zero Wing actually let these 3 powerful MTs charge ahead on their own. It was a reckless waste of resources. With how the team utilized Kola and the others, it wouldn't matter if they could endure 2 or 3 more hits than other MTs. Sure enough, Kola Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian's HPs began to decrease rapidly. In a short moment, they had lost more than one-third of their HPs. The various superpowers' upper echelons lamented the loss. The MT trio only had a single healer to support them, and it simply wasn't enough to keep the three players alive. But after another moment, the superpowers noticed something strange. Despite Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian's HPs having already fallen below the 25% mark, Violet Cloud hadn't prepared to cast any spells. What's going on? Isn't that girl a cleric? Or does she have some kind of grudge against those MTs? Everyone watched Violet Cloud in confusion, however. While the spectating crowd wondered about the young woman's hesitation, Kola took a look at his own HP bar. Let's begin, Kola said. Rather than panicking, his voice contained a hint of excitement. Turtle Dove and the others then nodded in response, following which Kola shouted before releasing a blinding golden glow. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Kola's group, illuminating the dark canyon suddenly, for golden barriers enveloped each member of the group. The move Kola just used was none other than the Tier 2 skill, Divine Shield, which Shurfeng had obtained from a boneless land. When activated, the skill granted the Divine Shield buff, which lasted 30 seconds, to a maximum of 10 players. The buff decreased incoming damage from Tier 3 or below attacks by 50% and attacks above Tier 3 by 20%. The buff also increased attack speed and movement speed by 20% and healing effects received by 100%. Divine Shield was a very powerful skill, though it had a downside. A 1-hour cooldown. Violet Cloud also used the Tier 2 spell, Holy Prayer. The spell affected all allies within a 50-yard radius and granted them a hot buff that healed them based on Violet Cloud's mana. Moreover, players affected by Holy Prayer would receive a 20% damage reduction buff. The spell had a 1-minute duration and a 20-minute cooldown. Under the effects of these two skills, Kola's group members each recovered over 8,000 HP every second. The damage they received was reduced to a pitiful amount as well. This turn of events allowed Kola's group to advance with ease while the rest of Zero Wing's team followed behind. In less than a minute, Zero Wing's members had reached the top of the canyon. Chapter 1657, Continuous Clearance. Chapter 1657, Continuous Clearance. The sounds of battle had filled the dark canyon, but as Zero Wing's members reached the top, the various powers, which were still engaged in combat, fell silent. That's actually possible? For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words as they stared at Zero Wing's members. They had invested a ton of effort and made numerous sacrifices during their previous raids to locate the best route up the canyon, and they would still suffer before they reached the safe zone at its top. Yet Zero Wing had run for the top of the canyon without sparing their surroundings a glance. Not only had the guild team succeeded, but they had only lost a few dozen players, which was practically negligible. Sure enough, Zero Wing is extraordinary, Praying Lotus muttered, her eyelashes fluttering as she watched Shurfeng, the commander of Zero Wing's team. No other guild would dare to be so bold. The two skills Kola's group had used were particularly powerful. Although they were not invulnerability skills, the combined effect had nullified the threat from both the ghosts and the heavy crossbows they only got through thanks to powerful attributes and skills, Wild Ocean said, clicking his tongue. The next floors will be even more difficult, and basic attributes will become less important. If they try to pull another stunt like that, they'll get themselves killed. Praying Lotus did not rebuke Wild Ocean's words this time. After all, what the Shield Warrior youth had said was true. As players delved deeper into the Primordial Divine Ruin, the trials they faced would become more difficult. They would also encounter more and different traps. Rather than simply relying on raw power, players would have to rely on their technical abilities in the lower floors. The brute force method Zero Wing had used was only viable on the first floor. It wouldn't be possible to clear the following floors with the same method correspondingly, though players would have higher chances of encountering opportunities and treasure the further they explored. There was practically nothing noteworthy in the ruins' first underground floor. One would be extremely lucky if they even came across a bronze treasure chest. Although players could also find combat techniques on the first underground floor, The chances of that were extremely slim. If one wanted better loot, they'd have to reach the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor. Only the third floor and down offered level 50 plus top-tier equipment. At the same time, the chances of finding combat techniques and other treasures also increased. Feng didn't hurry towards through the ruin after reaching the top of the canyon. Instead, he had everyone rest in the safe zone. Players' stamina and concentration consumption were far more severe in the Primordial Divine Ruin than outside of it. If they did not rest, they might fail trials that should be passable. Meanwhile, the only places in which players could rest in the Primordial Divine Ruin were the system-established safe zones. Traps and monsters were present everywhere else, and if they relaxed, even for a moment, in these locations, they'd swiftly lose their lives. After Zero Wing's members had rested for some time, the various superpowers teams began to arrive in the safe zone. One after another, however, unlike Zero Wing. The various superpowers only had around 80% of the 1,500-plus members they had entered the ruin with. The rest of their players had to wait for the system to resurrect them, forming teams with other players to search for opportunities and treasure on the first floor. After everyone rested, they proceeded towards the second underground floor. The second floor contained a primal forest. Visibility here was even worse than in the first floor's dark canyon. Even Tier 2 players could only see up to 80 yards away. As players traversed the forest, they were bombarded by all kinds of spell attacks from out of nowhere from time to time. These spells packed a punch, and even Tier 2 MTs only survived after 3 or 4 direct hits. Tier 1 MTs were lucky to survive even 2 hits. If players wished to reach the next safe zone alive, they would have to rely on their individual reaction speed and decision-making. They'd have to dodge or block an attack instantly when targeted. Only by doing so would the healers have a chance of healing them. All the heals in the world wouldn't save them if a spell struck them directly. The ruin's second floor was also much larger than the first, a testament to the Primordial Divine Ruins' unique nature. As teams progressed, they'd encounter larger maps, forcing players to travel greater distances and face more danger. Feng didn't have any special strategy to get through the second floor's trial. He could only send in the Magic Light team and Conqueror parties to tank as many hits as possible, limiting the number of casualties the team suffered. Overall, Zero Wing didn't fare nearly as well as the various superpowers upon reaching the third underground floor. The increased difficulty was particularly evident. The necessary method to clear the third floor wasn't like the first two. The various attacks and traps players had to face had also changed. Now, players had to collect a sufficient number of teleportation stones to proceed to the fourth floor. Each teleportation stone could only transport 100 players, and only the third floor's Grand Lord rank monsters would drop them. One could just imagine how difficult it would be to kill a Grand Lord ranked boss in such a dangerous environment. It's no wonder why only the various superpowers have only gotten through the third floor thus far, leaving the first-rate guilds alliance behind. As Feng stood at the third floor's starting point and observed the barren wasteland before him, he could not help but frown. Thunderclouds covered the sky above the plain as far as he could see. Lightning frequently descended, decorating the ground with scorch marks. Not only did the lightning strikes contain a lot of power, but they were also extremely fast, significantly faster than normal spell attacks. When facing a normal spell attack, expert players could dodge or block as long as the spell was cast from a certain distance, but the lightning strikes from above were incredibly fast. This trial's difficulty increase was tremendous. Furthermore, players had to kill level 55 Grand Lords. However, the various superpowers teams, which had just arrived, reacted as if they didn't see the lightning bombarding the plane. They quickly split into 2 groups, leaving one behind in the safe zone, while the other boldly strode into the barren wasteland in search of Grand Lord-ranked thunder beasts and thunder elementals. Lightning continued to descend from the sky, but the superpowers members swiftly maneuvered around the strikes. Aside from a few unlucky players who had been targeted by multiple lightning strikes, most were able to dodge the natural attacks. Even if they failed to dodge in time, their team's healers would quickly restore their lost HP. In contrast, the first-rate guilds and adventurer teams were unsure of how to continue if they only had to dodge the lightning strikes. Most of their members would be successful, but with the addition of monsters, chaos would ensue. They'd either fall to the lightning, or the monsters would slaughter them, so what if they got a lot of players this far? They still won't clear the third floor. Wild Ocean could not help but flash Zero Wing's team, which still occupied the starting point. A ridiculing smirk player's basic attributes were no longer the key to clearing the trial once they reached the third underground floor. Here, individual combat standards held greater importance. If a team couldn't defeat the Grand Lord ranked bosses while being showered by lightning strikes, it would venture no further in the Primordial Divine Ruin Guild leader. The lightning strikes attack rate and numbers are too high. I'm afraid that no more than 50 of our members will be able to fight while dodging the strikes. Should we grind the bosses for teleportation stones with just a 50-man team? Although it will slow us down, we shouldn't have a problem collecting the necessary teleportation stones. Aqua Rose suggested if any other guild, excluding the superpowers, encountered such a situation, they'd likely be stuck here. Even Zero Wing only had a few experts who could fight in this lightning zone. Not even the Conqueror's Armor's battle arrays would be very effective. Meanwhile, try to raid Grand Lords with so few experts was impossible. This was also why the various first-rate guilds, which had reached the ruins' third underground floor previously, had never cleared it. However, Zero Wing was different. Its team had over 10 Tier 2 players and shouldn't have a problem forming a 50-man raid team that could dodge the lightning while fighting the bosses. Unfortunately, raiding level 55 Grand Lords with only 50 members would take a lot of time, more time than the various superpowers raid teams, which had around 300 members each no need. We'll all go together, Shifeng said, smiling as he shook his head. Everyone. For a moment, Aqua Rose thought she had misheard Shifeng. Relax. If this were any other trap, we might not have a way to deal with it. But if we only have to deal with lightning, we won't have to worry, Shifeng said. He then took a thick, ancient tome from his bag. This item was none other than the Ancient Weather Book. Chapter 1658, Might of the Ancient Book. Chapter 1658, Might of the Ancient Book. Across the vast wasteland, the various superpowers hunted bosses with organized precision. Meanwhile, the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams could only watch from within the safe zone, although these teams had a few experts who could dodge the lightning strikes. Players who could dodge while fighting a Grand Lord were as rare as a Phoenix's Feather. A level 55 Grand Lord was already an extremely difficult foe, and teams lost players even during a normal raid. Hence, try to raid one while severely handicapped would simply be suicidal to compensate for their lack of numbers. The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams had tried to pool their experts to raid the bosses. However, despite multiple attempts, they had failed. Although the alliance of the various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams had formed allowed them to build a raid team with sufficient manpower, the environment favored the Grand Lord-ranked Thunder Elementals and Thunder Beasts. The third floor's environment enhanced all lightning-type skills and spells by 30%. Cloth armor classes, which had low HP and defense, would likely die instantly if they failed to dodge the Thunder Elementals or Thunder Beast skills. Zero mistakes were allowed in battle. However, players would be hard-pressed to avoid mistakes while constantly bombarded with lightning. In the end, the Alliance team wiped after losing so many members midway through the battle as the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams rested. Shifeng led his entire team into the lightning zone. It was as if he had missed their tragic downfall after fighting in the wasteland. They were going all together? Have Zero Wing's members lost their minds? What are they trying to do? Even if a single death only costs 20% EXP, do they have to be so reckless? When the members of the various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams saw Zero Wing head into the plains, they thought that Zero Wing's members had gone mad in this lightning wasteland. A player's basic attributes didn't matter as much as on the previous floors. Here, combat standards were far more important. Even if a team charged into the lightning wasteland with 1,000 members, each member would suffer the same number of lightning strikes. In fact, the players would have a higher chance of being struck. This was because players would have less space to maneuver in a larger group. Moreover, if players were not careful when they dodged, They'd likely avoid their own lightning strike, only to get hit by their neighbor as the various powers weren't the only ones confused by Shi Feng's ludicrous decision. Even Zero Wings members were confused. They had seen how the experts from the various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams had ended up after fighting in the wasteland. They also knew that those expert standards were much stronger than theirs. If they rushed into the plains, they'd doubtlessly suffer a similar fate as Zero Wings members approached the safe zone's boundary and were about to enter the lightning zone. They couldn't help their growing nerves. Why are they here? Wild Ocean, who currently fought within the zone, was surprised to notice Zero Wings' team enter the lightning wasteland. Are they that tired of living? Zero Wings' team had over 1,000 members, and if it tried to enter the zone with so many players, the number of lightning strikes that would descend on the team would be staggering. Not even superpowers like King's Return would pull such a stunt. Could Zero Wing be experimenting and trying to see how many of its members can survive a battle in the lightning zone? Praying Lotus, who was casting a healing spell, was just as stunned to see Zero Wing's advance as the various superpowers members wondered. One player from Zero Wing after another stepped into the zone. Watching 1,000-plus players set foot into the lightning wasteland was extraordinarily eye-catching. Almost everyone kept a curious eye on Zero Wing's team, wondering how it planned to deal with the countless lightning strikes that would fall upon them. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds. However, not a single strike of lightning fell on Zero Wing's team. Every member on the team was alive and kicking, and they had an easy time defeating the multiple chieftain-ranked thunder elementals and thunder beasts that had charged at them. Where is the lightning? Why do those chieftain-ranked thunder elementals and thunder beasts seem weaker than the ones we're fighting? The watching players were stunned as they sent Zero Wing's team sidelong glances. They could not understand what was going on. Where were the lightning strikes that were supposed to descend? Could the lightning strikes have stopped because they have more people? Purple Jade was greatly confused as she watched Zero Wings members. The lightning was the most troublesome aspect about the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor. Without the lightning strikes, the third floor's trial would just be a simple series of Grand Lord raids. If that were the case, the various superpowers could easily clear the floor. That's not possible. Other teams have dispatched even more players than Zero Wing in past raids, but this has never happened, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. He, too, wore a confused look. Even Zero Wing's players were confused. Only Aqua Rose knew that this was Shi Feng's doing. It seems this thing is quite effective. Shi Feng smiled at the ancient weather book in his hands. The ancient weather book could change the weather in a 2,000-yard radius for 2 hours. Removing the thunderclouds in a specific area was a small task for the item without the lightning strikes. The third floor's trial posed no threat to his team members very quickly. Zero Wing's team located a level 55 Grand Lord ranked Thunder Beast. Great Thunder Wolf, Thunder Beast, Grand Lord. Level 55. HP 88, 000, 000/88, 000. Now, the boss, which had given the various superpowers painful headaches, was an ordinary Grand Lord to Zero Wing. With Cola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian taking the lead, and the Magic Light team's MTs tanking the nearby mobs, the rest of the team could focus on dealing damage. Moreover, without the lightning environment's boost, the Great Thunder Wolf's attacks were little more than tickles to Cola and his fellow MTs. The Grand Lord's normal attacks only dealt around minus 8,000 damage, while its skill attacks only dealt around minus 20,000. Even without Turtle Dove and Yi Wumian's assistance, Cola could easily tank the Great Thunder Wolf. The other players launched frenzied attacks at the Great Thunder Wolf, each dealing several thousand damage. As the team fought, the Grand Lord's HP visibly decreased naturally. This made the various superpowers jealous. The Primordial Divine Ruins bosses weren't like field bosses. Their attributes wouldn't change, regardless of how many players raided them at one time. This meant that the more members a raid team possessed, the greater the team's advantage would be. Zero Wing's team had over 1,000 members, which was more than triple what the other teams possessed. Moreover, Zero Wing's members did not have to worry about avoiding lightning strikes. In less than 5 minutes, the Great Thunder Wolf fell before Zero Wing's members. Everyone on the team also gained a significant amount of EXP. Moreover, the Great Thunderwolf had dropped 8 items in total thanks to Sure Feng's Divine Providence. Although this didn't seem like much, it was above average for Grand Lords above level 50 when the various superpowers had killed their respective Grand Lords. They only got 5 items meanwhile. Upon seeing the Great Thunderwolf's loot, Sure Feng had to admit that the Primordial Divine Ruins bosses were far more generous than the bosses in Team Dungeons. Out of the 8 items dropped, 1 was a teleportation stone, and 5 were level 50 weapons and pieces of equipment, 3 of which were fine gold rank, and 2 were secret silver rank. The last 2 items were pages of incomplete combat techniques and advanced combat technique. Sure Feng was ecstatic the moment he saw the 2 sheets of lambskin parchment basic combat techniques would drop as complete items in the Primordial Divine Ruin, but advanced combat techniques and above would appear as pages. Players would have to gather every page to learn the combat technique. Excited, Sure Feng immediately inspected the 2 parchment sheets. Chapter 1659, Top-Tier Advanced Combat Technique. Chapter 1659, Top-Tier Advanced Combat Technique. As Sure Feng inspected the incomplete pages, his eyes shone with excitement. Lightning Flash. This dilapidated page belongs to a book that depicts a secret attack technique, which has been passed down since ancient times. Only after gathering all incomplete pages can you read the complete book's content. There are a total of 13 pages. This leaflet is the 3rd page. Lightning Flash. This dilapidated page belongs to a book that depicts a secret attack technique, which has been passed down since ancient times. Only after gathering all incomplete pages can you read the complete book's content. There are a total of 13 pages. This leaflet is the 6th page. Most of the combat techniques that dropped in the Primordial Divine Ruin were basic combat techniques, and most of them dropped as the complete versions. Although some basic combat techniques dropped as incomplete pages, those were the extreme minority. Normally, only advanced rank or higher combat techniques would drop as individual pages. However, there were differences between advanced combat techniques and those of other ranks. Not only could players in God's domain improve their foundations by learning combat techniques, but they could also learn ways to exhibit their strength more efficiently, thereby raising their overall combat power. Some combat techniques even granted players the power to challenge foes of higher levels. A basic combat technique might not help half-step Refinement Realm experts fight Refinement Realm experts, but an ordinary advanced combat technique could. This was also why the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were so desperate to compete for slots to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin. Meanwhile, an advanced combat technique strength could be determined by the number of pages it possessed. An ordinary advanced combat technique would only include 6 to 8 pages. A first-rate advanced combat technique would possess 9 to 12 pages, and a top-tier advanced combat technique would possess 13 to 15 pages. An ordinary advanced combat technique could only help a half-step Refinement Realm expert qualify to fight a Refinement Realm expert. Meanwhile, a first-rate advanced combat technique allowed Refinement Realm experts to face Flowing Water Realm experts. As for top-tier advanced combat techniques, if Flowing Water Realm experts learned one, they could even pose as a threat to Void Realm experts. Even throughout God's domain, Void Realm experts were extremely rare, yet with a top-tier advanced combat technique, a Flowing Water Realm expert could stand against Void Realm experts. One could just imagine how valuable such a combat technique was. There was no doubt that Lightning Flash was a top-tier advanced combat technique. Sure Feng had never expected to get lucky enough to find a top-tier advanced combat techniques pages, and moreover, it was an attack-type technique. Zero Wing didn't actually have any of these. If it were possible to collect the complete Lightning Flash secret technique, it would certainly help the guild's experts. Learning the technique would likely offer more benefits than the Conqueror's Armor. The Conqueror's Armor only gave its wearer the power to face Refinement Realm experts temporarily, and after all was said and done, it was only a piece of level 50 equipment. Once players leveled up, the equipment would be useless. It could not truly become part of a player's strength. And advanced combat technique was different. Once players learned it, they could put it to good use regardless of their level. It would also offer significant help when players challenge their promotion quests. Moreover, a complete advanced combat technique was different from secret technique tablets. Although the combat techniques one could learn from a secret technique were more powerful than advanced combat techniques, very few players could learn them. It was impossible to share those techniques with a significant number of players. However, a complete advanced combat technique took the form of a book. He could store the book in the guild warehouse, and guild members could read it as they wished. Setting aside whether or not players could actually learn the technique successfully, at the very least, everyone would have the opportunity to learn in the past. The reason that experts from the various superpowers had an easier time with their promotion quests, rising through the tiers, than experts from first-rate guilds and below wasn't just better weapons and equipment. Rather, it was because their access to combat techniques was superior in both quantity and quality. Thinking up to this point, Sherphone led his team in search of another boss rather than resting. The ancient weatherbook only had a 2-hour duration, whereas it had a 10-hour cooldown. He might be able to wait for such a long time, but the Primordial City would not wait for him. Who knew if the Primordial City had an entry limit? If there wasn't one, they might be alright, but if there were, he and Zero Wings members would lose their chance to enter the legendary city if they were too late. Hence, he had to cherish every second and minute of these 2 hours. Zero Wings members had continued to hunt one Grand Lord ranked Thunder, Elemental, or Beast after another. When the team encountered a Grand Lord in the barren wasteland, they'd pounce like a pack of hungry wolves. They behaved nothing like the players from the various superpowers, who returned to rest in the starting area after slaying 1 or 2 bosses. The various superpowers grew envious at seeing this without the threat from the lightning strikes. Zero Wing could casually slaughter these ready-made Grand Lords. Not only were the team members able to earn an abundance of EXP, but they also secured plenty of top-tier equipment. The Primordial Divine Ruins' 3rd underground floor had practically become a sacred leveling spot for Zero Wing. How is this possible? King's Return's Wild Ocean was at a loss as he watched the scene before him. He had assumed that Zero Wing would be stuck on the 3rd floor. Yet, based its pace, it'd likely be the first team to reach the 4th underground floor. Uncle Broken. Should we contact them? Praying Lotus whispered to Broken City, who stood beside her. Thus far, the various superpowers had only reached the 4th floor. Not one of their teams had made it to the 5th yet. The 4th floor was simply too difficult, and there was no comparing it with the 3rd floor. With the current strength of King's Return's team, it could not clear the 4th floor alone. If King's Return wished to reach the 5th floor, it would have to ally with another team. However, doing so would leave the team fewer entry slots to the 5th floor. No, it is too soon. We'll send them an invite once they experience the 4th floor's wall, Broken City said, smiling as he shook his head. The 3rd floor's trial was child's play compared to the 4th floor. Not only did players have to face all sorts of attacks, but the Guardian boss was also a bona fide level 58 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Even now, not a single superpower had dealt any damage to the Guardian boss. Although King's Return had prepared thoroughly this time, they had no more than a 30% chance of defeating the Grand Lord. Needless to say, Zero Wing's chances were even lower. While the various powers grinded bosses on the Primordial Divine Ruins' 3rd underground floor, news of Zero Wing's team completing the 3rd floor's trial quickly spread among the participating teams. The various large guilds and top adventurer teams from the kingdoms and empire neighboring the Orc Empire, in particular, had to re-evaluate their opinions of the guild of various superpowers had, thus far, monopolized the Primordial Divine Ruins' 4th floor. The fact that Zero Wing had reached that floor proved that it could nearly rival those superpowers in terms of top-tier experts. At the very least, Zero Wing was definitely superior to first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams in this regard. However, a deathly silence had fallen over the meeting room within Heaven's Burial's ancient Rock City residence. Due to this latest information, nobody could have imagined that, in one short day, Heaven's Burial would lose the massive advantage it had cultivated. And it was all due to Zero Wing. First, Zero Wing had shattered ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays. Then, the guild had plundered their entry slots for the Primordial Divine Ruin. Now, Zero Wing was about to set foot on the ruin's 4th underground floor. Zero Wing Singular Burial's expression twisted as he read the latest report. Heaven's Burial's reputation was in tatters. If they did not figure out a way to deal with this problem now, the guild would likely have a rocky path ahead, even if they held on to Ancient Rock City. Singular Burial spun towards Flameblood, who sat beside him wrapped in bandages, and growled. Flame, didn't you say that Beast Emperor needs the souls of 400,000 elite players to display his full strength in Starmoon Kingdom? Go. Tell him that I will fulfill that request. Guild leader, are you planning on giving up on Starmoon Kingdom entirely? Flameblood could not help his surprise Beast Emperor's request was no laughing matter. It was both the last and worst option Heaven's Burial had, that's right. Since we can't have Starmoon Kingdom, what's the point in leaving it alive? Singular Burial nodded, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge the fact that Heaven's Burial had lost the struggle for Starmoon Kingdom. Regardless of whether or not they defended Ancient Rock City, the necessary funds to repair it was still a problem. They also had to pay plenty in bounty claims each day. If they continued the battle with Zero Wing, it would only be a matter of time before the guild was finished. Even if Heaven's Burial had the support of major corporations, if he wanted Heaven's Burial to survive, he had to give up on Starmoon Kingdom, I understand. I'll contact Beast Emperor right away. Seeing how serious Singular Burial was, Flameblood inwardly lamented the fact that the man had become like this. He never thought that a guild like Zero Wing could actually corner Singular Burial, a genius, to this extent. Of the many years he had followed Singular Burial, this was the first time something like this had ever happened. Chapter 1660, Lightning Flash, Secret Technique. Chapter 1660, Lightning Flash, Secret Technique. In a certain mountain range, covered with dense forests, countless powerful monsters roamed about the area. Every monster here was above level 100, and quite a few were Mythic rank. However, none of these monsters dared to approach the forest in the mountain range's inner regions suddenly. A figure appeared at the forest's entrance. It was none other than Flameblood. When Flameblood appeared, several massive, humanoid creatures appeared around him, each radiating the terrifying aura only Tier 4 Mythic monsters had. Amazing. After not seeing him for some time, he's already developed to this point? Flameblood was stunned when he noticed the 6 Mythic-ranked evil demons around him. Mythic-ranked evil demons. Evil demons were far more difficult to nurture than evil beasts. Previously, Beast Emperor had only been able to nurture a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon, although Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were very powerful. They were not invincible. If numerous experts worked together, they'd still be able to kill one. However, it was a different story for Mythic-ranked evil demons. At this stage of the game, Mythic monsters were insurmountable, even to the various superpowers. Otherwise, the level 50 super large-scale team dungeon in God's Domain would not stand empty. Moreover, evil demons commanded superior intellect and could exhibit greater combat power than evil beasts. Most importantly, they could be summoned at any time, unlike evil beasts, which could only move from location to location of their own power. Now that Beast Emperor commanded Mythic-ranked evil demons, he had the equivalent of Mythic-ranked bodyguards at all times. Having Mythic-ranked evil demons would undoubtedly increase the safety and survivability of controllers like Beast Emperor by a significant margin. He would no longer have to hide when attacking and could control his armies more efficiently after seeing these Mythic-ranked evil demons. Flameblood's desire to obtain his own grew. Being a member of the evil god's temple, every race on the continent of God's Domain hunted him constantly. Surviving in the game had become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, if players or NPCs captured him and sent him to the war god's temple, his character would be sentenced to death in the truest sense, and he'd be forced to start all over again. Hence, he needed to be careful when he moved about and rarely appear before other players if he had his own Mythic-ranked evil demons, though he wouldn't have to worry about capture unless he encountered a Tier 5 NPC. Fortunately, Tier 5 NPCs were apex powerhouses in God's Domain, and they weren't so easy to encounter. Normally, the strongest NPCs players would meet were Tier 4. After the evil demons had a chance to observe Flameblood for a moment, they retreated back into the forest. Flame Blood then strode into the forest himself. There was a massive crater within the heart of the forest. The crater radiated an evil energy so dense that even an evil god apostle like him gasped as it washed over him. If an ordinary player bathed in this dense, evil energy, it would likely corrupt them instantly. This crater was none other than the home of Starmoon Kingdom's evil god's temple. As long as players were within range of the temple, its energy would cut off their communication with the outside world. They would not be able to send or receive messages. Flameblood, a middle-aged man covered in pitch-black ruins, sat in the severely dilapidated temple. When he noticed Flameblood enter the temple, he sent the cleric a glance and asked, "Why are you here? Weren't you controlling your evil demon army to protect ancient Rock City?" Although the man before Flameblood hadn't expressed any emotion, speaking only in a calm tone, Flameblood's heart palpitated in fear. This wasn't just because Beast Emperor was one of the evil god's temple's evil god envoys, but also because of the horrific evil energy that lingered around in the man was far more frightening than the last time Flameblood had seen Beast Emperor. The evil energy Beast Emperor radiated was no weaker than the evil energy the temple itself radiated. This man's evil energy would likely kill ordinary players before they could approach him. Moreover, as Flameblood looked at Beast Emperor, he could not help but feel as if he stared at a ferocious beast that had just woken from a long slumber. "My guild leader sent me," Flameblood said after stealing his mind. "Didn't you say that you needed 400,000 souls from elite players? My guild leader says he can give them to you." "He's finally made up his mind?" Beast Emperor asked, chuckling. "Then, return and tell him this. The day he has the players ready will be the day Zero Wing perishes." Although he was quite powerful and could easily hunt down players for their souls, the immortal souls he needed had to come from willing players. Unfortunately, he was still short 400,000 elite players even after exhausting his means. Otherwise, he would have handed Starmoon Kingdom to the evil god's temple a while ago. Flameblood nodded in response. He had no doubt regarding Beast Emperor's claim others might not know the power Beast Emperor wielded after the evil god's temple had activated, but as a member, Flameblood knew it very well. Meanwhile, back in the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor, quite some time had passed since the various superpowers had departed for the fourth floor. Only the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams, which couldn't defeat the bosses, and Zero Wings team, which still hunted Grand Lord-ranked Thunder Beasts and Elementals, remained on the third floor. Crap. Just how many Grand Lords must Zero Wings members kill before they are satisfied? They might be grinding for level 50 top-tier equipment on this floor. After all, opportunities like this don't come often. With how many Grand Lords they've already killed, they should have more than enough teleportation stones. I wonder if they'd be willing to share some with us? Don't even think about it. First, the Primordial City will definitely have an entry limit. It's only natural to let as few players as possible reach the 4th and 5th floors. Moreover, the teleportation stones are bound to players of the same team and can only be passed around between players on the same team. The stones can also only be used on team members. If the team's member count suddenly increases, the teleportation stones they've collected thus far will become useless. That makes it even less likely that they'd be willing to help us. The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams couldn't help but envy Zero Wings battling members as they searched for treasures on the 3rd floor. When they saw the teleportation stones scattered across the ground, their eyes became bloodshot. Despite all of their effort, they hadn't obtained a single teleportation stone. Yet Zero Wings' team didn't even bother to pick up the stones that had dropped. Meanwhile, Feng activated Divine Providence as they killed another level 55 Grand Lord-ranked Thunderbeast. After he collected the loot and inspected it, his brows lifted in joyful surprise. Wonderful. With this, I finally have everything I need. Feng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the last page of Lightning Flash. They had raided bosses for nearly 2 hours now. They had even begun to lure 2 or 3 Grand Lords, raiding them at once, midway through their journey. Fortunately, they had collected all 13 unique pages for the Lightning Flash secret technique before the ancient weather book's weather control ran out. System, You have collected all pages for Lightning Flash. Do you wish to synthesize the complete version of it? Synthesizing the complete version will require 1,000 magic crystals. 1,000 crystals? Why so many? Surephone was confused after reading the system notification normally. Synthesizing an advanced combat technique only required between 50 and 100 magic crystals, depending on the number of pages the technique possessed yet. The combat technique in his hands required 1,000 magic crystals. The system was clearly trying to swindle him. I want to see what kind of combat technique you're going to give me. Surephone couldn't care less about the cost. However, paying the 1,000 magic crystals without hesitation after all the trouble he had gone through to collect the pages, he wasn't going to leave them to rot just because the system wanted to rob him. Fortunately, there wasn't much of a difference between 100 magic crystals and 1,000 to Surephone suddenly. With Surephone at its center, a pitch-black magic array appeared beneath his feet. A powerful stream of mana surged upward from the array, and ignoring the ancient weatherbook's effects, thunderclouds gathered above, blocking out the sun above Surephone. Massive lightning bolts then descended from the clouds, striking the 13 incomplete pages that hovered above Surephone's head after hundreds of thundering booms echoed throughout the third floor. A thick, ancient tome hovered before Surephone. Faint arcs of blue electricity danced around the tome. Chapter 1661, Bronze Combat Technique. Chapter 1661, Bronze Combat Technique. The hundreds of lightning bolts suddenly flashing in the vast wasteland immediately drew the attention of every player on the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor compared to the normal lightning strikes. Not only were the ones just now much more powerful, but the number and rate at which they appeared were also much higher than before. The resulting thunder also echoed throughout the entire wasteland, hurting everyone's eardrums. What's going on over there? Why did so many lightning bolts suddenly strike Zero Wing? Everyone on the third floor turned towards Zero Wing's location at practically the same time, their hearts bursting with curiosity. Previously, none of the lightning strikes had hit anywhere near Zero Wing. Yet, now, Zero Wing received a violent bombardment. Most likely, even a great lord of the same level would be reduced to ashes after eating so many powerful lightning bolts. What's that? A book? Could some kind of treasure have dropped? Some of the players nearby quickly noticed the ancient tome hovering before Surephone. Although they could not make out what kind of item the ancient tome was, judging by the huge commotion that heralded its appearance, they could easily guess that it was something extraordinary that various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams present revealed looks of envy and greed. As far as they knew, no fine gold or dark gold item would create such a huge commotion when it appeared. Hence, the tome should be epic rank, at the very least an epic item. At this stage of the game, although powerful guilds like first-rate guilds would already have around a dozen or so epic items in their possession, to the masses, epic items were still exceedingly rare. However, everyone also understood that stealing the tome from Zero Wing was impossible, setting aside how powerful Zero Wing's team was. Even reaching Zero Wing's location would be a massive challenge for them. What a powerful aura! Surephone was indescribably shocked as he looked at the ancient tome in the air before him. He had seen the synthesis of many advanced combat technique tomes before. However, none of them had ever caused such a huge commotion. Moreover, even after the Lightning Flash tome completed its synthesis, it still radiated a faint aura that attracted mana to it, a situation that Surephone had never encountered before. For a moment, he found it somewhat incredible that the book before him was a combat technique tome guild leader. What is that item? Is it an epic tool? Aqua Rose could not help but ask curiously. The other members of the team also held great curiosity about the Lightning Flash secret technique. Immediately, they pricked their ears up in hopes of catching wind of the tome's identity. As for the item's attribute panel, they held no expectations of catching a glimpse of it nowadays. Zero Wing was rife with spies of other guilds. Meanwhile, in regard to the epic items the guild possessed, they were generally considered secret. After all, epic items served as the foundation of a guild. If used at a critical moment, they could achieve miraculous effects. Naturally, the guild wouldn't reveal such an important secret unless necessary. Hence, The members of the team did not hope to find out the exact details of the tome. They only wished to know what kind of item it was now. Sure Feng shook his head. Smiling, he said, "This is a combat technique." A combat technique? Aqua Rose could not help but narrow her eyes at Sure Feng skeptically. She suspected that Sure Feng was simply messing around with her. What kind of combat technique could cause such a huge commotion? Even a secret technique tablet would not create such a commotion when it dropped Sure Feng's words stunned everyone. Although they refused to believe Sure Feng, they all knew what kind of personality he had. He would never lie about something like this. Moreover, if he did not wish for them to know what the tome was, he could simply say that it was a guild secret. In that case, they naturally would not pursue the matter yet. Everyone also found it unbelievable that a combat technique could cause such a huge commotion, of course. Moreover, it isn't just any ordinary combat technique, Sure Feng said, a hint of excitement in his voice. This is a bronze combat technique with a complete legacy. Advanced combat techniques was something that countless expert players wished to learn. Even the various superpowers only possessed a few in the past. Advanced combat techniques had also been the strongest combat techniques Sure Feng knew of. However, after finding out about secret technique tablets, in addition to the relevant information Phoenix Rain had provided him, he discovered the existence of combat techniques that were even stronger than advanced combat techniques, bronze combat techniques normally. Secret technique tablets were the only source of bronze combat techniques. Meanwhile, the power one could exhibit using such a technique was beyond imagination. Even Void Realm experts would have difficulty coping against a bronze combat technique. Sure Feng had never expected to obtain a bronze combat technique on the 3rd floor of the Primordial Divine Ruin compared to a bronze tablet. A tome that recorded a complete bronze legacy technique was undoubtedly much better, although a bronze tablet contained numerous bronze combat techniques. Only 10 players could enter a bronze tablet each month, which meant that the guild could use it to nurture a mere handful of players. However, a combat technique tome did not possess such a restriction. As long as he willed it, he could let however many players learn from it as he wished. A bronze combat technique? Most of the Zero Wing members present revealed looks of confusion when they heard Sure Feng's words. They did not understand what a bronze combat technique was at Alice. For Aqua Rose and the others who had previously entered the legacy space for the secret spellcasting technique, they could not help but gape in shock. They knew what exactly a bronze combat technique represented. Something much more powerful than an advanced combat technique. Only players like them, who had entered the bronze temple of secret technique space, would know about bronze combat techniques. However, back then, they received only one learning opportunity for each floor they ascended in the Bronze Temple. Moreover, each floor became increasingly difficult to clear as they reached higher floors, which severely limited the number of learning opportunities they had now. However, they had a complete bronze combat technique tome. This meant that they could learn the combat technique recorded on it at any time and without limit. Now that we have achieved our goal here, it's about time we headed down to the 4th floor, Sure Feng said, chuckling. He then used the teleportation stones to send everyone to the 4th underground floor of the Primordial Divine Ruin. Zero Wing's team of 1,000+ players vanished from the Lightning Wasteland. Primordial Divine Ruin's 4th underground floor. The setting here was a quiet valley abounding with lush vegetation. A towering set of doors could be seen situated at the heart of the valley. Even if one stood at the summit of the mountains that formed the valley, one could still see this towering set of doors very clearly. Not only were the doors 100 meters in height, but they also sported plenty of divine runes carved on them. The doors radiated a powerful aura that would probably deter ordinary players from approaching them at this moment. However, a flashy light show could be seen taking place before the massive stone doors. At the same time, sounds of explosions kept echoing throughout the entire valley. In the next moment, a 2-headed, 3-tailed earth dragon, which stood before the stone doors, could be seen letting out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, encircling this earth dragon was a team of 1,000+ experts. Currently, these expert players were attacking the monster in a frenzy, bombarding the 50-meter-tall earth dragon with one attack after another. However, Despite the spectacular phenomena accompanying their attacks, the attacks themselves dealt only around minus 400 damage. From beginning to end, not a single attack inflicted over minus 1,000 damage to the monster. What a powerful monster. An archaic species? Or is it a ferocious beast? Zero Wings members could not help but stare wide-eyed at the monster guarding the massive stone doors, their hearts filled with shock. Chapter 1662. Edgeless Blade, an Earth Dragon. Shurfong could not help but be astonished as he looked at the 50-meter-tall monster standing inside the valley. Frostflame, two-headed Earth Dragon, archaic species, inferior dragon, Grandlord. Level 58. HP 270, 000/270, 000. Compared to other archaic species of similar rank and level, the Frostflame, two-headed Earth Dragon was clearly stronger. Its HP already rivaled that of mythic monsters of the same level. It did not look like a Grand Lord at all. Moreover, aside from the Earth Dragon having superb defense, the battlefield it fought in was surrounded by pools of scorching lava. From time to time, jets of lava would shoot up and rain down on random locations of the battlefield. Even MTs would be able to endure a direct hit from the lava only 3 or 4 times. Should they successfully block the lava rain, the durability of their weapons and equipment would decrease significantly. In addition to the lava rain, the Earth Dragon itself attacked with its 3 tails and spewed out frost or flame breaths frequently. As a result, the expert players of the superpowers currently raiding the boss turned into streaks of light and disappeared from the battlefield one after another. In less than 10 minutes, the team made up of 1,000-plus experts was annihilated by the time the battle was over. The entire area before the massive stone doors had transformed into a world of flames and frost, the scene both mesmerizing and shocking at this point. The spectating members of the various superpowers wore somber expressions on their faces as they looked at the Earth Dragon looming over them arrogantly before the stone doors. The Earth Dragon's defense and HP were both ridiculously high. In addition, players raiding the Earth Dragon had to keep an eye out for the lava that would rain down from the sky. However, after Shurfong and the others arrived inside the valley, the various superpowers all shifted their sights towards them. When these superpowers saw Shurfeng's group moving past them, heading straight toward the Frostflame, two-headed Earth Dragon, none of them displayed any hostility. They simply watched quietly as Zero Wings' team approached the boss. Although there was only one boss on the entire 4th floor, they were not in a hurry to fight it at all. The reason for this was their confidence in the Earth Dragon's strength. The task of killing the Earth Dragon was no longer something a single superpower or large guild could achieve. Multiple superpowers would need to cooperate to deal with the boss. They couldn't possibly intend to take on the boss on their first visit, right? Wild Ocean could not help but laugh and ridicule when he saw Zero Wings' team showing signs of wanting to raid the Earth Dragon. The team that tried raiding the Earth Dragon just now consisted of the strongest experts of 2 superpowers. In the end, however, they were still no match for the boss. The Earth Dragon itself was already a massive challenge to players. The lava rain launched at random intervals from the surrounding lava pools only served to further increase the demands on players' combat standards. Meanwhile, the standard of Zero Wings members was significantly inferior to that of the members of the various superpowers. Of course, it would be a different story if Zero Wing could replicate its feat on the 3rd floor and prevent the lava attacks from occurring entirely. However, how could such a thing happen time after time? It's better for us if they try. Once they realize where the difficulties of the raid lie, we'll have an easier time negotiating conditions for cooperation with them later on, Broken City said, chuckling nonchalantly. Though, I do wonder how much of the boss's HP Zero Wing will be able to shave off. Zero Wing was behaving similarly to how the Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor had before, although both guilds had known that the boss was not easy to deal with. As this was their first time raiding the Primordial Divine Ruin, they had felt that they should have no problem taking down the boss if they worked together. In the end, however, their combined forces got annihilated before they could even get the boss's HP below the 80% threshold. Now, The upper echelons of both guilds were wearing exceedingly ugly expressions on their faces. Even the combined forces of the Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor managed to lower the boss's HP only to 81%. I'm guessing Zero Wing will have trouble taking away even 5% of the boss's HP. Just the first 2 lava showers will most likely wipe out over 80% of Zero Wing's members. With the remaining members, they will be fortunate if their overall DPS exceeds the boss's battle recovery, Praying Lotus said, shaking her head in disapproval as she looked at Zero Wing's team. Although Zero Wing's previous performances had indeed exceeded expectations, the guild's deficient foundation would be its downfall on this floor. Meanwhile, the other guilds present were sitting back, eagerly awaiting the start of the upcoming show. After all, as more teams fought the Earth Dragon, spectators like themselves would be able to uncover more of the Earth Dragon's secrets, which would, hopefully, eventually allow them to defeat the boss Uncle Yuan. How far do you think Zero Wing will be able to go? Purple Jade asked curiously as she looked at Shurfeng, who stood in the middle of Zero Wing's team. Other guilds might not have a clear idea of Zero Wing's strength, but the Secret Pavilion was well informed on matters regarding God's domain. They were quite aware that, when Phoenix Rain's Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing obtained the first clear of the Sunset Forest, Zero Wing had played an indispensable role in the raid. I am not sure. Maybe they'll shave off around 20% of the boss's HP. Hopefully, they can get the boss to enter its second phase. That way, we can get a better understanding of the boss, Yuan Tiexin replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, just as Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were conversing with each other, Zero Wing's members were also looking at and discussing the Earth Dragon Guild leader. Let's go, Kola urged excitedly as he looked at the distant Earth Dragon. Truthfully, dealing with the bosses on the 3rd floor had not posed a challenge to him whatsoever. He had not been able to fully exhibit the Titan Guard's capabilities when going up against those bosses. Now that the Frostflame 2-headed Earth Dragon was before him, he was very eager to use it as a sparring partner to improve himself. Guild leader, why not let me be the lead MT this time? Turtle Dove eagerly recommended herself at this moment. Kola and the other MTs weren't the only ones itching for action. Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, and the other DPS of the team were also bursting with fighting spirit. As long as Shurfeng gave a command, they would immediately charge at the Earth Dragon without hesitation. Hold on a moment. Shadow, take this weapon and use it for this raid, Shurfeng said after pondering for some time. He then took out the Tier 3 mana weapon Edgeless Blade from his bag and handed it over to Shadow Sword. Initially, Shadow Sword wanted to say that the Crimson Moon Greatsword he wielded was already plenty good and that there was no need to switch weapons. However, after he accepted the Edgeless Blade, he fell into a daze. Although he had yet to equip the weapon, the instant he took it into his hands, he could feel immense power surging into his body. At the same time, his mind also gained greater clarity. Shadow Sword immediately inspected the attributes of the Edgeless Blade. What is this weapon? Shadow Sword muttered blankly as he looked at the Edgeless Blade's attribute panel. Crimson Moon was one of Titan City's 31 holy weapons. At this point, he had already upgraded the weapon to Dark Gold rank, and its attributes were significantly superior to even ordinary Dark Gold weapons. In the future, he could even raise it to Epic rank. However, compared to the Edgeless Blade he was currently holding, Crimson Moon was no different from an iron rod. He found it truly hard to imagine that such a powerful weapon could exist at this stage of the game. Moreover, even if he eventually upgraded Crimson Moon to Epic rank, he did not think that it would be a match for the Edgeless Blade. The reason for this evaluation was the sensation he got when he held the Edgeless Blade. It felt as if he had just activated a berserk skill. Just equipping the weapon had increased his strength by 40%. Moreover, the Edgeless Blade's attack power was directly correlated to his strength attribute. Overall, the Edgeless Blade's attack power was 50% higher than Crimson Moon's. In response to Shadow Sword's reaction, Shurfeng dispensed with explanations. He commanded through the team chat, "All right, everyone get ready. Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian will be responsible for tanking the boss. Everyone else, pay attention to your positioning. Make sure not to stand near the Earth Dragon's heads and tails if nobody has any problem. Let's begin." As soon as Shurfeng was done speaking, Zero Wings members charged into the Frostflame, two-headed Earth Dragon sphere of influence like a frenzied mob. Chapter 1663, Tier 3 Power. Chapter 1663, Tier 3 Power. The Frostflame, two-headed Earth Dragon, lay before the massive stone doors with all of its eyes shut. As the Earth Dragon breathed, the area before its heads turned into a hell of frost and fire when Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian got within 300 yards of the Earth Dragon. It stirred. When its two sets of amber eyes fell on the MT trio, it released a deafening roar that echoed throughout the valley. A horrific pressure washed over Zero Wings' approaching members, instilling a sense of dread and turning their movements sluggish. They're really doing it. And they're charging in as one mindlessly instead of sending a few experts to test the waters. What a bunch of brave fools. Wild Ocean laughed when he saw the ugly expressions that Zero Wings members wore. He knew just how powerful the Earth Dragon was. After all, he had already fought the boss more than once. One could only understand the Earth Dragon's strength if they had experienced it personally. From what he had learned, he knew that ordinary Grand Lord ranked archaic species couldn't compare to this Earth Dragon. The boss had even easily overwhelmed a Tier 2 shield warrior like himself. Although the Earth Dragon seemed like a single entity, it should actually be treated as an amalgamation of three. This was because its two heads were capable of acting independently. Although all three tails normally moved in unison, they moved as though they had minds of their own. They could sense and attack targets that the two heads couldn't see. The Earth Dragon also possessed tremendous strength. Even when it was suppressed by a magic array, a single attack forced a Tier 2 Metratons to retreat several steps and take over minus 20,000 damage. This was after he had executed a technique to deflect most of the attack's power. If he simply blocked the Earth Dragon's attacks normally, he would take over minus 30,000 damage from its normal attacks. If he were careless for even a moment, the Earth Dragon would kill him instantly even without the constant threat of the lava showers. The Earth Dragon was a daunting foe. The Frostflame, two-headed Earth Dragon, was the absolute gatekeeper for the Primordial Divine Ruins' fifth underground floor. Along with the Earth Dragon's roars, lava began to spew from the ground, creating a wall of lava around the battlefield. The ring of lava that formed sealed off Zero Wings' path of retreat. Now, it wasn't possible for players inside to escape or enter the battlefield. Players wouldn't have any opportunities to attack in rotation. Only the victor would survive this lava-surrounded battlefield. As the lava barrier formed, the Earth Dragon's two mouths widened. The ice and fire-type mana in the environment began to surge towards the beasts. Zero Wing really is unlucky. The Earth Dragon is actually using Frostflame Breath right off the bat. The battle is likely already over. Praying Lotus sighed. Watching the scene from afar, Frostflame Breath was one of the Earth Dragon's team wipe moves. Not only did the skill possess a massive AoE, but it had an extremely short channeling time. As a cone attack skill, players normally wouldn't have trouble dodging it if they were within 50 yards of the boss. However, Zero Wings members were still over 100 yards away from the boss. In this case, they would have to cross greater distances to move out of the skill's AoE, which was impossible with so little time. Praying Lotus wasn't alone in her thinking. Everyone could already imagine the boss wiping out Zero Wings' team before they could land a single attack seal. Just as the Earth Dragon was about to complete its Frostflame Breath, Shurfeng raised his right hand, which wore the 7 Luminaries ring, and cast Forbidden Domain on the Guardian boss. Suddenly, the mana in a 600-yard radius around the Earth Dragon froze. The mana surging towards the Earth Dragon's heads also stopped. In turn, the magic arrays which Frostflame Breath had formed began to crumble due to a lack of mana. What a powerful silencing effect. Zero Wing has such a powerful silencing skill. The distant spectators gasped. None of them could believe that a player was actually capable of stopping the Earth Dragon's Frostflame Breath as it activated. God's Domain might have many players who had learned silencing skills, but there were differences in these skills' strength. Normally, Silencing skills would have striking effects against Tier 0 and Tier 1 players, but most of the silencing skills they've seen thus far had little effect on Tier 2 players. Much less boss monster silencing skills that could affect boss monsters were incomparably valuable, even more so than large-scale destruction spells. Being able to silence a boss, even for a moment, could save a team from instant annihilation and turn the tide of battle. And most superpowers would offer astronomical prices to purchase such skills according to their knowledge. Aside from Tier 3 silencing magic scrolls, there had yet to be a player that had learned a silencing skill capable of affecting a Grand Lord-ranked boss. Even silencing skills that could affect Great Lords had yet to be discovered, but Zero Wing actually possessed one. Zero Wing's value rose even higher in the various spectating superpowers' eyes. At the very least, Zero Wing now possessed an advantage none of them had against the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. With this silencing skill, raiding the Earth Dragon would be considerably easier after being silenced. The Earth Dragon became enraged. Letting out a powerful roar, it charged toward Shifeng, having expected such a reaction. Shifeng leisurely commanded, "Cola, you three will intercept the boss. Guild leader, leave it to us." Cola and the others smiled as they moved to meet the boss in battle to the Earth Dragon. The MT trio was little more than a group of ants. The Earth Dragon lifted one of its claws and swept it horizontally at the approaching pest scum. Seeing the massive claw approach, Cola's lips curled into a grin. He then raised a shield and charged forward pump. When the Earth Dragon's massive claw swept across the uneven ground, it removed all obstacles without slowing in the slightest. Yet when its claw collided with Cola's Titan Guard, its speed sharply decreased. The claw completely stopped after another 10 yards or so. What strength? Cola was surprised when he blocked the Earth Dragon's claw. This claw swipe had taken nearly 40,000 of his HP. The Earth Dragon's strength was already close to rivaling an ordinary mythic monster of the same level. The onlooking superpowers were even more shocked. If the Earth Dragon were unsuppressed, a single attack would be enough to instant kill a Tier 1 metric ton, while Tier 2 MTs would lose over 50,000 HP. Meanwhile, their Tier 2 MTs only had a little over 60,000 HP. 2 hits would be more than enough to kill a Tier 2 metric tons. Yet even after receiving the Earth Dragon's attack head-on, Cola still had over half of his HP remaining. This proved that, at the very least, Cola could tank 3 of the unsuppressed Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon's hits. This also meant that, even if the Earth Dragon weren't subjected to any form of suppression, Cola could tank the Earth Dragon head-on if they healed him enough. This, in turn, gave his team the foundation it needed to raid the Earth Dragon. With an MT like Cola, their chances of defeating the Earth Dragon increased by at least 20%. Seeing the ant survive its first attack, the Earth Dragon proceeded to swipe its other claw. This time, Turtledove received the attack pun. Once again, something unbelievable occurred. The boss pushed Turtledove a much shorter distance than Cola. She also only lost a little over 34,000 HP. Likewise, she still had over 50% of her HP immediately after the Earth Dragon's 2 consecutive attacks. Shadow Sword, who was only a short distance behind Cola and Turtledove, leaped into the air and slashed at the Earth Dragon's chest. After the flash of silver, the Earth Dragon's head screamed in agony. Shadow Sword's greatsword had actually cut through the Earth Dragon's adamantine-like scales, leaving a bloody gash on the monster's chest. 10,320. An unbelievable number had appeared above the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon's heads. Chapter 1664. Frightening Team, over 10,000 damage. How is that possible? I'm not seeing things right. How is his damage so high? Is he wearing a full set of epic equipment? The crowd couldn't tear their eyes off of Shadow Sword, shock and curiosity overwhelming their minds. In fact, many of them wanted to rush over and demand to know what Zero Wing had done to allow a player to deal over minus 10,000 damage to the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. The majority of their members' attacks had only dealt damage in the hundreds. Only their Tier 2 players had dealt more than that thanks to their superior attributes. Even so, their normal attacks only dealt around minus 3,000 damage each. Yet Shadow Sword had dealt over minus 10,000 with a normal attack even if Shadow Sword were a Tier 2 Berserker. There should be no way his damage should surpass their Tier 2 members by such a large margin. The only reason they could think of was that the Berserker must have a full set of epic equipment. But even then, such a thing was unrealistic. How valuable was epic equipment? Players would need over 10 pieces to be fully geared in epic ranked equipment. Most of God's Domain's large guilds didn't even have that many pieces. Even super guilds could only afford to equip their strongest members with 4 or 5 pieces for maximum efficiency. They refused to believe that Zero Wing had the capability or generosity to gear a single player in 10 or more pieces of epic equipment. Guild leader, what kind of weapon did you give Shadow? Its attack power is amazing. Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players could not help but ask Shurfeng after seeing Shadow Sword's shocking damage. They knew very clearly what kind of equipment Shadow Sword wore, and they knew that none of them could deal over minus 10,000 damage to this Guardian boss, especially not with a normal attack. The only explanation for Shadow Sword's unexpected performance had to be the weapon Shurfeng had given him before the raid. However, they found it hard to imagine that changing weapons would offer such a massive boost. Even if the Greatsword were an epic weapon, the Berserker shouldn't be capable of so much damage. After all, the various superpowers had armed their Tier 2 DPS experts with epic weapons as well. I never said that I had given Shadow the weapon. I'm only letting him use it. As for what kind of weapon it is, that is a guild secret, Shurfeng said, revealing a meaningful smile. If any of you enter the Flowing Water Realm in the future, I can help you obtain this kind of power too. Truthfully, the Edgeless Blade's performance had even surprised Shurfeng. He had never thought that a Tier 3 mana weapon would be so powerful. However, as mana weapons had yet to make their public appearance in God's Domain, he did not want too many people to learn about them. If not for the Earth Dragon's incredibly high defense, he wouldn't have let Shadow Sword use the Edgeless Blade seriously. Guild leader? Flying Shadow and the others' eyes sparkled when they heard Shurfeng's offer. They all wanted to wield the power Shadow Sword had just displayed. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Shurfeng said, shrugging. Although Tier 3 mana weapons were extremely rare, even rarer than epic weapons, there were 12 Tier 3 mana weapons sitting in the Lost Town's tower. If he could secure the Lost Town, those weapons would be his for the taking. Hearing Shurfeng's assurance, everyone's enthusiasm to improve their combat standard soared. If they raised their combat power to the Flowing Water Realm and obtained a weapon like the Edgeless Blade, they would instantly become apex experts in God's Domain. They wouldn't even have a problem killing a peak expert of the same level. Just thinking of the possibility excited them. The team began to vent its newfound passion in its fight against the Earth Dragon as damages in the hundreds began to appear above the boss's head. Only the Magic Light team and Zero Wing's Tier 2 players dealt over minus 3,000 damage, with some even reaching minus 5,000 damage when Shurfeng and Fire Dance joined the fray. The spectators were shocked once more due to the benefits from the Shadow Bloodline. Each of Fire Dance's normal attacks dealt over minus 9,000 damage. Although she didn't deal as much as Shadow Sword, she was an assassin. Her specialty was speed rather than raw power. Naturally, Shurfeng was more impressive than both Shadow Sword and Fire Dance. His attack power was on a whole other level. His normal attacks alone dealt over minus 12,000 damage, while his skills easily dealt between minus 30,000 to minus 50,000 damage. He was practically a humanoid Great Lord as they attacked. Shurfeng sent 9 magical class players to approach the Earth Dragon and used the 9-star Polar Domain magic array to suppress the boss. Although the Earth Dragon had extraordinary strength, at the end of the day, it was only a Grand Lord. Its resistance wasn't on par with mythic monsters. Hence, the intermediate magic array still suppressed the Earth Dragon's attributes by 15%, following which Shurfeng spent 5,000 magic crystals to activate World Projection, suppressing the boss even further. This caused the Earth Dragon's basic attributes to fall to 70% of their original values. Its maximum HP decreased to 189 million. As well, Shurfeng had no intention of using Disintegration Field, as the skill didn't differentiate friend from foe. Aside from himself, Everyone within range would be subjected to the disintegration field suppression. Right now, his team had to attack while focusing on their positioning and the lower showers. If he used disintegration field, the Earth Dragon wouldn't be the one to suffer. Zero Wings members would, fortunately. The 30% decrease to the Earth Dragon's basic attributes relieved some of the pressure on Kola and the other two MTs. Even when they didn't use special techniques to block the boss's normal attacks, they received less than minus 20,000 from each hit. This damage wasn't nearly enough to threaten their lives to increase the team's overall DPS. Shifeng had ordered some of the weaker experts to activate their berserk skills instead of holding back suddenly. The Earth Dragon's HP began to fall, the speed of which shocked the watching superpowers, however. As the battle drug on, the surrounding barrier began to spew jets of lava into the sky. The lava then rained down on everyone on the battlefield. Even Shifeng had a good solution for countering this massive AoE. He could only rely on Violet Cloud's holy prayer, reducing the damage his teammates took while simultaneously healing them. As for Kola, he used Divine Shield to protect the MTs fighting on the front line when the lava shower ended. Even with Violet Cloud's assistance, Zero Wings' team had lost over 100 members. Zero Wings' casualty rate was significantly higher than the various superpowers teams. Fortunately, the lava showers did not happen too often, giving Zero Wings members plenty of time to damage the boss. When the second lava shower eventually fell on the team, Zero Wing suffered evidently fewer losses. Most of the players that had died during the first lava shower had lower combat standards. While the survivors were stronger, the Earth Dragon's HP quickly fell to 95%, 95%, 90%, 80%. When the Earth Dragon entered its second phase, it ceased its claw attacks. Instead, it began to execute AoE breath attacks, though they weren't as powerful as its Frost Flame breath. Even so, each attack dealt considerable amounts of damage. When Kola tried to take a hit with his shield, he had instantly lost over 30,000 HP. The change in attack pattern also forced Zero Wings members to run constantly, evading the boss's AoE attacks. This development instantly reduced the team's overall DPS. However, Shifeng still had the situation in hand. Roughly 6 minutes after the battle had begun, the Earth Dragon's HP fell to 30%. At this point, Zero Wings' team only had 300 members left alive. Everyone else had either died to the breath attacks or the lava showers. The boss is entering its third phase. Whoever has a berserk skill, use it now. Shifeng hurriedly shouted when he saw the Earth Dragon's HP fall to 30%. Hearing Shifeng's command, Kola and the other MTs activated Power of Darkness, no longer holding back and skyrocketing their attributes. Meanwhile, the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon released a deafening roar, and the surrounding ice and fire-type mana concentrated around it. The Earth Dragon swiped one of its claws at Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian. Despite the boost to the MT trio's basic attributes, the attack shoved them back by over a dozen yards. They had nearly lost their footing from the devastating impact. Each of them had lost over 50,000 HP on the spot. Had they failed to activate their berserk skills in time, they would have died instantly. Quick. The boss's defense has weakened. Attack it with everything you've got. When Shifeng realized that the Earth Dragon had entered its berserk and saw that his attacks now dealt over minus 16,000 damage, he ordered his team to go all out with the decrease to the boss's defense. Shifeng stopped holding back himself as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. All of a sudden, the Earth Dragon's HP began to fall much faster. Meanwhile, the less HP the Earth Dragon had remaining, the stronger its retaliation became. From time to time, it randomly targeted a player with its tails and breaths. Although Kola and the others continued to use taunt skills to hold the boss's aggro, all their efforts were futile. 25%, 15%, 5%. When the Earth Dragon only had 3% HP remaining, fewer than 100 Zero Wing members stood on the battlefield. The situation looked dire for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon used its breath and claw attacks more often, forcing the MT trio to activate their life-saving skills and focus on defense. They no longer dared to spare energy to deal damage. Shifeng activated Divine Providence as he charged up to the Earth Dragon. He then activated the Tier 2 Flame Burst and brandished his swords at the Grand Lord. Dazzling sword lights illuminated the battlefield. Every time these lights flashed, a scorch mark would appear on the Earth Dragon's body. Out of the 16 slashes Shi Feng had executed, the weakest had dealt over minus 200,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, he had eliminated the final strand of the boss's HP. The Frostflame, two-headed Earth Dragon, then unwillingly collapsed to the burned earth. Chapter 1665, Everyone's Target. Chapter 1665, Everyone's Target. When the Frostflame, two-headed Earth Dragon collapsed, the ground shook under its massive weight, and the 50-plus survivors nearly lost their footing as the earth trembled. Everyone, Zero Wings members, and those from the various superpowers behind the lava barrier, fell silent as they turned toward Shi Feng, who stood before the Earth Dragon's corpse. The Grand Lord's blood had dyed Shi Feng's armor, which was damaged in multiple places. The swordsman was visibly exhausted, yet despite that, he seemed massive in the spectators' eyes. Every player watching felt as if they gazed upon a hero of legend. It's dead. Zero Wing actually slew the Earth Dragon. This is a trick, right? They actually managed to defeat the boss. No one could bring themselves to believe their eyes. Even the superpowers had been utterly helpless against the Earth Dragon on their own. They likely would have had to pull their forces to defeat the boss. Yet Zero Wing's team had accomplished the feat on its own immediately. The sound of a system notification reached everyone's ears. System, congratulations to Team Zero Wing for being the first to kill the Frostflame, two-headed Earth Dragon, rewarding 3 fifth-floor teleportation stones and 10 humanity reputation points. With this system notification, even those who refused to believe that Zero Wing had succeeded had no choice but to accept it as fact. Is this why Phoenix Rain has such great faith in Zero Wing? Yuan Tiexin fell into deep thought as he stared at Shi Feng's back. Zero Wing, huh? King's Return's Broken City could not help but watch Shi Feng closely as well. The guild is actually far more powerful than the rumors made it out to be. It seems that our subordinates will have to pay much closer attention to the guild. Suddenly, the various superpowers' attitudes towards Zero Wing changed. Now, rather than treat Zero Wing like some insignificant power, they had to view the guild as a competitor. Meanwhile, Shi Feng remained ignorant of the attention he received from the various superpowers. He only had eyes for the items that had dropped before him normally. A team would be incredibly lucky if a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species dropped several dozen items. Yet the Earth Dragon had dropped over 100. The size of the bounty had far exceeded Shi Feng's expectations. Seeing this, the spectating superpowers' eyes became bloodshot. In fact, many of them wanted to charge forward and steal the loot. Needless to say, the first kill of such a powerful archaic species would definitely grant extremely bountiful loot. Such loot could elevate their respective teams' strength to a whole new level. Unfortunately, none of them could act on their desires with the lava barrier between them and the items. They could only watch helplessly as Shi Feng collected one item after another. Meanwhile, Shi Feng went into a frenzy, snatching up every item. At the same time, he instructed the team's healers to resurrect their dead. Although the lava barrier stood between them and the various superpowers, it had begun to fade after the Earth Dragon's death. At the rate it disappeared, the barrier would only last a few more minutes. Meanwhile, the rule for boss loot in the outside world also applied in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even if players successfully killed a boss and obtained its loot, the items would drop if other players killed them within the first 2 hours. There were multiple teams from the various superpowers waiting outside of the lava barrier, and their experts weren't ordinary. If all of these experts attacked, they could very easily annihilate Zero Wing's players. Hence, he needed to collect the loot and leave before the barrier vanished. Zero Wing's members quickly realized their situation, and the team's healers rushed to resurrect their fallen companion. Sure enough, the lava barrier completely disappeared around 4 minutes after the Earth Dragon's death. But before the various superpowers could take action, Shi Feng used the 8 teleportation stones, 5 from the boss and 3 from the system reward. Instantly, Zero Wing's 800 living members transformed into streaks of light that faded into the massive stone doors. they sure ran quickly. Wild Ocean was slightly disappointed to see Zero Wing's members vanish. A colossal fortune had just disappeared before his very eyes. If not for the lava barrier, Zero Wing wouldn't have gotten away with the boss's loot as expected of Zero Wing. They certainly react quickly. Xianxia chuckled. Everyone dreamed of obtaining items that could improve players' strength, and superpowers were no exception. Even though Zero Wing had proven to them all that its combat power and growth potential was extraordinary, that would do little to deter them from attacking Uncle Yuan. What should we do? With the boss dead, we won't be able to move on to the 5th floor, Purple Jade said. She felt a slight headache brew as she gazed at the empty battlefield. Although the 4th underground floor had plenty of monsters, only the Frostflame, 2-headed Earth Dragon dropped teleportation stones. Since the only Earth Dragon on the 4th floor had just died, other players had no way of proceeding to the next floor. Don't worry. The Earth Dragon is both the Guardian boss and the only monster that drops the teleportation stones. It should respawn shortly. However, even if we kill it, we won't get as much loot as Zero Wing, Xianxia said, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he stared at the massive set of stone doors, which Zero Wing's members had disappeared into. News that Zero Wing had secured the first kill of the 4th floor's Guardian boss quickly spread past the Primordial Divine Ruin, causing a commotion among the powers interested in the Orc Empire. Nobody had expected that the first guild to set foot on the Primordial Divine Ruins. 5th underground floor would neither be a super first-rate guild or a super guild, but an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing. For a time, a significant number of guilds and adventurer teams became interested in cooperating with the guild, although they weren't strong enough to reach the 5th floor and, subsequently, Primordial City on their own. They could hire Zero Wing to carry some of their members. They might be able to learn all sorts of combat techniques from the guild, as well as for purchasing these services from the various superpowers. They had no hope of such a thing. They had nothing the various superpowers wanted, but Zero Wing was a different story. Zero Wing was a guild with very shallow foundations. It lacked both manpower and resources. Moreover, as a developing guild, Zero Wing definitely needed a large amount of funds and resources, which their guilds and adventurer teams could provide. With this, they would have the basis for cooperation. Meanwhile, on the Primordial Divine Ruins' 5th underground floor, after leaving the 4th floor, Sure Feng's group was transported to a quiet lakeside, surrounded by forests. So, this is the 5th floor? Everyone turned as they observed their surroundings. Unlike on the previous floors, they didn't feel danger from the area around them. On the contrary, they felt comfortable and at peace. Everyone, rest up. We'll search for the path to Primordial City later, Sure Feng instructed as he noticed his recently resurrected team members' exhaustion. Every 5th floor in the Primordial Divine Ruin was a milestone. The 1st floor would test players, while the 5th would allow them to rest. The 5th floor's mana density was so high that players could swiftly recover their stamina and concentration even as they moved about. The recovery effects on this floor were no weaker than those in NPC cities' hotels in the past. Some guilds had even established temporary towns on the Primordial Divine Ruins rest floors. These temporary towns had provided a safe haven from other players and a place for players to trade and replenish their supplies. Unfortunately, the services these towns had provided had been exceedingly expensive, but that couldn't be helped. Once players left the Primordial Divine Ruin, not only would they have to start over with the 1st floor's raid, but they'd also have to wait a full day before entering again. Just re-entering the ruin would be a problem if a team wanted to resupply inside the ruin. They had to accept the atrocious prices. Hence, the temporary guild towns on the ruin's rest floors generated considerable profit each day. Moreover, the services would become more expensive as the floor numbers increased. However, only superpowers were generally capable of establishing towns on lower floors. Ordinary large guilds could only make a profit by doing so on the 5th floor only. Sure Feng currently had no such plans. Locating the path towards Primordial City was far more important right now. While everyone rested, Sure Feng opened his bag and looked through the items the Frostflame 2-headed Earth Dragon had dropped. Since he had been in too much of a rush earlier, he hadn't had the time to inspect the boss's loot. But even if the other guilds wanted to chase his team to the 5th floor, they'd have to wait until a new Earth Dragon spawned on the 4th to do so. Chapter 1666, Insane Loot. Chapter 1666, Insane Loot. The Frostflame, two-headed Earth Dragon, had dropped over 100 items. Although the majority consisted of materials and magic crystals, 8 weapons and pieces of equipment had dropped. The reward for first kill is quite surprising. Surephone could not help but grow a little excited after appraising the weapons and equipment. Out of the 8 weapons and equipment, there were 5 pieces of level 50 Dark Gold equipment and 2 level 50 Dark Gold weapons, one of which was a dagger, and the other was a one-handed axe. The weapons were top tier even among Dark Gold weapons, good enough to tempt Super Guild's peak experts. Although the various large guilds' experts had already reached level 50, most of them were stuck with level 45 weapons. Take the various superpowers that had entered the Primordial Divine Ruin alongside Zero Wing, for example. Those superpowers refinement realm experts will be fortunate to wield a level 50 fine gold weapon. Unfortunately, most were stuck with level 45 Dark Gold weapons, which had both lower basic attributes and attack power than level 50 fine gold weapons. Surprisingly, the 5 pieces of Dark Gold equipment that had dropped were pieces of the Berserker class's Mad Gale set and the Elementalist class's Frostflame set. 2 of the 5 pieces were the Mad Gale set's gloves and boots, and the remaining 3 pieces were the Frostflame's hat, gloves, and boots. Level 50 Dark Gold set equipment was only inferior to epic equipment. Players could use the equipment until they were level 59 before it would go out of date. Moreover, class-specific set equipment was generally specialized for its class. Take the 6-piece Mad Gale set, for example. Its 2-piece set effect increased the wearer's movement speed and attack speed by 15%, which made up for the Berserker class's lack of speed. The Frostflame set was also a 6-piece set, and its 2-piece set effect increased Elementalist's cast range by 10%. Although the improvement seemed small, a player could easily overwhelm ranged opponents if they took advantage of it properly. If he could complete both sets, he could even fetch 10,000 for them. However, the 7 items were nothing compared to the value of the last piece of equipment. Frostflame Ring, Epic Rank. Level 50, Level 100. Equipment requirement: Strength 500, Agility 400, Intelligence 1000. Strength plus 55, Agility plus 42, Endurance plus 45, Intelligence plus 74, Level 50. Ignore levels plus 12. Ice Resistance plus 15. Fire Resistance plus 15. Additional passive skill dash. Frostflame Barrier. Creates a Frostflame barrier around user. As long as the user is standing, the power of all ice and fire-type spells increases by 20%, and channeling time reduces by 10%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Frostflame's Descent. Manipulate ice and fire-type mana to deal 700% fire damage to targets in a 40-yard cone. Targets hit will have their movement speed reduced by 70% for 6 seconds cooldown. 3 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Frostflame Shield. Creates a protective shield that covers an area with a 15-yard radius. The Frostflame Shield is immune to all ice and fire-type damage. The Frostflame Shield lasts 20 seconds and can absorb damage equivalent to 300% of users' maximum mana cooldown. 10 minutes. Rings and necklaces were extremely rare equipment in God's domain. They were worth at least double that of equipment of the same quality as well. An epic ring was far more valuable than a piece of epic equipment. If an elementalist equipped the Frostflame ring, their combat power would increase by at least 20%. Moreover, the Frostflame ring offered skills that covered both AoE offense and defense. It was a treasure worth tens of thousands of gold. Guild leader, what did the boss drop? Blackie could not help but ask curiously as he watched Surephone inspect the Earth Dragon's loot. At Blackie's question, the rest of the team members perked up, curious about the loot. As well, take a look for yourselves, Surephone said. He then shared the 8 weapons and pieces of equipment's attribute panels in the team chat, allowing everyone to see the items. I've also listed the GCPs needed to purchase them. If you're interested in any of them, come to me. Although epic items were precious in God's domain, they were no longer unattainable. Hence, it didn't particularly matter if he revealed the Frost Flame Ring. At most, the various major powers would envy Zero Wing when they found out about it. They would not go as far as to wage war over the item. Moreover, by sharing the attribute panels with the team, he could improve the team's morale. These level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment pieces are amazing. The boss's loot is insane. It actually dropped level 50 dark gold set equipment. This ring is godlike. Its attributes alone can rival the attributes on my level 50 fine gold gloves. Screw the basic attributes. Look at the ring's additional skills. Those effects are amazing. If I had this ring, my DPS would increase by at least 30%. Everyone drooled over the 8 items. Any one of these items would easily rank among a super guild's most precious treasures. Not even super guilds' upper echelons wielded such items. Yet Shurfeng had made them available for purchase in the Zero Wing. The only problem was the items' price tags. Each one of the 2 level 50 dark gold weapons cost 500,000 GCP, which was the equivalent of 1,000 gold outside of the guild. Although it was incredibly cheap if purchased with coins, it was a different story if players purchased them with GCPs. GCPs were, after all, far more difficult to acquire. The Frostflame Ring, however, cost 4 million GCPs, the equivalent of 8,000 gold. At this point, no one in the guild had that many GCPs. However, since Shurfeng didn't want the ring to go to waste, he lent it to Alluring Summer, who was a Tier 2 Elementalist and definitely not going to face Summer in PvP. The Frostflame Ring skills are game-breaking. Cola said as he watched Alluring Summer equip the Frostflame Ring as a Tier 2 Elementalist. Alluring Summer was already a mobile defense turret. If she focused on a single target, even a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level would fall quickly under her attacks. With the assistance of the Frostflame Ring, Alluring Summer's firepower would rise to a whole new level. If she activated Frostflame Shield, she would be able to cast her spells without worrying about incoming attacks for a short time. She could afford to cast powerful spells that had long channeling times even in a one-on-one fight. After dealing with the weapons and equipment, Shurfeng didn't share any information on the other items the Earth Dragon had dropped. Weapons and equipment would only boost the strength of an individual player, but was a different story for the 2 forging designs the Guardian boss had dropped. One of the forging designs was for the Giant Frost Axe, a level 50 fine gold 2-handed axe, while the other was for the Scorching Sun Gloves, a set of level 50 dark gold plate gloves. If he allowed Cream Cocoa and the others to learn these designs, they could craft plenty of powerful weapons and equipment pieces for the guild. The 2 designs were exceedingly more valuable than the 7 dark gold items combined. Shurfeng had also obtained a leaf of tattered parchment from the Earth Dragon, although the words and images on the parchment had long since become indiscernible. It still radiated a faint trace of pressure. When Shurfeng felt this pressure, he was shocked. After taking a closer look at this parchment, Shurfeng was elated. The parchment was actually a Heroes chapter. Moreover, unlike the Heroes chapter he had obtained during a previous auction, this Heroes chapter contained information on a particular hero and would summon said hero when used. It was even more valuable than a Heroes chapter that summoned a random hero. The name of the hero recorded was also one that Shurfeng was extremely familiar with. It was also a name that everybody in God's domain had known during his previous life. The Magic King, Craig Midlands. Chapter 1667. Magic King. The fact that the Earth Dragon had dropped a Heroes chapter, let alone a hero chapter for Craig Midlands, had truly surprised Shurfeng. In God's domain, there were 32 heroes that could only be summoned with specific Heroes chapters. They were also the strongest heroes players could summon using the Heroes chapters. In the past, these 32 heroes had been known as the 32 Pillars. Based on historical records, every one of these 32 heroes had cleared the complete God's trial and gained the ancient God's recognition. If nurtured properly, any one of these 32 pillars could easily become the guardian of an entire city. This was because these 32 heroes had the potential to reach level 200, Tier 5, at the very minimum. Moreover, because they were heroes, their basic attributes were higher than players of the same level and tier. When players nurtured these heroes to their peaks, only Tier 6 God rank players had any chance against them. Among the 32 pillars, the Magic King, Craig Midlands, ranked 17th. He had been a famous NPC in God's domain who had mastered the 6 major elements. No ordinary Tier 5 NPC could compare to his strength. Craig Midlands had once fended off a siege that included 20 Tier 5 players and successfully protected the city he had been tasked to guard. He had even killed 11 of the Tier 5 experts. The hero's display had been so impressive that it had even stupefied the guild that had nurtured and summoned him. Nobody had expected the Magic King to be that powerful normally. Even a Tier 5 NPC would fall if 20 Tier 5 players ganged up on him. Yet the Magic King had resisted and won. However, Craig's victory over the team of Tier 5 players was not what that shocked the world the most. Rather, players had been astounded by the spells he had used with his mastery over 6 major elements. Not only did his attacks carry great destructive power, but his attack methods were also varied and complex. His attacks had basically no weaknesses. If a Tier 5 player had tried to face him one-on-one, they would have been beaten to a pulp. Moreover, for every element Craig Midlands grasped, he could create one elemental doppelganger. Although each doppelganger only had 80% of Craig's attributes, they were far stronger than players of the same level and tier. In other words, trying to fight Craig Midlands was on par with fighting 7 Tier 5 NPCs. With this, I'll have a capable protector for Zero Wing City. Surephone clearly remembered that the guild that had acquired the Magic King, Craig Midlands, in his previous life had only been a first-rate guild. Naturally, the guild had used Craig to protect its main city, and due to the NPC's presence, not even super first-rate and super guilds had dared to strike that city. If he used Craig to protect Zero Wing City, the city's defensibility would rise to an entirely new level. Shortly after Surephone and the other Zero Wing members began their rest on the 5th floor, Melancholic Smile contacted him. Guild leader, what did you do in the Primordial Divine Ruin? Many large guilds have come to Candlelight to negotiate cooperation. Melancholic Smile asked inquisitively. As many as 8 first-rate guilds had approached Candlelight, seeking cooperation, not to mention the 2nd and 3rd-rate guilds. Watching these guilds' upper echelons enter White River City's Candlelight trading firm with their entourages has been spectacular. The scene had also caused a huge commotion throughout the city. For a moment, she had even thought that these guilds had intended to attack the trading firm. It's nothing. We just got to the ruins' 5th floor before the other guilds, Surephone said, chuckling. What kind of cooperation are they looking for? They're asking to purchase some of our guild's basic combat techniques and opportunities to learn advanced combat techniques. Though, slots to enter Primordial City are their main goal. They are willing to pay with magic crystals and top-tier weapons and equipment. Melancholic Smile said the bounty war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was still in full swing. As a result, Zero Wing burned through funds, weapons, and equipment each day. If Zero Wing could sell the services these large guilds requested for top-tier weapons and equipment, it would help the guild out a great deal. Unfortunately, this matter would have a massive impact on the guild, and she couldn't make the decision by herself. Their ideas sound quite solid. Surephone began to ruminate on the matter. A moment later, he said, "All right, we will agree to their conditions. However, they can only offer payment with magic crystals. Moreover, we will only sell the opportunity to learn basic combat techniques. Each learning opportunity will cost 1,000 magic crystals. This condition isn't limited to these guilds either. It will stand for all players. As for the guild's other requests, refuse them." Due to the appearance of the Primordial Divine Ruin, basic combat techniques had become more commonplace in God's domain. Even so, pitifully few first-rate guilds had secured any techniques from the ruin. The other guilds couldn't even make it inside. However, as players unlocked more of the Primordial Divine Ruin, the number of players allowed inside would increase. Moreover, as players continued to grow stronger, it would only be a matter of time before more guilds secured basic combat techniques. Rather than wait for such a future, it'd be better if Zero Wing took advantage of the current situation and sold learning opportunities, making a fortune. In fact, many large guilds had openly sold learning opportunities for basic combat techniques in the past. He simply executed this business strategy ahead of time. In any case, he had obtained 3 basic combat techniques on his way to the 5th underground floor, with 2 from the Earth Dragon. As for the advanced combat techniques, there was no way he'd sell them. Both in his previous life and in this one, advanced combat techniques were a guild's core secret, while basic combat techniques helped players build a solid foundation. They did very little to improve players' combat standards. Only advanced combat techniques had a considerable effect on players' combat standards. 1,000 crystals per chance? Isn't that price a little too high? Melancholic Smile asked awkwardly. Currently, magic crystals sold for 30 silver each on the market. Thus, 1,000 magic crystals were worth 300 gold. However, while the various guilds might accept a price of 300 gold, that wouldn't necessarily be the case for 1,000 magic crystals. Every large guild desperately needed magic crystals right now, and players wouldn't necessarily learn a combat technique in its entirety on the first attempt. It's fine. Just tell them. Whether or not they accept our price is up to them. Nobody's forcing them to learn our combat techniques, Shifeng said, chuckling. Although basic combat techniques were the weakest of the bunch, they weren't easily found. Players could not obtain one just because they wanted to. Despite the Primordial Divine Ruin activating some time ago, only a small number of basic combat techniques had dropped thus far. Moreover, different basic combat techniques offered different kinds of benefits. Some improve attack methods, some improve footwork, and so on. Just because a player had learned a basic combat technique, that did not mean that other techniques would be useless. On the contrary, the more basic combat techniques a player learned, the sturdier their foundation would become. With a strong foundation, players would have a much easier time learning advanced combat techniques. In fact, players may even be able to create their own basic or advanced combat technique. I'll relay the message to these guilds and announce it to the public. Then, Melancholic Smile said, after giving the matter some thought, she saw the logic in Shifeng's decision. Other guilds still treated their basic combat techniques like family heirlooms. Even core members had to pay a significant amount of GCPs to learn the techniques. Since they had approached Zero Wing to purchase its family heirlooms, it was only natural that the guild demand a higher price. Moreover, there were many wealthy individuals among God's Domain's adventurer teams and independent experts. Generally, adventurer teams and independent experts had no opportunity to learn basic combat techniques, so they'd be more than willing to pay the price. After disconnecting his call with Melancholic Smile, Shifeng sent out a few scouts to explore the 5th floor. In less than 10 minutes, Shifeng received a report from one of the scouts. Guild leader, I found a gigantic magic array in the forest. There's also an NPC in the center of the array. A scouting assassin reported an NPC? Send me your coordinates. Shifeng was instantly ecstatic. As far as he knew, there shouldn't be an NPCs on the Primordial Divine Ruins rest floors. Since one of his scouts had found one, that NPC must be related to Primordial City. Chapter 1668, Primordial City's Entrance Test. Chapter 1668, Primordial City's Entrance Test. Shifeng moved through the tranquil forest and proceeded towards the coordinates the scouting assassin sent him. Very quickly, he came across a clearing that was abounding with mana, so much that it had even condensed into a white mist that enveloped the area. What amazing mana! Shifeng was startled as he moved through the white mist. While he stood within the white mist, not only did his mind become much clearer than before, but even his stamina and concentration recovery rates skyrocketed. The recovery rates were at least 4 times higher than what one would experience inside hotels of NPC cities. If players were to practice combat in such an environment, the results would be wondrous. Training here would be particularly effective in his previous life. While part of the reason why players love places with high mana density was the ease in exhibiting their combat standards there, a more important reason was the much greater efficiency in practicing and learning combat techniques. Although combat techniques did not consume mana, they did take a toll on the user's stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, unlike basic attributes, hidden attributes like stamina and concentration were not displayed using numerical values. Players could only rely on their own senses to determine how much stamina and concentration they had remaining. If players fought normally inside major NPC cities, their stamina and concentration consumption would be roughly equal to their regeneration rates. Hence, players could fight in arenas to their heart's content without worrying about becoming exhausted. However, It was a different story if players started incorporating combat techniques and battle combat techniques placed a significant burden on stamina and concentration. Executing a basic combat technique would cost roughly 4 to 5 times more stamina and concentration than executing a simple attack. Hence, if players continuously executed basic combat techniques, even when fighting or practicing inside a city, they would very quickly exhaust their stamina and concentration. Needless to say, the depletion rate for executing advanced combat techniques was even more severe. Hence, high mana density locations were extremely popular among experts of God's Domain during Shurfeng's previous life in the current God's Domain. Combat techniques had yet to be popularized. If they had, though, Zero Wing City's player population would have long since shot past 10,000,000. This was also one of the reasons behind Shurfeng's decision to sell basic combat techniques to the public. Right now, if only a small number of people are allowed to enter Primordial City, it won't be a bad idea to have the ones left out remain here to practice combat techniques. Taking a look at the mist-covered clearing, Shurfeng figured that there was more than enough space for 1,000 players to practice combat techniques. Here, places with high mana density were extremely rare in God's Domain, not to mention places with mana so dense that it formed a mist. This small area was definitely a sacred training ground. Any superpower that discovered such a location would definitely do everything they could to monopolize it to nurture their own Experts Guild leader. The NPC is over there. After Shurfeng arrived at the designated coordinates, a blue-clad assassin approached him. The assassin then pointed at the old man, standing inside a magic array a short distance away. The elder wore a set of white robes and held a golden staff in his right hand. Looking at this elder, Shurfeng found that the old man did not exude any kind of powerful aura and looked very ordinary. However, when Shurfeng tried inspecting him, he failed to get any information about the elder, not even the old man's name. Everything was displayed in question marks following, which Shurfeng used omniscient eyes to observe the old man. Tyrol, Primordial City's protector, hero, divine mage, level, HP, / a hero? Shurfeng could not help but be stunned. He had never imagined that he would actually meet a living, breathing hero in God's Domain. Heroes had long since vanished into legend. The hero standing before him right now was something entirely different from the heroes summoned using heroes chapters. More precisely, the heroes summoned using heroes chapters were heroic spirits, not true heroes. Even so, they were still incomparably powerful and more than capable of safeguarding an entire town or city by themselves. However, a true hero was on an entirely different level compared to a heroic spirit. Unlike heroic spirits, true heroes still retain the blessing they received from ancient gods. Therefore, their life rating was even higher than that of archaic species. Moreover, heroes possessed extraordinary combat standards. Hence, if one did not utilize any special techniques, even 100 Tier 5 players would not be enough to take down a living hero at their peak. A hero was an existence that was truly capable of turning the tide of battle with their strength alone, although seeing a living hero excited Shurfeng greatly. When he noticed the hero's identity as Primordial City's protector, he quickly suppressed his excitement and approached the elder. The moment Shurfeng set foot into the magic array, Tyrol opened his eyes abruptly and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared before Shurfeng and quietly scrutinized the youth before him. When Shurfeng felt Tyrol's gaze on him, he felt as if his entire existence was under examination. However, he was not particularly surprised by this situation. Primordial City was a blessing of the ancient gods. Players belonging to forces deemed hostile by the ancient gods, such as the forces of darkness, should not even think of setting foot into Primordial City. If any of these players were discovered, they would be eliminated immediately. Young man, you've done well to reach this place. I am Tyrol, a protector of Primordial City, Tyrol said, revealing a faint smile and giving Shurfeng a nod of approval. If you wish to enter Primordial City, you have to pass the entrance test. Moreover, you have only 3 chances to challenge it. If you fail all 3, You can only try again during your next visit to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Lord Protector, may I know the contents of the test? Shifeng asked respectfully. It's a simple test. All you need to do is defeat yourself, Tyrol replied, smiling. Of course, there are also differences in difficulty. The more difficult the test you challenge, the more contribution points you will obtain once you arrive in Primordial City. There are 5 different difficulties available: normal, hard, hell, Azura, and God. Meanwhile, the contribution points you will gain from them are 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000, respectively. Each person has only 3 opportunities to challenge the test. You must cherish them. Upon hearing Tyrol's words, although Shifeng kept his expression indifferent, inwardly, he was bursting with joy similar to the city on Thunder Island. If players wished to mingle in Primordial City, they needed contribution points. Without contribution points, they could enjoy only the basic benefits the city offered and should not even think of obtaining the truly good stuff available. Meanwhile, the reason why Shifeng was excited was the large number of contribution points the entrance test awarded in his previous life. When he visited Primordial City, he did not do so by passing the entrance test, but by using a teleportation ticket, which he had obtained through killing monsters. He had received only 500 contribution points in doing so. However, with just 500 contribution points, one would be no different from a beggar inside Primordial City. Of course, one's contribution points would not remain the same forever. There were plenty of methods to earn contribution points. Completing quests was the simplest among them, though inefficient. Ordinary quests only granted around 2 to 5 points each, while high-ranking quests granted around 20 to 50 points each. However, high-ranking quests were extremely rare. Hence, collecting even 500 contribution points was very difficult. Yet now, even the normal entrance test awarded 1,000 contribution points upon completion. The additional 500 points would save players plenty of time. Moreover, this was also good news to Zero Wings members. It meant that everyone would have an opportunity to enter Primordial City. Young adventurer, have you decided to enter Primordial City? Tyrol asked, smiling as he looked at Shifeng. I am willing to accept the test. Shifeng nodded. Very good. May I know which difficulty you wish to choose? Tyrol asked with a wave of his hand. Instantly, 5 crystal balls of different colors appeared before Shifeng. Aside from having different colors, these crystal balls also exuded auras of various intensities. Even the crystal ball with the weakest aura made Shifeng shudder involuntarily, whereas the one with the strongest aura made him feel deep despair. Chapter 1669, Shadow of Trial. What powerful auras! Shifeng tensed as he gazed at the 5 crystal balls hovering before him. It was obvious that these crystal balls represented the strength of the opponent he would face. These crystal balls' auras also provided a hint to help players make the best decision. However, even the weakest crystal ball radiated considerable pressure. It was evident that entering Primordial City wouldn't be as easy as he had expected. Shifeng wasn't the only player present who could sense the 5 crystal balls' auras. Aqua Rose and the others, who had just arrived outside of the magic array, could sense the intense energy from the crystal balls as well. Every crystal ball felt as if it contained some horrific creature. These crystals represent your opponent's strengths. You may choose the one that you think you can defeat, but please remember, you only have 3 chances. Tyrol reminded. 3 chances? After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng proceeded to choose the second strongest crystal ball. Lord Tyrol, I choose this one. Based on the aura of the God rank test, he knew that he had no chance of completing it. In fact, he wasn't even particularly confident of passing the Azura rank test. But since he had 3 chances, he might as well give it a try. If he could clear the Azura rank test, he could earn more contribution points before entering Primordial City, which would save him from having to pick up plenty of troublesome tasks. Azura rank. Tyrol could not help but shake his head as he looked at Shifeng. What a courageous young man you are. However, since you've made your decision, let the test begin. Saying so, Tyrol gestured with his left hand. Suddenly, the Azura-ranked crystal ball shattered, and the shards transformed into 3 clouds of mist. These clouds gradually took on humanoid shapes, and a moment later, 3 creatures, identical to Shifeng, manifested inside the magic array. Meanwhile, aside from their names, Shadow of Trial, the system revealed no information about them three. The corners of Shifeng's mouth twitched slightly, although he could not see the Shadows of Trial's basic attributes. He clearly sensed that they were higher than his Aqua Rose and the others, who watched from outside of the magic array, gasped when they saw the three Shadows of Trial. Each of the shadows felt like a great lord. No, to be more precise, the shadows' auras were stronger than any of the great lords they had faced. It would not be a stretch to call them grand lords to pass the test. You simply need to land 10 hits on each of them. I must warn you, they know everything you know. Likewise, if they hit you 10 times, you will be eliminated. Tyrol, said after Tyrol explained the rules. The three Shadows of Trial revealed human-like sneers. Suddenly, they vanished, leaving afterimages as they charged at Shifeng so fast. The watching crowd was shocked. The shadows had moved so quickly that all they had seen was faint afterimages. Moreover, unlike ordinary monsters, the Shadows of Trial commanded extremely high intellect. Their fighting style wouldn't be monotonous. Moreover, all three shadows coordinated perfectly, each striking at Shifeng from different directions. As soon as the shadows appeared around Shifeng, each launched a different attack. Illusory Shadow, Purgatory Pentaslash, Shadow Blade. The Shadows of Trial's attacks sealed off Shifeng's escape paths. To make matters worse, the illusory shadow attacks couldn't be block crap. Shifeng paled as he realized the situation. Not even he dared to receive all three skill attacks head-on. If he tried to, he would undoubtedly end up dead in the blink of an eye. Just before the attacks landed, Shifeng activated Divine Steps, and 10 doppelgangers split from his body. He immediately switched positions with a nearby doppelganger and used Shadow Blade against the nearest Shadow of Trial. However, before the Shadow Blades could reach the Shadow of Trial, 10 doppelgangers split from his body. Shifeng's 10 Shadow Blades then pierced through the Shadow of Trial's form. However, it was evident that he had nearly struck a doppelganger. How is this possible? They have my weapons and equipment skills as well. Shifeng was shocked when the Shadow also used Divine Steps. However, before Shifeng could regain his senses, all three Shadows of Trial activated Heavenly Dragon's power, their attributes soaring. They slashed their blades at their target, the intensity of their strength creating powerful gales with no better plan. Shifeng continued to switch positions with his doppelgangers to avoid the incoming attacks. Although Heavenly Dragon's power was strong, it was a berserk skill that focused on boosting strength. Its buff to speed was only subpar for a time. Shifeng was at a complete disadvantage as the three Shadows of Trial chased him relentlessly. The spectating players outside of the magic array were flabbergasted. They were literally watching three doppelgangers gang up on their guild leader. Moreover, the doppelganger's basic attributes were even higher than Shifeng's. If they had to face three of those doppelgangers at once, they'd likely die in an instant. However, Divine Steps had a limited duration. The instant those allied doppelgangers vanished, Shifeng gritted his teeth as he also activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Upon activating the berserk skill, he darted for one of the three Shadow Swords' orbit. Suddenly, brilliant stars bombarded the Shadow of Trial, one after another. However, before the hits landed, they abruptly halted before a protective barrier. Absolute Domain. When Shifeng's targeted Shadow of Trial had activated Absolute Domain, the other two shadows also gained invulnerability. Giving Shifeng no time to react, one of the three shadows activated Instant Strike and swung its blade fiercely at the player. Shifeng knew that he couldn't dodge the attacks in time. The only thing he could do was to activate his own Instant Strike and execute Sword's orbit to defend himself as much as possible. Boom, boom, boom. Every time their weapons clashed, dazzling sparks flew around them. Loud clangs also echoed throughout the forest. It seemed as if two primordial beasts were attempting to slay one another. A moment later, however, Shifeng slid backward. As soon as the first Shadow of Trial's Instant Strike ended, another shadow activated the skill. When Shifeng's own Instant Strike came to an end, he lost his ability to keep up with the shadow's attacks. Absolute Domain. After activating his invulnerability skill, Feng switched the aura of Earth to the aura of Time and activated Forbidden Domain. It might be much of an issue if only one Shadow of Trial could use all of his skills, but the fact that all three were capable of this put Feng at a painful disadvantage. If he wished to emerge victorious, he had to rely on his combat techniques, as the Shadows of Trial weren't ones to be beaten. One of them activated Forbidden Domain as well suddenly. Both sides were silenced, losing the ability to use spells or skills. Following which, the three Shadows ganged up on Feng once again. Although Feng's techniques were superior, the Shadow Trio had higher basic attributes. Moreover, the Shadow Trio disregarded their own defense as they brutally attacked. This forced Feng into a defensive state. He was only one person, after all. If he tried to strike one of the three Shadows, he'd leave himself open for the other two. Meanwhile, each of the Shadows could afford to take 10 hits each, but he would be eliminated after 10 hits. Both sides struggled in a stalemate. Feng focused on a single Shadow, using his superior techniques to create gaps in its defenses and attack. The bitter struggle inside the magic array made the spectating players anxious, but they also knew that such an intense battle wouldn't last long. Once the silence debuff ended, Feng would be at a disadvantage once again when Forbidden Domain's duration had only 10 seconds remaining. Despite Feng's desperate attempts, he had only struck one of the three Shadows 5 times. He still needed to land 5 more hits on that Shadow to eliminate it, but he was running out of time. 8 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Am I going to lose? Chapter 1670. Ascension Realm. As the seconds ticked by, and Forbidden Domain neared the end of its duration, Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing members couldn't help their growing nerves as they watched from outside of the magic array. They had never thought that even the test to enter Primordial City would be so difficult aside from all else. Once Feng and one of the Shadows of Trial's Forbidden Domains ended, the other two Shadows could still use the skill at that time. Feng would have to face 3 Shadows that could use skills while he could not. With a huge disparity in combat power, he would doubtlessly meet his end. Not only did the Shadows of Trial have higher basic attributes, but their combat standards were also at the refinement realm. They executed every slash without any excess movement. When the 3 Shadows cooperated, they could even make up for the weaknesses in each other's defenses and elevate their combat power further. I have no choice but to gamble everything on one attack. Feng also knew what outcome awaited him once his Forbidden Domain ended. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and forced his way through the countless incoming attacks, swinging his blades of the Shadow that had already taken 5 hit sword's orbit. If he could eliminate one Shadow before Forbidden Domain ran out, he'd still have a chance at victory, albeit a small one. If he didn't do so, he would die the moment his skill's duration ended. However, as if they had predicted Feng's desperation, the 3 Shadows smirked as they launched attacks, aiming for Feng's blind spots. Despite noticing the incoming attacks, Feng did not bother dodging. Instead, he continued to swing his swords at the Shadow before him. 1 slash. 2 slashes. At this point, Feng traded blow for blow with the Shadows. As a result, he was hit again and again. 2 hits. 4 hits. 6 hits. Faster. I need to be faster. As Feng frantically brandished his weapons, he gained unprecedented focus. The only thing on his mind was landing a hit on the Shadow of Trial before him. However, despite Feng's flurry of attacks, his target could still endure 2 more attacks. Feng was only 2 hits away from elimination himself. Just as Feng's 2 swords were about to bite into the targeted Shadow, the other 2 Shadows, one behind and one to the left, simultaneously swung towards Feng's blind spots. It's over. Tyrol sighed faintly. The young man before him had just barely missed the mark. If Feng could have killed the Shadow of Trial before Forbidden Domain ran out, he would have had a chance of passing the Azura ranked test. Is it over? Feng could sense the 2 Shadows' long swords nearing his body, but he was powerless to do anything about the weapons. At most, he could take one of the Shadows of Trial down with Hima's. The 2 long swords soared closer to Feng's back and abdomen. Something about the situation felt incredibly familiar. Sure, Feng felt like this test was similar to the test Rhinebeck, one of the Sea God's Temple's Vice Knight commanders, had given him. Before the breakthrough he had achieved during that trial, he hadn't been able to withstand Rhinebeck's attacks no matter what he had done. He had only been able to watch as he had repeatedly been defeated. Rhinebeck. Sure Feng's eyes shone with realization when he recalled his battle with Rhinebeck. Right? Combat method. My combat method. Suddenly, Sure Feng put strength into his legs and made a spinning jump. Utilizing the rotational momentum, he swung Killing Ray at the shadow attacking his abdomen, the sacred sword moving with remarkable speed. Dang. A crisp clang echoed throughout the forest. In that critical moment, Sure Feng had used Killing Ray to block the attack from the side, while he used Abyssal Blade to slice at the targeted shadow's shoulder. He then utilized the force generated from blocking the attack at his side to push himself over 8 yards away from the near shadow. When his feet touched the ground again, he used a hand to stabilize himself. Only coming to a halt after 2 more spins, he survived. Aqua Rose and the other Zero-Wing experts stared with wide eyes, utterly shocked. Sure Feng had actually executed an incredible maneuver at the last second, narrowly avoiding mutual destruction. This is Tyrol revealed an odd look as he watched Sure Feng. How is that possible? He has already reached the Ascension realm in the realms of truth. Existences that could set foot in the realms of truth's truth realm were exceedingly rare, with only a few throughout the kingdom. Meanwhile, experts who had reached the Ascension realm were even rare in Primordial City 1 could not simply reach the Ascension realm by understanding the realm's philosophy. They would also need to temper themselves and gain the experience of countless life-or-death battles to execute the proper physical response. During Tyrol's brief moment of surprise, the 3 shadows of trial resumed their assault on Sure Feng like before. The 3 shadows surrounded Sure Feng and attacked him from different angles. Although Sure Feng had avoided certain death, he was still at a disadvantage. He had little more than a second before his forbidden domain ran out, and he had only blocked the attack aimed for his abdomen. The attack from behind had still found its mark. Now, he could only afford to receive 1 more hit before he was eliminated from the test com. Sure Feng said with a hint of excitement as he watched the 3 shadows suddenly. Over 20 sword lights surrounded Sure Feng, sealing off all escape paths. However, instead of using sword's orbit to repel the attacks, Sure Feng simply adjusted his footwork, turning as he executed 8 slashes, which wasn't much compared to his earlier efforts. Yet, something surprising happened again. Despite reaching his maximum attack speed, these slashes continued to accelerate. The 3 shadows of trial interlocked with their target before passing by Sure Feng. The swordsman blocked every one of the incoming attacks. As the shadows passed, Sure Feng swung Killing Ray, slicing the neck of the shadow that had already received 9 hits. The shadow then vanished, leaving 2 remaining in the magic array. What just happened? Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, and the other Tier 2 expert from Zero-Wing were stupefied. Not only had Sure Feng blocked every incoming attack without using Sword's orbit, but he had also created a gap in the Shadow's defenses and eliminated one of them. None of them could figure out how he had pulled it off. So, this is the realm above the truth realm that Rhinebeck had mentioned? Sure Feng felt incredible as he turned towards the remaining shadows of trial. Rhinebeck had only informed Sure Feng that he had just entered the truth realm. After undergoing Rhinebeck's test, he had learned that one shouldn't just focus on adapting to the changing battle physically. One could also adjust their perspective of the battle. In other words, aside from using his environment to his advantage, he could use his opponent's attacks as well. Unlike the realms of refinement, which focused on sharpening one's senses, the realms of truth focused on improving one's utilization of their body and the environment only. Sure Feng had never realized that the realms of truth principles could help increase his combat power by such a large margin, allowing him to overcome his enemy's attributes and overwhelm the 3 shadows of trial. However, Sure Feng's forbidden domain had ended after he had killed the 1 shadow without hesitation. The 2 remaining shadows activated Blade Liberation before 1 activated Forbidden Domain 2 full Berserk. Sure Feng could not help but grin as he noticed the shadow's aura strengthen. Before the enemy's forbidden domain reached him, he activated Blade Liberation as well. Fortunately, his skill's cooldowns had reset when he had first entered the magic array. So the berserk skills he had exhausted during his battle with the 4th floor's Earth Dragon were ready for him after activating Blade Liberation. Shifeng executed Void Steps and disappeared seeing this. One of the 2 shadows activated Skywheel Sword, while the other activated Lightning Edge, both of which were AoEs. However, neither of the shadows' attacks had forced Shifeng out of his concealment. For a time, the shadows attacked their surroundings randomly in confusion. Yet even after dozens of seconds, Shifeng remained hidden. He only revealed himself after both shadows had used up their forbidden domains. And when he did, he already stood beside the illusory shadow. Suddenly, 5 crisscrossed slashes bombarded one of the shadows. Although the targeted shadow responded quickly and tried to dodge, it still received 3 hits. Realizing the danger they were in, the 2 shadows decided to end the fight quickly, both activating Chilling Field. The domain skill covered a 50-yard radius and was capable of both offense and defense. The skill's movement speed reduction effect also prevented Shifeng from moving about freely. Seeing this, Shifeng responded in kind, activating his own Chilling Field. Suddenly, 27 icicles covered the battlefield, 9 belonging to Shifeng and 18 from the Shadows of Trial. Following which, the 27 icicles danced and clashed repeatedly and rapidly. Yet, despite outnumbering their target, the 2 shadows failed to land a single hit on Shifeng. In fact, Shifeng only needed 6 of his icicles to defend himself, attacking with the remaining 3 hits. 3 hits. 5 hits. The 2 shadows rapidly accumulated hits, and eventually, Shifeng landed the 10th strike on both Shadows of Trial, killing them. Chapter 1671. City Rookie. He won. Our guild leader is amazing. As the Zero Wing team watched the Shadows of Trial and the magic array gradually fade, they couldn't believe their eyes. The battle that had just occurred had overwhelmed them mentally. If they had been distracted for a split second, they would have missed the instant Shifeng and the shadows had clashed. Both sides' basic attributes were ridiculously high, and they could clash multiple times in the instant it took to blink. The several dozen White Tiger Dojo disciples that had joined the team on the 5th floor were utterly dumbfounded. They had witnessed many expert battles in the past, and had even fought experts in the battle arena. But if they had to rank the experts they've seen thus far, the player before them would doubtlessly rank at the very top. It's finally over. Shifeng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Once the battle had ended, he hadn't expected the Azura ranked test to be so difficult. If not for the epiphany regarding the realms of truth, which had allowed him greater use of his own body and everything around him, including his opponents, the Shadows of Trial would have defeated him. However, this experience had taught Shifeng one thing aside from improving in the realms of refinement, which focused on one's senses and physical control. It was very important that players climb the realms of truth. The realms of refinement were akin to the body. As one became physically stronger, they'd be able to exert more strength. However, the realms of truth were like a weapon. Although an individual could rely on physical strength to pose a threat, there was a limit to how much of a threat they'd become. But if that person were given a weapon to complement their strength, they could pose an even greater threat. Naturally, the better the weapon one wielded, the more power they could exhibit. This also why experts who had yet to reach the refinement realm were sometimes capable of defeating refinement realm experts with their combat techniques. Combat techniques made use of the realms of truth principles. It seems that we'll need to increase everyone's familiarity with the realms of truth in the future. Shifeng thought to himself. There was a limit to how fast one could reach higher realms of refinement, and reaching higher realms of truth wouldn't conflict with a player's growth in the realms of refinement. In fact, the 2 realms would even complement each other, helping one improve their combat power far faster. Only introducing everyone to the realms of truth wouldn't be easy. First, he needed a proper training ground. It was obvious that neither the battle arena nor the Divine Colosseum could offer similar benefits as Rhinebeck's test. Without such a training ground, players wouldn't be able to comprehend the realms of truth principles regardless of how many times he explained them. Moreover, Understanding theory and putting said theory into practice were two different things. Wait, that's not right. There is one suddenly. Shurfeng recalled the White Tower within the Lost Town. While the White Tower seemed like a device designed to help players improve their combat standards and gain a better feel for the refinement realm, it actually operated very much like Rhinebeck's test. Hence, Shurfeng should be able to use the tower to help his players comprehend the realms of truth. Furthermore, God's Domain's lore never mentioned the realms of refinement, only the realms of truth. The more Shurfeng thought about it, the more he felt that the White Tower was a suitable training device to help players grasp the realms of truth, a sacred land, to train in the realms of truth. Shurfeng had begun to give up on the Lost Town, preparing to accept the system's penalty, but now his desire to secure the town had reignited. It's no wonder why the quest to obtain the Lost Town is so difficult. So, this is why training one's grasp of the realms of refinement had long since become common in the virtual gaming world. The various super guilds already had complete training systems for just that, while super first-rate guilds had partial systems. However, not one of these guilds had a training system for the realms of truth. They most likely didn't even know how to train players' grasp of the realms of truth. If he could secure the Lost Town, he'd have a sacred land for players to focus on the realms of truth. With the help of the White Tower, players would not have to waste time poking around in the dark like the Freedom Alliance's Silent Entropy, and could grasp the realms of truth with much greater efficiency. With the Boneless Land's Lost Town housing such a sacred tool, it was only natural that the quest to obtain it would be insanely difficult as Shurfeng tried to figure out how to complete the Demon's Nest quest. He heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You are the first player to complete the Azure rank entrance test, rewarding 3,000 Primordial City contribution points and 1 Primordial City rookie emblem. Young adventurer, congratulations on passing the test. As the first heaven-blessed individual to pass the Azure rank test, this city rookie emblem belongs to you. Make good use of it. Who knows? It might even help you improve further within Primordial City, Tyrol said after appearing before Shurfeng. He then took out a silver emblem in the shape of a crescent moon encompassing a sun and passed it to Shurfeng. The instant the emblem appeared, the surrounding mana gravitated towards and circled the emblem city, rookie emblem. After recovering from his shock over the additional 3,000 contribution points, Shurfeng gave the emblem a curious look. This was the first time he had heard of this item. Based on Tyrol's tone when he had mentioned it, it should be extraordinary. Immediately, Shurfeng tried to inspect the emblem's attribute panel. City Rookie Emblem, Dark Gold Rank. Primordial City's Emblem of Honor. When worn, user will enjoy the authority of a Bronze Adventurer in Primordial City. In addition, user may teleport to Primordial City from any location. Cooldown: 2 natural days, 96 hours. User restriction: Yi Phone. Amazing. It's giving me the authority of a Bronze Adventurer right off the bat. No wonder why he told me to make good use of it. Shurfeng was ecstatic as he gazed at the city rookie emblem. At this point, the term Bronze Adventurer was still foreign to God's Domain's players. This was because the title was unique to Primordial City. Bronze Adventurers in Primordial City were the equivalent of nobles in NPC cities. Only, as the ancient gods had specifically created Primordial City for adventurers, noble ranks didn't exist within its walls. Rather, special ranks were granted to adventurers based on their contributions to the city. The available ranks included Common Adventurer, Bronze Adventurer, Silver Adventurer, and Gold Adventurer. Each subsequent rank enjoyed greater authority and treatment in Primordial City than the last. However, it was extremely difficult for players to rise through the ranks as they weren't based on Primordial City contribution points. Instead, they were determined by one's Primordial City honor points. One had to earn 1,000 honor points just to become a Bronze Adventurer. Moreover, players would be fortunate to receive 1 honor point even after completing a high-rank quest in the city. If players wanted to earn more than that per quest, they'd have to complete Primordial City's trial quests, which were exceedingly challenging. Unfortunately, failing to complete the trial resulted in an unusually severe death penalty in the past, Most players had opted for the safe and reliable method of completing high-rank quests to collect honor points rather than challenge Primordial City's trial quests. Because of this, very few players have become bronze adventurers, let alone silver or gold adventurers. Even after 10 years in God's domain, Shifeng had never heard of someone becoming a gold adventurer. Meanwhile, not only would bronze adventurers enjoy a 10% discount on all expenditures that required Primordial City contribution points, but they'd also get to enjoy other benefits that common adventurers had no access to. Such example was the planar teleportation function, which allowed players to travel to the various higher planes. Not only were the higher planes monsters much stronger, but they also dropped far better loot. It was also possible to obtain unique resources. Only teleporting to a higher plane was expensive, costing 1,000 contribution points per teleportation. If players died in these higher planes, they'd be teleported back to Primordial City instantly. Without sufficient strength and preparation, only a fool would grind in these higher planes. Right? There's still the higher planes. Shifeng's eyes suddenly sparkled. Other players might not know where to secure a large number of darkness stones, but he did. However, he hadn't had the means to reach these locations, but now he did. Shifeng immediately instructed his team to challenge the entrance test and told them what to do once they entered Primordial City. Meanwhile, he made his way, with Tyrol's help, to the city. When Shifeng arrived in Primordial City, every player within the Primordial Divine Ruin received a system notification about it. Chapter 1672, 7 Luminaries Temple. Many players were still fighting in the Primordial Divine Ruin, and the various superpowers on the 4th floor were preparing to raid the recently respawned Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. However, before they could begin, they heard the crisp voice of the system. Primordial Divine Ruin Region System Announcement. A player has successfully entered Primordial City. From now onward, after 500 players have entered Primordial City, the entrance test difficulty will increase by 30%. After 1,000 players have entered Primordial City, the difficulty will increase by 50%. Count resets once per day. The system announcement repeated 3 times, its message becoming ingrained in everyone's minds. How did Zero Wing get into Primordial City so quickly? After the 500th player, the difficulty to enter Primordial City will increase. The upper echelons of the various superpowers stuck on the 4th floor revealed somber expressions upon listening to the system notification. Based on the system notification, they discovered that Primordial City did not have an entry limit. Players only needed to pass a test to enter the legendary city. However, as many as 800 Zero Wing members had proceeded to the Primordial Divine Ruins 5th floor. If the entrance tests were not particularly difficult, then Zero Wing would claim the first 500 slots. This meant that the test the various superpowers would have to pass to enter would become far more difficult. Due to the increased difficulty, players who would have been capable of passing the test might fail. This, in turn, would decrease the number of players the various superpowers could send into the city. Now that they had a clearer understanding of the situation, these superpowers became even more desperate to reach the 5th floor as soon as possible. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing entering Primordial City quickly spread outside of the ruin. What? Zero Wing is the first guild to send players into Primordial City? Doesn't that mean Zero Wing will be the first to pioneer and explore the city? I'm afraid that it's not that simple. I've heard that only the first 500 players will face the normal difficulty entry tests, whereas other players' tests will be more difficult. The test's difficulty will increase yet again after 1,000 players have entered Primordial City. I've also heard that Zero Wing led 800 players to the 5th floor. It'll monopolize the first 500 slots. With this, the various superpowers will likely have a tough time completing with Zero Wing when pioneering the city. With that many of its members entering Primordial City, Zero Wing will reap a huge harvest. From what I learned after looking into it, it seems like it's pretty easy to obtain combat techniques from Primordial City. This is especially true for advanced combat techniques. Suddenly, more independent players from various kingdoms became interested in Zero Wing. Both basic combat techniques and advanced combat techniques were out of reach for independent players like themselves. The various large guilds treated these combat techniques like family heirlooms, and they had strict requirements for anyone who wanted to learn their combat techniques, such as becoming a core member and signing a restrictive contract with the guild. However, Zero Wing could procure a large number of combat techniques from Primordial City, and if that was the case, Zero Wing may have looser conditions for learning the techniques it collected. It might even make the combat techniques available to all of its members, rather than just the core members. With that hope in mind, many independent players, particularly experts, began to gather in White River City and Zero Wing City from other kingdoms as players try to learn more about the guild. Zero Wing posted an announcement on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. This announcement instantly caused a commotion throughout the kingdom. How generous of Zero Wing! With this, even independent players like us can learn combat techniques. But isn't 1,000 magic crystals a little expensive? Even experts will have to work hard for a long time to collect enough, let alone weaker players. You think that's expensive? You should see what the other guilds with combat techniques are demanding. Take Heaven's Burial, for example. Although the guild has plenty of combat techniques, anyone who wishes to learn them has to sign a very strict contract. In addition, members have to pay a certain price to learn each combat technique. Their price is only slightly under 1,000 magic crystals. It's better to learn the techniques from Zero Wing. At the very least, we'll retain our freedom. For a time, a large number of independent players celebrated Zero Wing's decision. The news excited many adventurer teams, as well independent players might struggle to collect 1,000 magic crystals. But it wasn't any trouble for an adventurer team with several hundred members when the various large guilds discovered the announcement. However, they fumed with fury. This was especially true for the guilds that had acquired combat techniques of their own. They had planned to use their combat techniques to attract loyal experts and gain an advantage over their competitors. But Zero Wing's latest announcement had ruined that idea. Black Flames means truly are amazing. Heaven's Burial is likely doomed to fall now, Xianxia said. He could not help his rueful sigh as he read the report a subordinate had just sent Uncle Yuan. What happened? Purple Jade asked curiously. Take a look for yourself, Xianxia said as he forwarded the report to Purple Jade. When Purple Jade read the report, her eyes widened in shock. She found it truly hard to believe that Zero Wing would actually be so generous as to offer its combat techniques to other players. By doing so, it would undoubtedly deal a massive blow to the various first-rate guilds that had acquired their own combat techniques. Naturally, Heaven's Burial was no exception. The guild's upper echelons would weep and rage once they heard about this. While everyone discussed Zero Wing, Foam arrived in Primordial City's teleportation hall. The teleportation hall's main hall looked like a massive cave. The hall's ceiling was at least 100 meters from the ground. It also seemed like some kind of miniature sun was stuck in the ceiling, illuminating the hall. As Foam looked around, he discovered numerous mana-operated elevators, which led towards various spatial junctions. NPCs could arrive and leave Primordial City through these spatial junctions at any moment. These NPCs weren't limited to the human race, including members from other races as well. The instant Foam had arrived, both his mind and body had felt energized. The mana density here was no lower than that of Titan City. Players would definitely have an easier time practicing their combat or producing items here than elsewhere, since Foam had visited Primordial City many times in his previous life. He didn't bother to look around the teleportation hall like some curious tourist. Instead, he quickly left the hall and ventured to Primordial City's streets. Primordial City was a city of legend. The city had as many NPCs as the most populated NPC cities in God's domain. There were easily over 4 or 5 million NPCs within the city at all times, which is more than 10 times the number of NPCs in Star Moon Kingdom's capital. Moreover, unlike the NPCs in ordinary NPC cities, those in Primordial City were at least level 150. Tier 2 NPCs were insignificant here, usually serving as gate attendants. Tier 3 NPCs, which were rare in other NPC cities, strode down almost every street in Primordial City. One would even find Tier 4 NPCs window shopping after leaving the teleportation hall. Feng summoned his demonic flame tiger and made his way towards the heart of Primordial City. Although Primordial City's layout was complex, Feng knew the city like the back of his hand. After traveling for around 20 minutes, he reached a towering temple. The temple before him was over 300 meters tall and occupied enough space to accommodate 100,000 people. It looked more like a mountain than a building. This temple was also the most important structure in Primordial City, a 7 Luminaries temple. Chapter 1673, Primordial Scroll. Chapter 1673, Primordial Scroll. 2 mechanical puppets at the temple's entrance stopped Feng before he could enter the building. This is the 7 Luminaries temple. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed entry. The 2 mechanical puppets crossed their great swords before the entrance, preventing Feng from proceeding. If any other player saw these mechanical puppets, they would definitely be given a fright. Both mechanical puppets were level 200 mythic monsters. They weren't ordinary mechanical puppets either, but magically enhanced puppets. Not only did they possess extremely high intellect, but they also wielded domains. In other words, they were Tier 4 mythic monsters with domain skills. Even Tier 4 NPCs with domains would not be a match for these magically enhanced puppets. Furthermore, these magically enhanced puppets were only the 7 Luminaries temple's gate attendants. There were much stronger guards within the temple itself. Based on Feng's knowledge, not even Tier 6 God-rank players would dare to act presumptuously in the 7 Luminaries temple without losing their lives. Primordial City was one of the safest cities throughout God's domain. Neither monsters nor players dared to cause trouble here, and those who did were killed without question. Meanwhile, Feng wasn't surprised to find these magically enhanced puppets barring his path. The 7 Luminaries temple was one of Primordial City's core buildings. It was also where players could exchange their contribution points for items. But only players who had become adventurers within the city were allowed inside. Everyone else would be stopped at the door. If players wanted to become adventurers here, they had to pick up an adventurer quest from Primordial City's Adventurers Association. After completing their adventurer quest, players would be granted a Primordial City Adventurer emblem. Players would only be considered a common adventurer in the city once they had this emblem, and it would allow them to enjoy some of the benefits the city offered. However, since Feng was in a hurry, he hadn't stopped by the Adventurers Association to pick up the Adventurer's quest. In response to the crossed great swords before him, Feng took out his city rookie emblem and showed it to the guards, asking, "Can I enter now?" The city rookie emblem granted him the status of a bronze adventurer in Primordial City. Although the status couldn't be upgraded, it was enough for now. If he had free time in the future, he could simply pick up the adventurer quest and obtain the real adventurer emblem. City rookie emblem confirmed. Identity confirmed. You may enter. After the 2 puppets inspected the city rookie emblem, they relaxed into their original stances and turned their attention away from Feng. Seeing this, Feng made his way into the 7 Luminaries temple. The 7 Luminaries temple's lobby was a beautifully decorated plaza. The scenery was spectacular. It contained areas where people could rest and chat, and it even offered open-air restaurants and bars. The food and beverages sold here were unique to Primordial City and couldn't be removed from the city. But the taste of these items was simply unforgettable. Even players who enjoyed delicious delicacies every day longed to dine here, but very few players could afford to do so. Every item in the 7 Luminaries temple cost Primordial City contribution points. Neither coins nor magic crystals were accepted as currency. Meanwhile, a single meal here cost at least 100 CPs. Of course, players who consumed the meal would receive benefits that corresponded to the 100 CPs they paid, improving perception and focus. Unfortunately, the effect from a 100 CP meal would only last 2 hours during that time. However, players could make use of the buff by renting a training room in the 7 Luminaries temple to practice the combat techniques they had recently purchased. Likewise, the training rooms cost CPs to rent, with the basic training rooms costing 10 CPs per hour, intermediate training rooms costing 30 CPs per hour, and advanced training rooms costing 100 CPs per hour to most players, though this cost was astronomical. The system only granted free CPs on players' first visit to Primordial City, rewarding nothing for subsequent entries. Hence, it was very important that players carefully decide how to enter the Primordial City for their first visit. Aside from the first entry bonus, players could only obtain more contribution points by completing quests and through achievements in Primordial City. Shurfeng didn't bother to look around after entering the 7 Luminaries temple as he made his way for the exchange counter. Sir, may I know what item you wish to purchase? An elven beauty behind the counter asked with a smile, although the female elf looked like a simple administrator for the exchange department. If one paid close attention, they'd discover that she was actually a level 150, Tier 3 Great Mage. Moreover, as a member of the elven race, her innate affinity with mana was incredibly high, making her slightly stronger than ordinary Tier 3 Great Mages of the same level inside a minor NPC city. This female elf could easily serve as the city's magistrate. If this elven woman decided to attack Shurfeng now, he'd die instantly unless he activated an invulnerability skill in time. I wish to purchase Primordial Souls. Shurfeng said Primordial Souls are extremely rare, so each will cost you 200 contribution points. We also have a daily exchange limit on Primordial Souls. Only 100 Primordial Souls are made available each day, the elf explained. May I know how many Primordial Souls you wish to purchase, sir? 20. Shurfeng stated Primordial Souls were rare tools that could help players when they challenged their promotion quests. They were also unique to Primordial City. Naturally, Shurfeng had to purchase as many Primordial Souls as he could afford now. Meanwhile, aside from the 5,000 CPs he had gained for clearing the Azura ranked entrance test, he had received a bonus of 3,000 CPs from the system, giving him a total of 8,000 CPs, so spending 4,000 on Primordial Souls wouldn't put him in the red. He also wasn't sure how many Zero Wing members would make it into Primordial City. Fortunately, unlike other players, he had the City Rookie emblem, which allowed him to earn CPs far more easily. The elf administrator then retrieved 20 bottles from the spatial storage unit behind her and said, "Sir, as a City Rookie, you enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases. Your total bill comes to 3,600 contribution points. Do you wish to purchase anything else?" After giving the matter some thought, Shurfeng gritted his teeth and said, "I want to purchase 12 Primordial Scrolls and 1 teleportation stone to the Darkness Plane." Initially, he had planned to purchase advanced combat techniques after reaching Primordial City, but obtaining the Boneless Land's Lost Town was far more important right now. The Darkness Plane was one of the higher planes in God's domain, and the power of darkness on that plane was incredibly dense. Naturally, the monsters living in the Darkness Plane contained frightening amounts of power of darkness within them. When killed, they had a high chance of dropping a Darkness Stone fragment. Alchemists could use 100 of these fragments to synthesize a complete Darkness Stone, but their success rate was an excruciatingly low 30%. However, this was by far the best method to obtain Darkness Stones. On the other hand, if you tried to hunt Darkness-type mythic monsters, the chance of obtaining a complete Darkness Stone was around 10%. When players in the past had to acquire Darkness Stones, they usually decided to do so in the Darkness Plane. However, as a higher plane, the Darkness Plane was extremely dangerous. With Shurfeng's current strength, grinding there would be purely suicidal. He only dared to do so because he had the Bible of Darkness. If he wanted to increase his survival chances in the Darkness Plane, the Primordial Scrolls were necessary. The Primordial Scroll was a super rare scroll that could only be used in higher planes. Players could use the scroll to summon heroic spirits to aid them in battle, and it was akin to a Tier 3 summoning scroll. However, heroic spirits summoned this way operated differently from ordinary summoned creatures. A summoned heroic spirit's strength wasn't in direct combat. Rather, they tended to focus on support. They possessed plenty of support skills and spells that could significantly strengthen players' combat power. Moreover, thanks to the Bible of Darkness's demon ruler's skill, the blood demon had grown stronger. This was why Shurfeng had boldly visited the Darkness Plane. Every monster in the Darkness world was likely stronger than Shurfeng, and he could only see up to 20 yards away. With such a disadvantage, monsters would likely discover him before he would sense them. On the other hand, if he took control of the demon, He could observe his surroundings through the demon's eyes. After giving it a try, he noticed a massive improvement to his range of vision. By seeing through the demon's eyes, Shurfeng could see up to 500 yards away. He discovered that he currently stood in a gravel ridge, and a group of 10 4-meter-tall dark scorpions roamed roughly 300 yards away. 9 of the 10 dark scorpions had 3 tails, and the last had 5. Moreover, the 5-tailed scorpion radiated a light purple glow. Dark Scorpion, Dark Creature, Lord. Level 65. HP 18, 000/18, 000/000. Mutated, Dark Scorpion, Dark Creature, Great Lord. Level 68. HP 43, 000/000/43, 000/000. Had Shurfeng not come prepared, he would have likely ventured into the Dark Scorpion's detection range. If the 9 lords and their Great Lord leader had ambushed him while he had been so powerfully suppressed, he would have died very quickly. Fortunately, the teleportation stones that transferred players to the higher planes generally sent said players to level-appropriate areas. Even so, if he sent the Blood Demon to attack the group of Dark Scorpions by itself, the demon would definitely lose that battle. The mutated Dark Scorpion strength alone could rival the Blood Demon's. As a higher plane creature, the mutated Dark Scorpion had a considerably higher life rating, after all. Furthermore, it had the support of 9 Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions to surround and annihilate the Blood Demon. However, Shurfeng had no intentions of circling past the group. He then took out a Primordial Scroll and activated Ida's. The Primordial Scroll activated. A 4-meter-tall elderly man appeared before him. The old man was semi-transparent and wielded a cane. Not bad. I actually got a great druid. Shurfeng was quite satisfied when he saw the old man. Primordial Heroic Spirit. Hero, Great Druid. Level 75. HP 15, 000/000/15, 000/000. Although the Primordial Soul summoned a random heroic spirit, all summoned heroic spirits were Tier 3. Unlike ordinary NPCs, heroic spirits wouldn't be oppressed in foreign worlds. In addition, they commanded plenty of Tier 3 spells and skills. They were the perfect support for players when grinding in higher planes. Any team that intended to grind in a higher plane would always purchase Primordial Scrolls before doing so. After summoning the heroic spirit, Shurfeng had the Great Druid cast a series of Tier 3 support spells. Tier 3 spell Forest Protection increases the defense and basic attributes of all allies by 20% for 30 minutes. Does not stack with other attribute increasing spells. Tier 3 spell Nature's Blessing. All resistances plus 80. 15% damage reduction, and a 15% increase to stamina for 30 minutes. Tier 3 spell Thorny Vines. Protect a specified target with magical vines for 10 minutes. Anyone who attacks said target will receive damage from the magical vines. When the 3 support spells affected the Blood Demon, the Blood Demon's attributes rose by a large margin, following which Shurfeng controlled the Blood Demon and charged towards the Dark Scorpion group. When the Blood Demon was less than 200 yards away from the Dark Scorpions, it caught the monster's attention. Responding, the Dark Scorpions lashed their tails and hissed threateningly, not waiting for the Dark Scorpions to attack. Shurfeng used the Tier 3 spell, Blood Sanction, immediately. 50+ blades of blood flew at the 10 Dark Scorpions with lightning speed. Even if Shurfeng were at his peak and activated a Berserk skill, he would have trouble blocking all 50+ blood blades. He would have to dodge or activate a life-saving skill to avoid taking a hit as the blood blades were about to reach the Dark Scorpions. The latter's tails blurred. Dang. A series of dazzling sparks lit up the gloomy environment. The 9 Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had successfully struck down over 80% of the blood blades, while the weapons that had found their mark had only dealt a little over -30,000 damage. The mutated Dark Scorpion, however, struck down all 9 incoming blades, emerging from the exchange unharmed with high magic resistance. The outcome surprised Shurfeng a little. A Tier 3 Demon's Tier 3 spell carried immense power. Just one of those blood blades could rival a Great Lord's attack of the same level. Yet they had only dealt a little over minus 30,000 damage after landing a direct hit. To the Dark Scorpions, who had 18 million HP each, the damage wasn't significant. During the brief moment Shurfeng had been surprised, the mutated Dark Scorpion screeched as its tails began to glow dark green as they lashed out at the Blood Demon. The tails had moved so quickly that Shurfeng hadn't been able to react in time. He had only managed to tilt the Blood Demon's body, evading 3 of the 5 attacks when the mutated Dark Scorpion's 2 remaining tails struck the Blood Demon. Its stingers slid through the demon's armor like a knife through paper, each dealing over minus 400,000 damage. Chapter 1675. Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal. After getting struck by the mutated Dark Scorpion's glowing stingers, the Blood Demon immediately gained a debuff. 347. When the debuff took effect, Shurfeng suddenly found it much more difficult to control the Blood Demon, the demon's movements becoming sluggish. What a powerful poison. Shurfeng was slightly surprised when he checked the debuff. Paralyzing Venom. Inflicts 30,000 damage every 0.8 second for 12 seconds. While the venom is still in effect, decreases reaction speed by 40%, attack speed by 30%, and movement speed by 30%. Effect can be stacked up to 10 times. The majority of toxins in God's domain only cause victims to lose HP over time. Very few could inflict a paralysis effect, much less be stackable. Although the Blood Demon possessed high magic resistance and could mitigate a portion of the damage it received, if the toxin was stacked 10 times, even the Blood Demon would fall in no time. Moreover, the toxin being stacked boosted not only the dot, but also the speed reduction debuff. If that happened, the Blood Demon would have an increasingly difficult time blocking the attacks of the Dark Scorpions, which possessed considerably high combat standards. The mutated Dark Scorpion's combat standard was even at the level of an ordinary expert player. In the next moment, the Dark Scorpions launched another wave of attacks at the Blood Demon. Due to the venom, the Blood Demon had great difficulty defending itself. A series of damages ranging from several tens of thousands to several 100,000 appeared above the Blood Demon's head, its HP plummeting. The number of paralyzing venom stacks also increased from 1 to 4 now. The Blood Demon was taking minus 120,000 damage from the venom every 0.8 second. Its reaction speed had also decreased by 60%, and its attack and movement speed by 50%. Even though the Blood Demon was higher leveled, it would not last very long against the Dark Scorpions at this rate. Thank goodness I prepared Primordial Scrolls. Glancing at the mutated Dark Scorpion, Shurfeng then commanded the heroic spirit to cast the Tier 2 spell Healing Wind. A light green gale immediately enveloped the Blood Demon. In the next moment, not only did the paralyzing venom debuff disappear altogether, but the Blood Demon also rapidly recovered the 10% or so HP it lost. In the blink of an eye, it was already back to full HP once Healing Wind ended. Shurfeng had the heroic spirit cast the Tier 3 spell Earthen Vine. Suddenly, vines sprouted beneath the Dark Scorpion's legs and bound the monsters completely. Although the Dark Scorpions managed to cut and snap the vines in their struggles, new vines would always replace the broken ones, greatly restricting the mobility of the Dark Scorpions. Moreover, the Earthen Vines also dealt minus 50,000 damage every second to the Dark Scorpions, and the skill lasted for a full 20 seconds. This skill was perfect against monsters without control removal skills. After the Dark Scorpions were restricted, the Blood Demon brandished its greatsword and began exterminating the Dark Scorpions. Each of its normal attacks caused around minus 40,000 damage, while its skills dealt over minus 100,000 damage each. Meanwhile, Shurfeng also cast Flame Domain on the group of monsters. Although Shurfeng was suppressed by the world and his basic attributes had decreased significantly, the sacred sword he wielded doubled the damage he dealt dark creatures, following which damages over minus 200,000 appeared above the Dark Scorpion's heads. Moreover, the damage Flame Domain dealt also increased by 20% with every passing second. By the time Flame Domain ended, The Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had lost nearly one-third of their maximum HP Sherfong, then executed Lightning Edge and dealt each of the Dark Scorpions over minus 200,000 damage per second for 5 seconds at this time. The heroic spirit standing beside Sherfong finished casting the Tier 3 Curse Star Fury. Suddenly, streaks of starlight started raining down from the sky and bombarding the Dark Scorpions. The might of the AoE spell was stronger than even Sherfang's Flame Domain, each wave of attacks dealing over minus 600,000 damage to the Dark Scorpions. Moreover, unlike normal AoE spells, Star Fury aimed only at enemies within range. Hence, the curse did not do any damage to the Blood Demon. In total, 7 waves of starlight descended on the Dark Scorpions. By the time Star Fury ended, not only had the Dark Scorpions lost a significant amount of their HPs, but they also fell into a heavily injured state, their basic attributes, defense, and combat power decreasing to a certain extent. This turn of events allowed the Blood Demon to deal even more damage. Now, even its normal attacks inflicted around minus 80,000 damage on its tough opponents. Very quickly, the first Dark Scorpion fell to Sherfang's group afterward. Even after Earth and Vine's duration ended, the heavily injured Dark Scorpions didn't pose much of a threat. To make the battle more efficient, Sherfang decided to have the Blood Demon focus on only dodging the mutated Dark Scorpion's attacks while maintaining its assault on the other Dark Scorpions. This strategy rendered the mutated Dark Scorpion useless in the battle. The Great Lord could only watch as its subordinates got picked off one after another. Only after the disposal of all the Lord-ranked monsters did Sherfang have the Blood Demon trade blow for blow with the Great Lord, foregoing all forms of evasion and defense. Although the Blood Demon would get poisoned and receive significant amounts of damage from doing so, there was the healing provided by the heroic spirit. Due to the Blood Demon's all-out offensive, the mutated Dark Scorpion lost HP rapidly 72%, 70%, 65%. After roughly 10 minutes had passed since the battle began, Sherfang activated Divine Providence and landed the last hit on a mutated Dark Scorpion, following which the mutated Dark Scorpion let out an agonized screech as it collapsed before Sherfang's feet. At the same time, the Great Lord also dropped 8 items around its corpse. The monsters here are really tough. Sherfang breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw that the mutated Dark Scorpion was finally dead. Although Sherfang had long since known that the monsters in higher planes were powerful, he had never imagined that the monsters of the Darkness world would be this powerful. Just dealing with a level 68 Great Lord had already taken him so much effort. If not for him having summoned a healing-type heroic spirit, he could have come out the loser in this battle with how powerful the monsters in the Darkness world were. If he came across a Grand Lord, he would most likely have no choice but to run away. However, while dealing with the Dark Scorpions was indeed very difficult. The loot they dropped pleased Sherfang greatly. The 9 Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had dropped a total of 37 items. Among them, 15 were level 60 Mysterious Iron equipment, and 8 were level 60 Bronze equipment. The drop rate here was considerably better than on the continent of God's Domain, where Lord-ranked monsters past level 50 dropped only Bronze equipment, while Mysterious Iron equipment was dropped by only High Lords and Great Lords, and generally just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment at that. Aside from weapons, equipment, and materials, the 9 Dark Scorpions also dropped 3 Darkness Stone fragments. The drop rate for the fragments was considerably better than what Sherfang initially expected it to be. However, compared to the loot of the 9 Dark Scorpions, the loot of the mutated Dark Scorpion was much more attractive. Of the 8 items dropped, 3 were equipment. A level 60 Secret Silver Cloth Armor Robe and 2 set pieces for the level 60 Secret Silver Plate Armor Dark Devourer set. Level 60 Secret Silver set equipment would be considered top-notch equipment in the game when players reached level 60. Moreover, the Dark Devourer set was actually an 8-piece set. The set's level requirement would be lowered to level 55 when 4 set pieces were gathered, and further to level 50 if one managed to complete the set. If players could equip level 60 Secret Silver set equipment at level 50, Just the basic attributes they could gain from the set alone would surpass that of level 50 Dark Gold set equipment. Not to mention, the Dark Devourer set's other set effects were also plenty amazing. The set's 2P set effect reduced the damage sustained from Tier 2 spells by 40% and spells below Tier 2 by 70%. Meanwhile, the 6P set effect raised the wearer's strength and endurance by up to 30% when attacked. If he could allow the guild's MTs and Berserkers to equip the Dark Devourer set, they would be practically invincible among those of the same level aside from the 3 pieces of equipment. The mutated Dark Scorpion also dropped 2 Darkness Stone Fragments. As for the remaining 3 items, 2 of them were paralyzing Venom Potions, which could be applied to weapons, allowing one's attacks to inflict a weakened version of the paralyzing Venom debuff on targets. Each potion could be used 3 times, and each application lasted 30 minutes. Although the debuff imposed was nowhere near as strong as the mutated Dark Scorpions, it was still quite effective against both players and monsters, following which, Shurfeng took out from his bag the last item the Great Lord dropped. This item was a crystal that gave off a black and white glow. When he looked at the crystal, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The mutated Darkness Energy Crystal was one of the rarest loot available in the Darkness world. In fact, it was a treasure highly sought after by players belonging to the Dark Forces. This was an item that would only be dropped by Darkness-type mutated monsters. Chapter 1676, Class Change to Xianxia. Chapter 1676, Class Change to Xianxia. Looking at the mutated Darkness Energy Crystal in his hand, Shurfeng immediately took out a Summon Guard scroll and activated it. The mutated Darkness Energy Crystal contained a special kind of power of darkness, allowing one to gain better control over the power of darkness. For players belonging to the Dark Forces, absorbing the mutated Dark Energy Crystal would improve their physique and life rating. At the same time, the power of darkness they could use would increase. One could say that the mutated Darkness Energy Crystal was similar to a bloodline, but with far inferior effects compared to an actual bloodline. Even so, it was still extremely precious. Shurfeng never thought he could obtain a mutated Darkness Energy Crystal just by killing one mutated Dark Scorpion. Dark players would definitely go crazy with envy if they learned of this matter in the past. Countless Dark players had visited the Darkness world to obtain mutated Darkness Energy Crystals. However, extremely few actually got their hands on one, unfortunately. As Shurfeng was not a Dark player, the crystal was not as valuable to him. However, there was another use for the mutated Darkness Energy Crystal, which was also considered by players as one of the most wasteful methods of using mutated energy crystals like the mutated Darkness Energy Crystal, and that was to allow personal guards to absorb its power. Letting a personal guard absorb the power of a mutated energy crystal gave the said personal guard an opportunity to awaken and assimilate that power. However, the chances of success were below 10%. In contrast, if players were to absorb the power of a mutated energy crystal, they were sure to obtain that power in the past. Almost no player would waste the mutated energy crystals they obtained on their personal guards, of course. There are always exceptions, such as righteous players who refuse to trade with Dark players no matter what. In such rare occasions, players would choose to give the mutated energy crystal to their personal guards instead and gamble on the small chance of success. Meanwhile, one of these exceptions had won their gamble, allowing their fine gold personal guard to obtain the power of fire. The result of this successful assimilation was a massive rise in combat power for the said personal guard. Afterward, the fine gold personal guard had even managed to get promoted to Tier 5 normally. Only Dark Gold guards had a chance to reach Tier 5 in God's domain. Meanwhile, after getting promoted to Tier 5, the evolved Fine Gold guard's combat power was even close to rivaling that of Tier 5 Dark Gold guards back then. This incident had caused a huge commotion throughout the entire God's domain. Spending a mutated energy crystal to obtain a Tier 5 personal guard was a very profitable trade. After all, most players that absorbed a mutated energy crystal couldn't even reach Tier 5. Moreover, a Tier 5 personal guard was much stronger than a Tier 5 player. The only downside was the difficulty of resurrecting personal guards that were killed. Due to this incident, the various superpowers had also reconsidered their opinions on spending mutated energy crystals on personal guards meanwhile. Since the mutated darkness energy crystal was utterly useless to Shifeng, he might as well gamble it on one of his personal guards. After Shifeng completed the incantation for the Summon Guard scroll, a summoning magic array manifested before him. A moment later, the lithe figure of a woman appeared in it. This woman was none other than Anna, whom he had not seen for quite some time. Now at this point, Anna had already reached level 80. Her leveling speed was simply astonishing. Shifeng could not help but acknowledge the questing efficiency of an epic personal guard. Her strength had improved considerably as well. Right now, even the level 80, Tier 3 Blood Demon was most likely no match for her, however. As this place was the Darkness World, as soon as Anna appeared, a powerful force started suppressing her, causing her basic attributes to plummet. When her basic attributes settled, her overall combat power was no longer a match for the Tier 3 Blood Demon. Not wanting to waste time, Shifeng immediately passed the mutated darkness energy crystal to Anna. At the sight of the crystal, Anna's eyes glowed with great interest and excitement without needing Shifeng to do anything. Anna started writing divine runes, and chanting and incantation. NPCs were much more proficient at utilizing mutated energy crystals than players were. Hence, NPCs were capable of using every type of mutated energy crystal available. Players, on the other hand, could only absorb mutated energy crystals that were suitable for their alignment and class. Suddenly, a gigantic, golden magic array appeared beneath Anna's feet. One-fold, two-fold, threefold. The appearance of the magic array lit up the surrounding darkness brightly. After Anna was done casting the threefold magic array, she placed the mutated darkness energy crystal at its center. Suddenly, the surrounding power of darkness started surging towards the magic array, the massive flow of energy prompting Shifeng to step back in fright as the magic array collected more power of darkness. The aura it exuded also steadily strengthened. At some point, the aura grew so overwhelming that Shifeng started to feel stifled. Even the monsters over 500 yards away unconsciously distanced themselves from the magic array. After the process continued for 5 long seconds, the magic array's horrific aura began dissipating. The gathered power of darkness then started flowing into Anna's body under the magic array's guidance. In the next moment, pitch-black runes appeared on Anna's body. As the number of runes increased, the feeling Anna gave off underwent a heaven-defying change. If in the past, Anna was an angel that represented the light, then now, she was a fallen angel that represented darkness. After runes covered Anna's entire body, she started giving off an unprecedented pressure. At this moment, Shifeng felt as if he was standing before Serena, the fallen angel guarding the World Summit. Again, if Anna willed it, she could easily kill Tier 3 and Tier 4 existences with a wave of her hand right now. However, the horrific pressure lasted for only 1 second, then vanished without a trace. At the same time, the threefold magic array Anna stood on also started disappearing into the void. As for Anna herself, she had reverted to her original state. The only differences now were a dark purple mark at the center of her forehead and a hint of coldness in her aura. Did you succeed? Shifeng could not help but ask curiously as he eyed Anna, who looked as she normally did in the past. He had heard that a huge commotion would arise whenever personal guards used mutated energy crystals. However, those commotions were far from being as massive as the one that just occurred. In fact, even the casting of a Tier 5 spell wouldn't cause such a massive disturbance. Lord Count, it should be a success, Anna said as she looked at herself. Uncertainty in her tone. Shifeng could not help but fall speechless at Anna's reply. Immediately, he called out Anna's attribute panel. Anna, Yifeng's personal guard. Class, Tier 2 Peak Class, Yin Saint. Level 80. Loyalty, 97. Growth Potential, 113. Shifeng was a loss for words as he looked at the updated values in Anna's attribute panel. He had never imagined that Anna would not only gain control over the power of darkness, but also class change into a Yin Saint, a peak class. Moreover, her growth potential had even risen from 105 to 113 points. Anna had actually improved that much just by using one mutated darkness energy crystal. This was definitely a massive jackpot. After all, every point increased in growth potential would allow a personal guard to gain considerably more attribute points with each level up. Now that Anna had 8 more points in growth potential, she would no doubt become an even more terrifying existence in the future. Not to mention, Anna had even class changed into a Yin-Yang Seinen God's Domain. Class legacies held much greater importance to NPCs than to players. In a situation where both sides were of the same level and tier, an NPC with a basic class had almost no chance of defeating an NPC with an advanced class, and likewise an NPC with an advanced class had no chance of defeating an NPC with a peak class. After Shifeng was done looking at the summary of Anna's attribute panel, he could not help but click to inspect her specific attributes. Is she a monster? Shifeng involuntarily gaped in shock when he saw Anna's basic attributes. Chapter 1677, Anna's Power. Chapter 1677, Anna's Power. Shifeng was dazed for a long moment after seeing Anna's basic attributes. If other players saw Anna's statistics, they'd be surprised by how high the values were at most. But Shifeng knew the implication these attributes had. A normal level 80, Tier 2 magical class NPC would only have around 3,600 intelligence, which was already far more than what magical class players would have at level 80, Tier 2. Even if a level 80 player were fully geared in epic equipment, they wouldn't have such a high attribute, since every personal guard used epic weapons and equipment. Even the strongest magical class personal guard Shifeng had heard of in the past had only commanded 4,200 intelligence after reaching level 80. Tier 2, although there was only a 600-point difference, the difference in magic damage and maximum mana would be massive in God's Domain. The power of a spell heavily depended on the caster's intelligence. For example, if a Tier 1 player and a Tier 6 player cast the same Tier 1 spell, the power difference would be like heaven and earth. The outcome was due to the difference in their attributes. Meanwhile, high-tiered spells and skills only allowed one to display more of their raw power previously, and his intelligence had only risen to 4,346, and she had barely been able to contend with ordinary great lords of the same level in terms of raw magic damage. However, if she used the powerful skills in her arsenal, she could have easily overwhelmed a great lord of the same level now. Anna's intelligence had risen to 5,031 points. With such high intelligence, she could overwhelm great lords with ordinary Tier 2 spells now. I won't have to worry about needing sufficient help in the darkness world. Looking at Anna, Shifeng could tell that she could easily stomp out great lords of the same level. Aside from the improvements they granted players and NPCs, mutated darkness energy crystals would force the darkness world to recognize their users. With this recognition, the world would no longer consider them an intruder and suppress them. This was why dark players desired mutated darkness energy crystals. Although dark players were members of the dark forces and contained a small amount of power of darkness within, the darkness world still considered them trespassers. The world would still suppress them, although the suppression wouldn't be as severe due to the power of darkness they contained. However, if they absorbed a mutated darkness energy crystal, they could proceed without any suppression. They could then explore the darkness world as if they were in their element. Now that Anna had absorbed the mutated darkness energy crystal, she, too, had been recognized by the darkness world. The world would accept her as one of its own, and she'd be able to exhibit all of her strength. Shifeng then began his search for the next group of monsters. Although resources within the darkness world were abundant, this world didn't have as many monsters as the continent of God's Domain. If the darkness world's monsters moved in large groups, as they did on the continent of God's Domain, players would have no hope of surviving here. Now that Shifeng had the powerful support Anna offered, hunting down monsters like the Dark Scorpions was a waste of time. He needed to find stronger monsters to allow Anna to display her full potential. After searching for around 30 minutes, Shifeng finally found a pack of 2-headed dark wolves resting at the foot of a mountain. There were 12 dark wolves in total, including 1 Grand Lord and 11 lords. The Lord-ranked wolves were around 4 meters tall, while the Grand Lord was double that size. Aside from looking like a miniature mountain, the Grand Lord-ranked Dark Wolf gave off an intense pressure. Two-headed Dark Wolf, Dark Creature, Lord. Level 67. HP 21, 000, 000, 21, 000, 000. Two-headed Dark Wolf King, Dark Creature, Grand Lord. Level 70. HP 95, 000, 000, 95, 000, 000. Challenging a Grand Lord in the Darkness world was very dangerous. But even if Shifeng weren't a match for the monster, he was confident that he could retreat safely if needed. If he weren't, and he settled for weaker monsters, he wouldn't be able to acquire then 100 Darkness Stones he needed even after 10 solid days of grinding. The Darkness world's Grand Lords had a chance of dropping complete Darkness Stones. On the other hand, only Mythic rank or above Darkness-type monsters would drop the stones on the God's Domain continent. That being said, Grand Lords in this world had a slightly lower chance of dropping them, however. He could use Icarus's heart to compensate for the low drop rate. As long as the Grand Lords had a chance of dropping the stones, it was worth a try. Shifeng had only planned to challenge Grand Lords after he could summon 3 demons with the Bible of Darkness. He'd also be able to use another Primordial scroll in 2 hours. With 5 tier 3 monsters and a healer, he had a considerably good chance of defeating the Grand Lords. At worst, he could always suppress his opponents with the Ring of Gospel, but now that he had a monster of a personal guard like Anna, there was no need to wait, right? Let's begin. Shifeng commanded once everyone was in position. Anna instantly began to write divine runes, chanting an incantation at the same time. A short moment later, 10 level 80 Lord-ranked Rock Guardians formed before Anna. A level 80 Great Lord-ranked Golden Giant had joined them. Due to the significant boost to Anna's intelligence, her summoned creatures had also received a boost to their attributes. The summoned creatures were 15% stronger than they had been previously, but Anna wasn't done yet. Following which, she cast Magic Strengthening, further increasing the Rock Guardians and Golden Giant's basic attributes in the blink of an eye. Shifeng had a powerful monster army as the 11 summoned creatures prepared to charge. The old man beside Shifeng cast enhancement buffs on them as well, strengthening the summoned creatures even further. Shifeng commanded once the preparations were complete, the Golden Giant and Blood Demon led the charge with the 10 Rock Guardians closely behind them. When the group of summoned creatures came within 200 yards of the Dark Wolf pack, the Dark Wolves howled with anger. The 2-headed Dark Wolf King stood and glared at the Golden Giant and Blood Demon. Emanating a low growl, it pushed its paws against the ground and shot forward. The Dark Wolf King was as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages and powerful gales of wind. The Dark Wolf King arrived before the Golden Giant almost instantly, smacking the Great Lord with one of its front paws. Under Anna's control, the Golden Giant raised its arms to protect itself. When the Dark Wolf King's paw collided with the Golden Giant's arms, the ground beneath the summoned Great Lord cracked and shattered, and the Golden Giant sunk into the ground. The Dark Wolf King's strength was higher than Shifeng had expected, and despite blocking the attack, the Golden Giant had lost over 100,000 HP. Realizing that its first attack had failed to get rid of its target, the Dark Wolf King turned and swiped its tail at the Golden Giant. As the Wolf King's bushy tail moved, power of darkness gathered around it, turning the harmless-looking tail into a sharp blade that sliced at the Golden Giant Tier 2 skill, Darkness Blade. When the attack landed, the impact sent the Golden Giant flying over 20 yards back, following which a damage of over -2,300,000 appeared above the Golden Giant's head. The Dark Wolf King's strength was on an entirely different level than the Grand Lords on God's Domain's continent. Fortunately, although the 2 attacks dealt a lot of damage, the Golden Giant had 55 million HP. Losing a little over 2 million HP was nothing. With the Primordial Heroic Spirit healing it from a safe distance, the Golden Giant could definitely withstand the Dark Wolf King's attacks. In contrast, the Blood Demon and 10 Rock Giants completely overwhelmed the 11 two-headed Dark Wolves that had followed their alpha. Even without any healing, The rock giants could dominate the Dark Wolves in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, they had the help of the Tier 3 Blood Demon naturally. Anna didn't sit idle. After becoming a Yin Yang Saint, she had gained more than just summoning skills. She now had powerful attack spells in her arsenal. Anna cast Holy Light Spear, a Tier 2 Light-type spell, launching 18 Holy Spears at the Dark Wolf pack. Each spear carried nearly as much strength as a Tier 3 Great Lord of the same level. Moreover, the Holy Spears dealt an additional 50% damage to dark creatures when the Holy Spears found their marks. The Dark Wolves cried in agony as damages of over -400,000 appeared above their heads in less than 10 minutes. Shurfang's team had wiped out the 11 Lord-ranked two-headed Dark Wolves, the creatures decorating the ground with loot upon their deaths. Now, only the two-headed Dark Wolf King remained, still fighting the Golden Giant. However, the Golden Giant looked miserable. Despite the heroic spirit's constant healing, the Great Lord's HP continued to decrease. Shurfang had even been forced to activate Life Domain halfway through the battle to keep the summoned creature standing. Once the 11 Lord-ranked Dark Wolves had been dealt with, Anna began to chant a long incantation, writing many lines of divine runes in the air before her. Suddenly, a gigantic silver, twofold magic array appeared beneath Anna's feet. In response, a towering pillar of light rose from the ground beneath the Dark Wolf King's feet, enveloping the boss. Countless chains then appeared from the void and bound the Lupin Grand Lord. Despite the Dark Wolf King's desperate struggle, it couldn't break free. A moment later, the Dark Wolf King released a pained wail as its massive body began to shrink. Tier 3 spell, Chains of Light. Chapter 1678, Power to Transcend Tears. Chapter 1678, Power to Transcend Tears. She's capable of using spells higher than her tier? Shurfang was at a loss as he stared at the towering light pillar. Is this the power of a peak class? In God's domain, whether they be players, NPCs, or monsters, all existences could generally only learn and use skills or spells at their tier or lower. The strongest skills and spells they could use were taboo skills and curses, yet Anna had just cast a bona fide Tier 3 spell despite only being Tier 2 herself. Shurfang had never heard of anything like this before, of course. One reason for his ignorance was that he had only ever heard of personal guards obtaining advanced classes. Even after 10 years in God's domain, he had never heard of a personal guard acquiring a peak class, as Anna had due to the effects of Chains of Light. The two-headed Dark Wolf King, which had been over 9 meters tall, had shrunk to 6 meters in height. The chains around its form also greatly limited its movement. This allowed the Golden Giant to block every one of the Grand Lord's attacks now. The Golden Giant only lost around 80,000 HP after it received one of the Dark Wolf King's attacks. It was clear that the Dark Wolf King's strength had decreased considerably. After the decrease, it was only as powerful as an ordinary Grand Lord on the continent of God's domain. The heroic spirit's healing was now more than enough to keep the Golden Giant alive. After Anna had cast Chains of Light, she proceeded to write another series of divine runes under Anna's control. The 10 rock guardians surrounded the Dark Wolf King. The rock giants then transformed into 10 stone pillars, and after Anna finished over 24 lines of divine runes, she lightly tapped the butt of her staff against the ground. Golden divine runes began to surface on the 10 stone pillars, releasing arcs of golden electricity that lined the pillars and created a magic barrier around the Dark Wolf King. The Dark Wolf King's basic attributes began to decrease rapidly. The Chains of Light had merely weakened the Dark Wolf King's strength and mobility, but the golden magic barrier suppressed all aspects of the boss. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Wolf King's maximum HP had fallen by 30%. This magic barrier could even rival a top-tier intermediate magic array. After seeing this, Shurfang finally understood why there was such a huge difference between the strength of NPCs' classes. It wasn't just a matter of higher basic attributes, but a matter of superior spells and skills. Even without the Blood Demon and Heroic Spirit, Shurfang was confident he could defeat a level 70 Grand Lord with Anna's help alone. If the party had a strong healer, Anna could even whittle down the Dark Wolf King without too much exertion. This will save me plenty of primordial scrolls. As Phone watched the two-headed Dark Wolf King, whose attributes had already fallen below a Grand Lord standard, he realized that he wouldn't have to rely on primordial scrolls to grind in the darkness world anymore. The heroic spirits players summoned with primordial scrolls could only exist for 12 hours. Meanwhile, Phone only had 12 of these scrolls. Even if he used them efficiently, they would only last him for several days. With Anna's help, though, he could grind in the darkness world for much longer due to the magic barrier. The Golden Giant had a much easier time dealing with the Dark Wolf King. The Great Lord even began to trade blows with the Grand Lord, increasing the party's overall DPS after including the Blood Demon, Anna, and Feng's attacks. The Dark Wolf King's HP began to deplete steadily. Although the Grand Lord's battle recovery and high defense slowed their progress, it was only a matter of time before the Dark Wolf King died 90%, 85%, 80%. When the two-headed Dark Wolf King's HP fell to 20%, it released a sudden, angry howl. Its two-headed body then split down the middle, each head taking on its own form division. Feng's expression darkened when he saw the two Dark Wolf King's bosses that had grasped doppelganger skills in God's domain were extremely difficult to defeat. Unfortunately, slaying bosses that had grasped division skills was even harder. With doppelganger skills, a boss's main body and its doppelganger shared HP. If either form were killed, regardless of whether or not players slew the main body, both would die. However, bosses with division skills were a different story. Each copy had its own, independent HP. This essentially meant that players had to face two bosses simultaneously. Moreover, when a boss used a division skill, all debuffs on the boss would be removed in the next moment. The chains of light originally binding the two-headed Dark Wolf King vanished. The two Dark Wolf Kings then revealed a sinister grin as they looked at Feng's group, their expressions seemingly saying, "You dead meat." Now the two Dark Wolf Kings immediately pounced on the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon. Gathering power of darkness in their paws, they smacked their respective targets. Both the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon attempted to block the incoming attacks, but just as they seemed to succeed, the Dark Wolf King's paws transformed into shadows, piercing the elemental and demon's defenses. The attack struck their targets, and both the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon were thrown over 20 yards away, a damage exceeding -2 million appearing above each of their heads. Before the two summoned creatures could regain their footing, the two Dark Wolf Kings pounced again, launching the same attacks. The prior scene replayed, with the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon flying backward and losing over 2 million HP each, as expected of a Grand Lord in the darkness world. In addition to a division skill, it has an unblockable offensive skill. This boss could even annihilate a 20-man team of Tier 2 experts of the same level. Despite realizing the seriousness of the summoned creature situation, Phone remained unfazed. Instead, he calmly told Anna, "Let's see what you've got." Nodding, Anna's aura abruptly changed. The dark purple mark on her forehead disappeared, transforming into runes that covered her body. After Anna obtained a peak class, she had learned 2 over-tier spells and 1 epic rank skill. Although she had displayed the Tier 3 spell, Chains of Light, she had yet to reveal her other over-tier spell. An epic skill. The move Anna had just used was none other than the epic skill, Yin Yang Power. Not only did Anna's basic attributes soar under the skill's power, but the strength of her light and darkness-type skills and spells would also rise by 1 tier to a maximum of Tier 4. This was the Berserk skill unique to peak Legacy's. Anna's Tier 2 spells and skills already had the power to rival Tier 3 attacks, but now her attacks were even more powerful than a Grand Lord's of the same level. Furthermore, while Yin Yang Power was in effect, all of her spells and skills would increase by 1 tier. It was by no means an exaggeration to consider Anna a level 80. Tier 3 NPC. Anna proceeded to cast the Tier 2 spell, Holy Light Spear, once more, but unlike her previous use, the number of Holy Spears she summoned had doubled to 36. Moreover, each spear carried more power than before under Anna's control. The Holy Spears transformed into streaks of white light that bombarded the two Dark Wolf Kings, while the two Dark Wolf Kings happily bullied the Golden Giant and Blood Demon. The Holy Spears appeared before them. Even with the Dark Wolf King's incredible reaction speeds, They only blocked half of the incoming spears. The rest of the shining weapons found their marks. When the holy spears met the Dark Wolf King's tough fur, the two Grand Lords howled in pain. Each spear dealt over -600,000 damage. By the time the two Dark Wolf Kings had recovered from the Holy Spear's bombardment, Anna had finished casting the Tier 2 spell, Feathers of Light. Suddenly, countless white, immaculate feathers descended from the sky, decorating the area around the two Grand Lords. Anna, who stood outside of the rock giant's magic barrier, grabbed at a feather that had fallen before her. She then gave the feather a gentle pinch boom. Boom! Boom! The hundreds of immaculate feathers surrounding the two Dark Wolf Kings began to explode, one after another. Although each feather's explosion was not particularly powerful and only devoured a few tens of thousands of the Grand Lord's HPs, the total accumulated damage was frightening. After a short moment, the two Dark Wolf Kings, who had only held on by a small amount of HP, fell to Anna's spell. Anna had killed the two Dark Wolf Kings so quickly that Shifeng hadn't even had enough time to use Divine Providence and land the finishing blow. Chapter 1679. Ancient Rock Cities, Shocking Transformation. Chapter 1679. Ancient Rock Cities, Shocking Transformation. Seeing the corpses of the divided two-headed Dark Wolf King reaffirmed Anna's strength. For Shifeng, although light-type spells had striking effects against dark creatures, they shouldn't allow a level 80, Tier 2 NPC to overwhelm the two-headed Dark Wolf King to this extent. Not even ordinary Tier 3 NPCs of the same level were capable of such a feat. The only downside to Anna's yin-yang power was its 100-second duration and a long 6-hour cooldown. If she could use this berserk skill frequently, she could massacre one level 70 Grand Lord after another. When the two-headed Dark Wolf King had died, it had dropped a pile of loot before them. It had also granted both Shifeng and Anna a large amount of EXP. Although Shifeng's EXP gain in the Darkness world had been drastically reduced, his experience bar still increased by a noticeable amount. As for Anna, although her EXP gain was no longer affected, the EXP she had gained from killing the level 72-headed Dark Wolf King was insignificant compared to how much she needed to level up, since she had already reached level 80 as expected of one of the Darkness world's Grand Lords. Its loot is way better than an ordinary Grand Lord's. Shifeng couldn't help his surprise as he gazed at the items before him past level 50. Grand Lords generally only drop 10 or so items. Moreover, the majority of the loot would even be materials, and one would be lucky if they got 3 or 4 pieces of equipment, even the best of which would be secret silver rank. However, the two-headed Dark Wolf King had dropped over 20 items. Although the majority of the loot was still materials, the boss had dropped 5 pieces of equipment. 3 of the pieces were level 60 secret silver equipment, including 1 pair of boots belonging to the level 60 secret silver ranked Dark Devourer set. The last 2 pieces were level 60 fine gold equipment, one of which was a set piece for the level 60 fine gold ranked Fantasy Demon set. Although the Fantasy Demon set was only a 6-piece set, players could equip the set at level 55 instead of level 60 once they had gathered 4 pieces. If the full set were given to a level 55 magical class player, that player would wipe the floor with other magical class players of the same level. Only players with multiple epic weapons and equipment would likely be able to contend with them. 2 master rank potions had also dropped. Among them, one was the Mana Awakening Potion. It was a rare berserk potion that increased players' spell effects by 200% for 30 seconds. The other potion was a Resuscitation Potion. If players consumed the potion after resurrecting, they could recover a portion of a lost EXP. These 2 potions had easily sold for over 100 gold each on the market in the past. In addition, the two-headed Dark Wolf King had dropped a Darkness Stone and 3 Darkness Stone fragments. However, what surprised Shifeng most was a translucent crystal ball, the Detection Crystal Ball. This was a top-tier item for outdoor explorations. It was particularly useful at night, when visibility was poor. The Detection Crystal Ball could be used to detect all monsters within a certain range, which was determined by the Detection Crystal Ball's rank. A Bronze Detection Crystal Ball had a range of 500 yards, while Mysterious Iron rank Crystal Balls could detect enemies within 700 yards, and Secret Silver ranked ones could reach 1,000 yards. It allowed players to avoid monster ambushes. The detection crystal ball the Wolf King had dropped was fine gold rank, with a range of 1,500 yards. Not only could this item's detection reach further than the Blood Demon's vision, but could also spot every monster within that range. It did not matter even if the monsters were camouflaged or hidden behind terrain. Unfortunately, it did cost 1 magic crystal to operate per hour. Ordinary players might not be willing to pay this price. But it wasn't an issue for Shurfeng, and it would be of great help as he explored the Darkness World. There weren't as many monsters in the Darkness World as there were on the continent of God's domain, making them troublesome to find. Since Shurfeng was looking for specific targets, his hunt was even more time-consuming. With the detection crystal ball, however, he could save plenty of time and avoid unnecessary battles. This will save me a ton of time. Shurfeng smiled. Without hesitation, he spent 1 magic crystal to activate the detection crystal ball and look for his next target. Although Anna wouldn't be able to use her berserk skill again for a short time, Shurfeng had summoned another tier 3 demon to assist him as soon as the demon summoning skill's cooldown had ended. With the extra tier 3 demon, his party could slowly whittle down another level 70 Grand Lord, even without the personal guard's berserk skill. In such a way, Shurfeng continued to hunt Grand Lords in the Darkness World. As for his stamina and concentration recovery, Shurfeng had used the life essence he had accumulated with the blood refining crystal to remain battle-ready. In addition, every monster he killed in the Darkness World granted varying amounts of blood energy, which he could use to create more life essence. In the end, Shurfeng grinded monsters for a full day without rest. With the help of Divine Providence, he had collected 28 Darkness Stones and 200+ Darkness Stone fragments during that time. At this rate, he should be able to collect 100 Darkness Stones in no time. In addition, he had collected over 100 pieces of level 60 Secret Silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. He also managed to complete 1 Dark Devourer set and now had 4 set pieces of the Fantasy Demon set, only missing the helmet and gloves. Although Shurfeng was in high spirits and more than eager to continue his grind, his many years of experience in God's domain had taught him that it was important to balance work and rest properly. Although the life essence replenished his stamina and concentration, it was more of a stimulant than a replacement for actual rest. If he wanted to rest his mind, he had to log out of the game after returning to reality. Shurfeng planned to see to his basic training, as usual, maintaining his physical fitness. He then planned to make the necessary arrangements to expand the Zero Wing workshop. Now that the Zero Wing Guild was on the right track to becoming a superpower and had acquired a city of its own, the guild would only grow as it moved forward. Naturally, the guild's management would become more complex. He needed more personnel to manage Zero Wing, and so he needed to expand his workshop and recruit more internal members. But before Shurfeng could leave his room, the quantum watch on his wrist, which was connected to his virtual gaming cabin, rang. The display on his watch showed that the caller was Aqua Rose Guild leader. "I finally got through to you," Aqua Rose said as soon as the call connected, sounding a little rushed. "Has something happened to the guild?" Shurfeng asked curiously. "Something big has happened," Aqua Rose stated. "While you were grinding in the Darkness World, Heaven's Burial has been trying desperately to fend off the various superpowers surrounding it. It has even mobilized countless evil demons and evil beasts, but midway through the siege, one of the superpowers mobilized powerful siege weapons and a large number of NPC mercenaries. The battle continued for several more hours, and after suffering immense casualties, the various superpowers finally broke past Ancient Rock City's walls and charged into the City Lord's mansion. "So, Ancient Rock City has been taken?" Shurfeng could not help but smile. He had destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays precisely so that he could cut off one of Heaven's Burial's revenue sources. If another power claimed Ancient Rock City, it was definitely worth celebrating for Zero Wing. "No," Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. "No. Haven't they broken into the City Lord's mansion? With the various superpowers' strength, they should have no issues getting to the City Lord's tablet, even if there are evil demons in the building." Aqua Rose's reply left Sure Feng slightly confused. The various superpowers were recognized as such due to the large number of experts they employed. While refinement realm experts couldn't do much in a war involving tens of thousands of players, they could exhibit tremendous combat power in compact fights with a limited number of opponents. Even if level 100 NPC soldiers were stationed inside the City Lord's mansion, those NPCs wouldn't be able to stop every refinement realm expert from reaching the City Lord's tablet. Of various superpowers have stormed the City Lord's mansion, but some Tier 4 NPC appeared suddenly and transformed ancient Rock City into an evil demon nest. Not only has the city become a forbidden land for players, but the evil beasts and demons are also expanding their influence and capturing areas around ancient Rock City. More evil demons and evil beasts are joining the force by the minute. Just some time ago, we received a report stating that the other guild's towns in the Orc Empire have fallen to these evil demons. According to our scouts, the evil demon army is spreading towards Starmoon Kingdom's borders. By the looks of it, Zero Wing City is the army's target. Chapter 1680, Evil God's Branch Temple. Chapter 1680, Evil God's Branch Temple. A Tier 4 NPC appeared in ancient Rock City, and the NPC transformed the city into an evil demon nest? How is that possible? Sure Feng was stunned after listening to Aqua Rose's report. Suddenly, a possibility came to mind, and he could not help but ask, "Do you have the latest image of ancient Rock City?" "Yes, I'll send it now." Aqua Rose nodded. The fact that ancient Rock City had become an evil demon nest had frustrated the various superpowers. Hence, they had sent plenty of scouts to investigate ancient Rock City's current state in the hopes of wresting back control of the city. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had collected quite a bit of information from those superpowers, following which Sure Feng entered his virtual gaming cabin again and logged into his rest space. He could still make contact with players in God's domain from within the rest space. Once he had logged in, Sure Feng noticed the pictures of ancient Rock City Aqua Rose had sent. In addition to that, she had sent video recordings and statistics reports about the current forces inside the city. What a terrifying number. Sure Feng was shocked as he watched the videos. Evil demons and evil beasts crowded ancient Rock City, both on its walls and inside the city itself. Several million monsters had taken control of the city, far more than any single player could control based on the information the various superpowers had gathered. There should be roughly 3 million evil demons and evil beasts defending ancient Rock City. Moreover, this number continued to grow as time passed. However, the number of monsters within the city wasn't the most important aspect. It was these monsters' levels. The lowest leveled monster present in the city was level 50, while the higher leveled ones had reached level 80. Moreover, there were mythic ranked evil beasts and evil demons outside of the city. Based on current reports, there should be more than 10 mythic ranked evil beasts and evil demons protecting ancient Rock City. There was also a level 80 Tier 4 NPC stationed in the city. This NPC was the true Grim Reaper to players due to its Tier 4 domain skill. Based on the reports, hostile players that tried to approach this Tier 4 NPC would be transformed into evil demons before they could get near the NPC. Sure enough, Sure Feng frowned as he gazed at the towering temple in the heart of ancient Rock City. They sure are ruthless. They actually built a branch of the evil god's temple in ancient Rock City. The only way to transform a city into an evil demon nest was to create an evil god's temple branch temple in the city. If a branch temple descended, one could instantly teleport all of the evil beasts and demons under their command to the temple, essentially fortifying the city with an army. However, it was extremely difficult to get a branch temple to descend. First, the descent's target must not have any defensive magic arrays, and second, one would need a large number of precious materials and souls. Once a branch temple descended, the occupied city would crumble. Although it was only a branch temple, the density of the evil energy it exuded would be horrific. This evil energy would corrupt the land the branch temple occupied, and only a Tier 5 high priest or above would be able to cleanse the corrupted land. If the land remained corrupt, ordinary players wouldn't be able to survive there. Now that a branch temple had descended, ancient rock city had been undoubtedly crippled. The city's fate as an evil demon nest was sealed. Becoming a guild city again was practically impossible. Guild leader, what should we do? The evil demon and evil beast armies are clearly marching towards Zero Wing City. Even if we petition the kingdom's armies to suppress these monsters at the border, there are too many of them. In addition, more evil beasts and evil demons join the march as time passes. On the off chance that the kingdom's armies fail to hold off these monsters and they reach Zero Wing City, we'll definitely be in trouble. Aqua Rose expressed her concern if such a frightening number of evil beasts and evil demons assaulted Zero Wing City. It would only be a matter of time before the city fell, even if it had a stronger defensive magic array than Stoneforest Town. Mythic rank creatures marched alongside the evil beasts and demons towards Zero Wing City. After all, even if Zero Wing City's defensive magic array could stop those monsters' attacks, there was a limit to how long the magic array could hold. Once it broke, the city's players would quickly follow if they did not think of a plan to stop the monster army now. Zero Wing City would be finished. Sure Fong felt a headache brew as he looked at the dense swarm of evil demons and evil beasts. He had never thought that Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial had grown so powerful that they could summon a branch temple. It wasn't exactly a simple task, and the price of doing so was unimaginable. This was because the branch temple was meant to hide the main temple. If Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial had tried to mobilize their monster armies from within Starmoon Kingdom, even if Shurfeng had sat back and done nothing, the kingdom's NPCs would discover the evil god's temple within Starmoon Kingdom immediately. At that time, the kingdom would doubtlessly dispatch its armies to exterminate the temple, but a branch temple was a different story. Since Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial teleported their monsters from the main temple to the branch temple, it was impossible to track down the main temple before these armies mobilized within the kingdom. Meanwhile, even if the branch temple were destroyed, the evil demon and evil beast armies were already outside of Starmoon Kingdom. They would not teleport back to the main temple due to the branch temple's destruction. Notify Snow and have her organize the guild's experts to coordinate with the kingdom's armies immediately. We need to stop as much of that monster army as possible. Also, figure out a way to collect as many magic crystals as possible. Before I return, have everyone put as much distance as possible between them and the monster army. That includes other guilds members and independent players. Make sure they don't become sacrifices for that army. Shurfeng ordered after giving the matter some thought. The evil god's temple had been a constant thorn in the side for God's domain's various major powers in the past. The main reason for this, the temple members' ability to create evil beasts and demons through their defeated opponents. If a force weren't strong enough and tried to challenge the evil beasts and evil demons, they'd only become food for those monsters. There were two methods to keep its forces from spreading when the evil god's temple plagued the country. The first was to exterminate every evil beast and demon found with overwhelming strength, while the second was to destroy the main temple. In reality, the evil god's temples across the continent of God's domain served as evil energy transfer devices. When activated, the evil god's temples would send evil energy throughout the continent, creating a suitable environment for its evil beasts and demons. As long as one destroyed the activated evil god's temple, they could stop the transfer of evil energy. After losing its source, the evil energy that it spread would gradually thin until the environment became hostile for evil beasts and demons once again. Some of the weaker monsters might even die as a result, while the stronger monsters would grow weaker and become easier to defeat. However, the whereabouts of Starmoon Kingdom's evil god's temple remained unknown, and destroying the heavily guarded branch temple in the Orc Empire was impossible. The only hope of fending off the monster army that marched toward Zero Wing City was to send expert players to work alongside the NPC armies, whittling away as many of the evil beasts and demons as possible. The monster army could only grow if it had sacrifices. It couldn't bolster its numbers without a cost. Understood. I'll notify Snow right away. Aqua Rose nodded before disconnecting the call, not daring to waste time. Shurfeng immediately logged back into God's domain and continued to grind for darkness stones. Meanwhile, over 500,000 players had gathered in a forest at the border of Stone Forest Town's map. Among them, over 100,000 wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem. Every one of these players was level 47 and above, and they were all very well equipped. However, every one of these players wore Tense Expressions Beast Emperor. I prepared the 400,000 players you've asked for. I hope that you will fulfill your promise. Singular Burial, who stood atop a hillside, told a middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man had ashen skin covered in runes. The man also wielded a staff made of pitch-black jade. This man was none other than Beast Emperor. However, he was no longer covered in bandages. Relax. When have I ever broken a promise to you? Beast Emperor laughed. Turning his sight towards the player army at the bottom of the hill, he commanded, "All right, let's begin." Chapter 1681, Brute Force. Chapter 1681, Brute Force. After Beast Emperor finished speaking, he immediately began writing divine runes and chanting an incantation. Suddenly, a gigantic magic array formed beneath Beast Emperor's feet and continuously expanded outward. Only after reaching a radius of 500 yards did it stop growing. The magic array then conducted a massive amount of mana that no single player would be capable of. When the magic array was complete, Beast Emperor stabbed the black jade staff in his hand into the center of the magic array, letting it serve as the magic array's core. Have them enter the magic array one by one. Make sure not to enter it too quickly. If they're too quick, the magic array won't be able to absorb their immortal souls, and they will end up hurt for nothing, Beast Emperor said as he looked at Singular Burial. Also, during this period, no harm must come to the magic array's core. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. Rest assured, I've summoned plenty of my guild's experts here. There's even an army of 100,000 elites spread across the surrounding area. Even if someone tries to launch an ambush, I still have a defensive magic array I can activate to hold them back, Singular Burial said, nodding. His gaze then shifted toward the general direction of Stone Forest Town, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he swore. Black Flame, just you wait. Since you dare to destroy my ancient rock city, I will definitely let you personally witness the destruction of the guild you created. Due to the various superpowers' successful invasion of ancient rock city, he had no choice but to turn the city into a nest for evil demons. The loss of this massive source of income had a considerable impact on Heaven's Burial's development. In fact, some of the major corporations supporting Heaven's Burial had already withdrawn their funds, instantly shattering Singular Burial's dream of making the guild a superpower. As for the remaining corporations backing Heaven's Burial, they were staying only because they believed in Lei Jingyang's and his own abilities. If not for the two of them, these major corporations would have drastically reduced the funding they provided Heaven's Burial. Hence, it was definitely not an exaggeration to say that the hatred he felt for Zero Wing could blot out the sky. Originally, the plan was to take action against Zero Wing. However, after the battle at Ancient Rock City, Singular Burial changed his mind. He also wanted Zero Wing's members to have a taste of getting whittled down and destroyed bit by bit. First, he would take away Stone Forest Town. Next, he would deal with Zero Wing City. With these two places gone, Zero Wing would lose two of its most important sources of income. If that happened, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbled. Meanwhile, all Black Flame would be able to do at that time was watch as Zero Wing dissolved into nothingness while Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City fell into the hands of Heaven's Burial. From then on, Heaven's Burial would replace Zero Wing as Starmoon Kingdom's absolute overlord. Beast Emperor no longer made any further comments. Instead, he summoned a mythic ranked evil demon to secretly assist in protecting the magic array. Compared to expert players, a mythic ranked evil demon provided much greater assurance. After all, he had paid an enormous price to obtain the Black Jade Staff. Acquiring another one to hold another sacrificial ceremony would be extremely difficult. After Beast Emperor was done dealing with the matters here, he took out a teleportation scroll and left the area. All he needed to do now was wait for the magic array to collect a sufficient number of immortal souls. Meanwhile, such a large commotion naturally could not escape the eyes of Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers. What's Heaven's Burial trying to do by gathering so many players over at Stoneforest Town? Could it be preparing to vent its anger on Zero Wing's Stoneforest Town now that its ancient rock city has been destroyed? That shouldn't be the case, right? That's Stoneforest Town we're talking about. It's not as if we've never seen how strong the town's defenses are. It is even more fortified than NPC towns. Moreover, I heard that the number of Tier 2 NPC soldiers defending Stoneforest Town has already exceeded 400. The town won't be so easy to take down. Hasn't Heaven's Burial learned its lesson from its previous failure? Maybe Heaven's Burial has some trump card to rely on. When the various major powers discovered Heaven's Burial's actions, they could not help but discuss it curiously. They all wondered what Heaven's Burial was trying to do. Vice Guild Leader, Heaven's Burial seems to be trying to take action against Stoneforest Town. What should we do? The Zero Wing members garrisoning Stoneforest Town were greatly concerned over this matter. Based on Heaven's Burial's actions, that guild was obviously planning on starting a guild war, only it had yet to make all the necessary preparations. Once it was ready, however, it would definitely launch and attack everyone in the guild, is to avoid casually going out during this period, to avoid getting ambushed by Heaven's Burial's evil demons. At the same time, keep a close eye on Heaven's Burial's status and report back any findings immediately. Aqua Rose fired off commands through the guild chat. She also had Melancholic Smile strengthen the defenses of Stoneforest Town, building more defense turrets, and moving more miniature ballistas to Stoneforest Town as a precaution currently. Heaven's Burial's monster army was already approaching Starmoon Kingdom's border. If Zero Wing did not send experts to help the NPC armies exterminate some of the monsters, the monster army's advance into Starmoon Kingdom would definitely accelerate. Hence, they could not afford to pull away those experts to deal with Heaven's Burial's player army. The only thing they could do right now was slow the advance of the monster army while strengthening the defenses of Stoneforest Town. Not to mention, the odds were that Heaven's Burial's player army was capable of summoning a large number of evil demons to aid the army in battle. If Zero Wing launched a half-hearted attack on Heaven's Burial's player army, Zero Wing's members would definitely be beaten black and blue. After all, without the help of static defenses and NPC soldiers, players couldn't contend against the powerful evil demons. For a time, the atmosphere in Starmoon Kingdom turned awkward. Aside from Zero Wing, the other guilds in the kingdom were also making their own preparations for war. After all, nobody knew for sure what Heaven's Burial was actually trying to do. There was always a chance that the guild would go crazy and start attacking every guild town in sight, although the NPCs of Starmoon Kingdom had already tightened its security measures against evil beasts and evil demons. If players wanted to have the kingdom's armies mobilized to assist them in dealing with these monsters, they needed to provide concrete proof that these monsters had actually appeared. Only then would the kingdom's armies move out. Moreover, the kingdom's armies would need some time to get to the battlefield. If their guild towns failed to hold out until the kingdom's armies arrived, then there would be no point in notifying the kingdom. Hence, the various large guilds had all started building up the defenses of their respective towns. Meanwhile, back at the Darkness World, Shurfeng had also started grinding Grand Lords with greater urgency. Now, he had 2 heroic spirits participating in the battle simultaneously. With the help of Anna and 3 Tier 3 demons, killing level 70 or so Grand Lords became significantly easier. However, Grand Lords still weren't available in great abundance after half a day or so of wanton slaughter. Shurfeng had basically killed every Grand Lord present on the map he was currently in. Now, Shurfeng had a total of 52 Darkness Stones and 386 Darkness Stone fragments, which was still some distance away from his target. Meanwhile, if he wished to find and kill more Grand Lords, he had only 2 options to do, so the first option was to wait for the Grand Lords he killed to respawn. However, Grand Lords generally took 2 or 3 natural days to respawn. Killing the Grand Lords too quickly had left him with no Grand Lords to grind. However, Shurfeng couldn't do anything about this situation. Anna was simply too strong. The second option was to head to other maps. The Grand Lords of other maps remained untouched. They were all alive and kicking. The only problem was getting to other maps. The Darkness world was different from the continent of God's domain. On the continent of God's domain, players faced no hindrance when moving between maps. In the Darkness world, however, the maps had strict level restrictions preventing players from going wherever they wished. In a sense, the Darkness world was similar to the Ice Crystal world. Players needed to defeat the designated Guardian boss in order to proceed to other maps. Otherwise, they would be stuck in the same map forever. Generally, players that arrived at the Darkness world using the teleportation stones exchanged at the 7 Luminaries temple would not think of heading to other maps, because the map they were teleported to was suitable for their level, and just surviving in the said map was already plenty difficult. They would not even have time to think about heading to other maps. Shurfeng was definitely a unique case. It seems I have no choice but to force my way through, Shurfeng thought as he looked at the 30-meter-tall monster sleeping inside the canyon ahead of him. He then advanced towards the monster together with Ananao, that the evil demon and evil beast armies were invading Starmoon Kingdom. He naturally could not waste time waiting for the Grand Lords he had killed to respawn. His only choice was to head to another map and hunt the Grand Lords there. Chapter 1682, High Demon. Chapter 1682, High Demon. Inside the quiet canyon, when Shurfeng got within 1,000 yards of the next map, he suddenly felt a powerful pressure washing over him. The pressure he felt now was completely different from what he experienced from the monsters he encountered before. In other words, there was a qualitative change to the pressure he felt currently. Shurfeng had already reached Tier 2, yet the pressure still made him extremely uncomfortable. His body felt as if it was fully submerged in a pool of water. The pressure is so strong despite the 1,000 yards separating us. Shurfeng stared at the massive figure displayed on his detection crystal ball in disbelief. The crystal ball showed a humanoid figure with the head of a goat sprawled across the ground before the canyon's exit. The figure also had a massive serpent for a tail and the bat-like wings commonly seen on demons. As the figure exhaled, flames surged out of its nostrils and scorched the ground before it what? A high demon. Shurfeng was dumbfounded as he looked at this figure. There were many demonic creatures in God's domain. Aside from having a difference in strength, these demonic creatures were also distinguished by lineage. In fact, the hierarchy among demons was largely determined based on lineage. Demons with noble lineages ruled over demons with ordinary lineages naturally. The nobler the lineage a demon possessed, the greater their potential for growth. In God's domain, most demons at the Demon King standard were high demons. It was very difficult for a demon with an ordinary lineage to grow into a Tier 5 Demon King, much less a Tier 6 demon. God demons with noble lineages were known as high demons. In terms of life rating, they were superior to even archaic species. At the same tier, only dragons or ferocious beasts would be capable of suppressing high demons. Needless to say, the ordinary demons Shurfeng summoned were no match for high demons nevertheless. The Guardian boss station at the entrance to the next map was actually a high demon due to the extreme distance. The detection crystal ball couldn't detect the statistics of the high demon. However, when Shurfeng arrived within 600 yards of the high demon, its statistics entered his eyes. Baphomet, High Demon, Grand Lord. Level 73. HP 120, 000/120, 000/000. A level 73 Grand Lord. Shurfeng fell into deep thought as he looked at Baphomet's statistics compared to an archaic species of the same level. A high demon had much less HP. Even so, 120 million HP was still a horrifying amount for him to deal with. Just Baphomet's battle recovery alone allowed it to recover 1,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. If his DPS was lower than 240,000, Baphomet would be an invincible existence to him. The only stroke of luck was that Baphomet was a demon. So long as his opponent was a demon, the Bible of Darkness would be able to suppress it. Although he couldn't use the Bible of Darkness to turn Baphomet into his subordinate, he could greatly suppress the high demon's basic attributes. Moreover, this suppression was absolute. Its effects would not weaken in the slightest, unlike how magic arrays and the like did when the target monster was too strong all the same. a high demon was still a high demon. Baphomet wasn't just strong in terms of basic attributes. The skills, spells, and combat standard it possessed were beyond those of an ordinary demon. I can only give it a try. Gritting his teeth, Shurfeng took out another primordial scroll from his bag and summoned a third primordial heroic spirit. Although Zero-Wing City's defenses were far superior to an ordinary guild city's, the current situation was unlike before. The quantity and quality of evil beasts and evil demons surging in a Star Moon kingdom were extraordinary. If the monsters broke through the defensive network of the kingdom's army and reached Zero-Wing City, Shurfeng was unsure whether Zero-Wing City could hold its ground against them if he could secure the Lost Town before this happened. The numerous mana weapons stored inside the Lost Town would undoubtedly raise Zero-Wing's strength by a significant margin. At that time, the chances of defending Zero-Wing City would also improve significantly. Looking at Baphomet, Shurfeng did not hurry to have his 3 demons charge at the high demon. Instead, he waited out the cooldown of Anna's skills. Afterward, he had the 3 heroic spirits cast one buff after another on everyone in the group, causing their basic attributes to skyrocket, particularly those of the level 80 Golden Giant, which already possessed immense strength. After being buffed up by the 3 heroic spirits, its strength was already close to rivaling a Grand Lord's of the same level, following which Shurfeng gave the command to attack. Taking the lead, the Golden Giant and 3 Tier 3 demons charged forward, the 10 Rock Guardians following closely after them. If a player were to witness this scene, they would definitely turn around and flee. However, Baphomet simply yawned, paying no heed whatsoever to the approaching enemies. Only when the Golden Giant and 3 demons arrived within 200 yards of Baphomet did the high demon look at the Golden Giant. Suddenly, as if they had just stepped into a muddy swamp, the Golden Giant, demons, and Rock Guardian speed decreased abruptly. Moreover, their movement speed wasn't the only thing reduced. Even their reaction speeds turned sluggish, following which Baphomet stomped on the ground and disappeared from where it stood. When Baphomet reappeared, it had moved over 50 yards from its original position. The high demon was practically faster than even an ordinary mythic monster. Before the Golden Giant could react, Baphomet already stood before it, the high demon looking no different from a child compared to the Golden Giant. After appearing before the Golden Giant, Baphomet waved its hand lightly, as if it were sweeping away dust. In the next moment, the Golden Giant and the demons and Rock Guardians standing beside and behind the Golden Giant were all sent flying over 20 yards back, damages appearing above the summoned creatures' heads among the group. The Golden Giant, which possessed the highest defense, lost over 700,000 HP, whereas the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians lost over 1 million HP each. Sure enough, it's very strong. Shurfeng was deeply shocked by the strength Baphomet displayed. Baphomet was much more powerful than any of the Grand Lord-ranked archaic species he had gone up against before. Moreover, based on the performance Baphomet just displayed, Shurfeng could tell that the High Demon's combat standard should be at the 6th floor Trial Tower standard. With the High Demon's mythical speed, even a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts would be like fish on a chopping board if it went up against Baphomet. Afterward, a series of exchanges took place between both sides. Unfortunately, although the Golden Giant and 3 demons retaliated, they only managed to land a few spells on Baphomet. Relying on its mythical speed, the High Demon easily dodged every normal attack sent at it. In contrast, despite being healed by Tier 3 heroic spirits, the Golden Giant and demons still continually lost HP. Although the Golden Giant and demons tried blocking and dodging Baphomet's attacks, their weakened reaction speeds prevented them from doing so. However, as Baphomet paid attention only to the Golden Giant and Tier 3 demons, Shurfeng was able to get within 100 yards of the High Demon unnoticed and immediately activated Demon Ruler. Suddenly, a ripple of power left the Bible of Darkness Shurfeng held. Baphomet's basic attributes promptly plummeted by 30%. The effect of Demon Ruler was remarkable. However, this was still not the end. Anna, who had long since completed her own preparations, had the Rock Giants form a magic array and suppressed Baphomet even more. However, the magic array was evidently inferior to Demon Ruler. In the end, Baphomet retained 60% of its original basic attributes, and it still suppressed the Golden Giant and Tier 3 demons. But instead of dodging all of the Golden Giant and demons' attacks, the High Demon was now forced to parry and block instead. Nevertheless, the Golden Giant failed to inflict any significant damage on Baphomet. Seeing this, Shifeng had no choice but to spend 5,000 magic crystals and activate the Ring of Gospel's World Projection. When World Projection descended on Baphomet, the High Demon's speed decreased once more. However, even after World Projection suppression took effect, Baphomet still retained 50% of its basic attributes and still overwhelmed the Golden Giant. How is it so powerful? Shifeng was next to speechless as he stared at Baphomet. If not for the Bible of Darkness's suppression, he would have long since turned around and fled by now. After thinking up to this point, he turned to look at Anna, a bitter smile on his face as he said, "It seems we can't hold back anything at all." Following which, he commanded Anna to use her other overtier spell, which was also the strongest spell Anna currently possessed, Tier 3 curse, Yin Yang Judgment. Yin Yang Judgment cooldown was 1 natural day, unless absolutely necessary. Shifeng did not wish to use the curse at all. However, if he did not use it now, it was only a matter of time before Baphomet defeated his team. After all, World Projection had a short duration of only 10 minutes, each use costing him 5,000 magic crystals. He did not have enough magic crystals to fight a protracted battle with the High Demon. Chapter 1683, First Kill Baphomet. Chapter 1683, First Kill Baphomet. After Anna completed the final verse of her incantation, 2 magic arrays, one glowing white and the other black, appeared above Baphomet. The mana surrounding the magic array then grew restless, blurring space around the High Demon. Such a huge disturbance attracted Baphomet's attention, and the High Demon's immediate reaction was to turn and flee, but Anna didn't give Baphomet the chance to escape. Waving her staff, she activated the magic array looming above Baphomet. Suddenly, a 50-meter-long golden, holy spear descended from the sky. The instant the spear fell, space around the magic array and Baphomet froze, drastically decreasing the High Demon's movement speed. Before Baphomet could attempt to defend itself, the holy spear collided with the monster boom. As a result, a towering, black-white light pillar rose into the air. When the pillar had manifested, the world around Baphomet shook violently, and resulting shockwave pushed the Golden Giant and the Tier 3 demons under Shifeng's control back by over 20 yards. After the light pillar had disappeared, it revealed a massive crater where Baphomet had stood, with the High Lord lying at the body. Scorching flames burned the High Demon, decorating it and the crater with scorch marks. Dark blue blood seeped from numerous wounds covering Baphomet's body. However, compared to Baphomet's miserable appearance, the damage it had taken was truly terrifying. For 67, 175. A damage of over 4 million appeared above Baphomet's head. To Baphomet, who only had a maximum HP of 60 million after multiple means of suppression, this move had taken nearly 1/13 of its total HP. The might of Yin Yang Judgment completely exceeded Shifeng's expectations. Moreover, Baphomet had been heavily injured when the Tier 3 curse had struck, significantly decreasing its combat power. With no intentions of letting Baphomet recover, Shifeng ordered all of the summoned creatures to use their strongest moves, holding nothing back, following which, Tier 2 and Tier 3 skills and spells bombarded the High Demon. One after another, the injured Baphomet wasn't able to dodge any of the incoming attacks, and every skill and spell that had been sent slammed into the High Demon. Each attack dealt a minimum of minus 500,000 damage, depleting Baphomet's HP by a significant chunk, 80%, 75%, 70%. Although Baphomet eventually recovered from its mental shock and resumed its retaliation, the Golden Giant was more than enough to keep the High Demon busy with its weakened combat power. This prevented Baphomet from blocking Anna, the Tier 3 demons, and heroic spirits attacks. Of course, Shifeng didn't hold back, either. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, followed by Phantom Kill, He charged 4-9 Dragon Slash, Shadow Blade, Lightning Flash, Purgatory Pentaslash, Thunder Flame Explosion, Flame Burst. Thanks to Killing Ray, every one of Sure Feng's skills dealt double damage to Baphomet, and damages in the tens of thousands appeared above the boss's head. Although his damage was no match for the Tier 3 demons, who weren't suppressed by the Darkness World, it was still considerable 50%, 40%, 30%. As time passed and Baphomet's HP continuously decreased, it continued to recover. Gradually, its reaction speed recovered, and eventually, the level 80 Golden Giant wasn't able to keep up with its attacks. This forced the heroic spirits at the rear line to shift their focus from offense to healing once Baphomet's HP fell to 20%. The High Demon revealed a sinister grin. It began to swipe its claws at the air around it, sending powerful gales at Sure Feng and his team before Sure Feng and the others could launch another assault. Baphomet had finished chanting an incantation. The ground before the High Demon then cracked and shattered as towering, pitch-black flames spewed from the cracks. When the flames had dissipated, a crimson longsword engraved with pitch-black runes had taken their place the moment the longsword appeared. Sure Feng felt the surrounding power of darkness surge towards the weapon. The concentrated power of darkness became a black mist that circulated the crimson blade, releasing the one-handed sword in its right hand. Baphomet grabbed the crimson longsword. The moment the High Demon touched the weapon, black flames danced along the sword's blade soul fire. Sure Feng's expression darkened when he saw the flames. The punishment for challenging it is actually this severe. Although he had known that a High Demon would have powerful attack methods, he hadn't expected Baphomet to use Soul Fire in battle. This was a player's nightmare. Soul Fire was capable of burning souls, and not even players' immortal souls were immune to its effects if players were killed by Soul Fire. Not only would their death penalty increase, but they would also be prevented from logging into God's domain for multiple days. Of course, this mechanic had likely been created to prevent players from challenging the Guardian boss a second time within a short period. However, Sure Feng didn't want to waste too much time in the Darkness World. If he suddenly couldn't log into the game for several days, Zero Wing would be finished without waiting for Sure Feng to respond. Baphomet stomped its hoofs on the ground and vanished. It then reappeared before the Golden Giant, cutting down at the Great Lord with its flaming longsword, failing to react in time. The Golden Giant succumbed to Baphomet's attack, a damage over -1,300,000 appearing above its head. Pitch-black flames licked at the wood the longsword had created. Seeing this, the heroic spirits immediately cast their healing spells on the Golden Giant. However, when the healing spells touched the Great Lord, their effects seemed to have changed. Not only did the Golden Giant still sport the wound, but the pitch-black flames also burned with their original vigor. In fact, the Golden Giant had only received 30% of the spell's normal healing. When he saw this, Sure Feng's expression darkened. Further reduced healing effects was still acceptable, but the fact that the wounds Baphomet had inflicted couldn't be healed complicated the situation. As the Golden Giant accumulated more injuries, it would suffer a heavily injured state sooner or later. If that happened, its combat power would fall, and it would be helpless against the High Demon. If the Golden Giant couldn't deal sufficient damage, it would lose Baphomet's aggro. The High Demon would then be free to target someone else quick. Attack it with everything you've got, Sure Feng commanded Anna. At the same time, he took 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls from his bag and activated them, one after another, holding nothing back. Anna activated Yin Yang Power, her mana overflowing from her body. 1 Tier 3 spell after another bombarded Baphomet. However, even after noticing the incoming spells, Baphomet simply revealed a sneer as it lightly swung its crimson longsword, sending a wave of black fire to devour the approaching spells. The pitch-black flames corroded the Tier 3 spells' power relentlessly. By the time the spells actually reached Baphomet, they were weaker than Tier 2 spells. Baphomet then swung its longsword again and easily crushed the incoming attacks. Fortunately, although Baphomet had superior strength, it couldn't completely dodge the Tier 3 demon's attacks. Although its HP fell much slower than before, it still decreased at a steady rate after using the 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls. Shurfeng proceeded to activate Blade Liberation currently. Both Baphomet's defense and reaction speed were recovering, and as a result, it continued to take less damage despite bombarding Baphomet with a series of powerful attacks. They had only reduced Baphomet's HP to 12%. In contrast, the Golden Giant had become heavily injured after receiving 10 hits from the High Demon's Crimson Longsword, and it could no longer serve as a proper MT. Baphomet then turned its attention to the Tier 3 demons. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they team-wiped after activating Blade Liberation. Shurfeng's attributes skyrocketed yet again, and his basic attributes now surpassed the level 80 Golden Giants. Following which, Shurfeng activated Instant Strike and appeared before Baphomet's sword's orbit. Dang! 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 Unfortunately, Baphomet managed to block the majority of Shurfeng's slashes. Only the occasional slash slipped past the High Demon's guard and dealt a little over minus 100,000 damage. With how much HP Baphomet had remaining, the High Demon wasn't particularly concerned with this amount of damage. Even after Shurfeng fought for several seconds and launched dozens of slashes, the High Demon still had 5% of its HP remaining. Meanwhile, once Shurfeng had lost Instant Strike's buff, Baphomet gained the upper hand. In fact, due to Shurfeng's weakened state, he lacked any ability to retaliate. He could only defend himself. Fortunately, Anna finally finished her incantation angel summoning. Suddenly, a Tier 4 Valkyrie dropped onto the battlefield. Taking a step forward, the Valkyrie instantly appeared before Baphomet and swung her holy spear. Despite being a High Demon, the impact still sent Baphomet flying back over 20 yards, robbing it of its defensive stance. Immediately, the Valkyrie threw her holy spear, which easily pierced through the defenseless High Demon and dealt over minus 4 million damage. In the blink of an eye, Baphomet's HP fell below 1,000,000. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shurfeng activated Divine Providence and pointed Killing Ray at Baphomet Flame Domain. Lightning Edge. Under Shurfeng's command, a raging inferno and countless sword lights devoured Baphomet. Damages of over minus 200,000 appeared above Baphomet's head, one after another, tearing what little remained of the High Demon's HP away. Baphomet then died and collapsed to the ground following, which Shurfeng watched his experience bar increase rapidly. At the same time, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have obtained the first kill on Baphomet, the guardian boss of Darkson Canyon. Rewards doubled. Acquired High Demon Soul. Chapter 1684. Repairing the Bible of Darkness. Chapter 1684. Repairing the Bible of Darkness. After watching Baphomet die, Shurfeng breathed a deep sigh of relief despite the fact that the Darkness world reduced Shurfeng's EXP gain. His experience bar had risen by 7%, pushing him to 62% of level 65. If not for the 95% reduction in EXP gain, he definitely would have climbed to level 66 with the High Demon's death. Loot rained down from above, creating a dazzling sight to behold. If the various superpowers learned of this, they die from envy. The Darkness world's monsters already dropped excellent loot, and as a map's guardian boss, Baphomet's loot was far better than the map's other monsters. Including the first kill bonus, one could just imagine how bountiful the High Demon's loot was. Giving the loot a rough glance, Shurfeng estimated that there should be over 100 items. As items rained from the sky, a crystal, radiating a golden glow, landed before Shurfeng. His curiosity piqued. Shurfeng promptly picked up the crystal and inspected it. High Demon's Soul, epic rank consumable. Sacrifice magic crystals to create a new body for High Demon Baphomet. Spend 2,000 magic crystals to create a Tier 3 body that is 10 levels higher than the user. 5,000 magic crystals to create a Tier 4 body that is 15 levels higher than the user. Can be used 3 times cooldown, 5 minutes. Current usage count, 0. What a powerful, epic consumable. Shurfeng was stunned as he read the crystal's introductory text epic consumables were incredibly rare in God's domain, and each one was incomparably powerful. Take the Demon King's Horn, for example. It had enabled Sure Feng to destroy a city's defensive magic array instantly. Meanwhile, the High Demon Soul was similarly extraordinary at this stage of the game. A Tier 4 High Demon was practically invincible to players. Moreover, Sure Feng could use the item 3 times. Also, the High Demon Soul was different from the Divine Beast Descent magic array. In the latter's case, if the magic array's operation were interrupted, the summoned Divine Beast would disappear. In the case of the High Demon Soul, the summoned High Demon would only be cancelled if the owner were killed. It was a perfect tool of war. Sure Feng then stored the High Demon Soul and collected the loot scattered across the ground. In total, Baphomet had dropped 154 items, including 45 epic materials and 31 magic scrolls. Among the magic scrolls, 6 were Tier 3 magic scrolls, 2 large-scale destruction magic scrolls, 1 summoning scroll, 2 defensive magic scrolls, and 1 single-target attack magic scroll. There was also 1 Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll. The Guardian boss had dropped 1 Grandmaster and 33 Master rank potions as well. The Grandmaster potion was a growth potion that, when consumed, would temporarily increase the user's potential and forcefully elevate them by a single tier. This potion wasn't particularly useful to Tier 1 players, but to Tier 2 players and above, this potion's effects were even stronger than a Berserk skill. A Berserk skill only granted players additional basic attributes. However, this growth potion elevated players by a single tier. Not only would this increase grant players a boost to their basic attributes, but players' physique would also improve. This potion would be miraculously effective in dungeons. As for the remaining 44 items, there were 10 designs and recipes of various kinds among them. There was even a Master rank potion recipe and a Master ranked engineering design. The Master rank potion in question was the Life Potion. Not only would this potion heal players for 70% of their maximum HP instantly when consumed, but it would also grant an hot buff that recovered 2% of the user's HP every second for 10 seconds. In addition, it healed any heavy injuries and replenished 10% of the player's stamina and concentration. Unfortunately, the potion had a 5-minute cooldown, so it could only be used once or twice in most battles. Even so, it was much stronger than any advanced ranked recovery potion available on the market currently. Aside from the HP regeneration it provided, the fact that it could heal heavy injuries and replenish stamina and concentration made it extremely valuable. The potion would be particularly effective when players fought intense battles and when their stamina and concentration were nearly exhausted. The potion would also be very useful against bosses that increase stamina and concentration consumption. Although the Life Potion only recovered 10% of the player's stamina and concentration, it could save the player's life or help the team defeat a powerful boss if used during a critical moment. When the Life Potion had been introduced to the market in Sure Feng's previous life, each bottle had easily sold for 5 gold. However, the Life Potion recipe was extremely rare, and even the various superpowers had only acquired a few copies after going to great lengths. Each copy of the recipe could easily sell for an exorbitant 8,000 gold if put up for auction. As for the Master ranked engineering design Baphomet had dropped, it was the Hang Glider design. Like its real-world counterpart, the Hang Glider allowed players to glide through the air. Moreover, the Hang Glider was much faster than any mount. The Master ranked Hang Glider provided a 350% movement speed increase. Since there weren't usually obstacles in the air, players could also traverse longer distances in a straight line. However, the Hang Glider had 3 flaws. The first was that players needed to take off from a sufficiently high location. The second was that the environment would affect the Hang Glider. If players tried to glide through a storm, the consequences would be severe. They might even be blown out of the sky and fall to their deaths. The third flaw was that Hang Gliders were consumables and could not be repaired. They would disappear once their durability had been exhausted. Meanwhile, even a common Hang Glider cost around 18 gold to produce. They weren't much cheaper than common mounts, which players could use indefinitely. However, to players who valued time and speed, These flaws did very little to stop them from using the hang gliders in the past. Many experts had opted to use hang gliders whenever they could to save on travel time. They paid no attention to the cost as Shurfeng gazed at the hang glider design. His eyes sparkled with joy since mounts weren't yet popular in God's domain. Players' demand for hang gliders would be intense if he sold them. At this point, the various large guilds were starting to shift the focus of their development to neutral maps between kingdoms and empires. After all, in a situation where no one had obtained a town-building order or town migration order, players were forced to walk to these neutral maps. In addition, neutral maps themselves were very large. Even with a mount, players would need a considerable amount of time to explore the map fully. However, players could save a lot of time if they had a hang glider. If the Candlelight trading firm introduced the hang glider to the market now, it would definitely be well received. In addition, since Candlelight would have the monopoly over the hang gliders, it would make a fortune off of the transportation tool. The extra funds would help Zero Wing City's development tremendously. Meanwhile, among the other 8 recipes and designs Baphomet had dropped, there was also an advanced hang glider design. Although the advanced hang glider was inferior to the master hang glider, it still increased players' movement speed by 300%. It seems I'll have to find some time to grind hang glider recipes. Shurfeng thought to himself. Although the master hang glider was super rare, the advanced version wasn't. Level 70 plus Grandlords and above all had a chance of dropping the recipe. The field bosses of a few particular maps even higher drop rates. In the past, the various large guilds had generally opted to grind those field bosses to obtain more advanced hang glider recipes. Zero Wing's main force was already considerably strong. With the help of his Bible of Darkness, they could definitely grind for more advanced hang glider recipes after storing the master hang glider design. Shurfeng shifted his sight to a tattered page in his bag. The words on the page had long since become indiscernible. However, the page still radiated a faint trace of divine might. Moreover, the surrounding power of darkness gathered around the page. When he pulled it from his bag, when Shurfeng inspected this page, he became indescribably excited. This was because this page was actually part of the Bible of Darkness. Despite repairing the Bible of Darkness's core, it wasn't complete. The book was still missing pages. The page before him was none other than one of those missing pages. System, you have discovered a page of the Bible of Darkness. Do you wish to spend 500 magic crystals to assimilate this page with the Bible of Darkness and repair it? Repair. Shurfeng chose to repair the Bible of Darkness without hesitation. Chapter 1685, Dark Armament. Chapter 1685, Dark Armament. When Shurfeng agreed to repair the Bible of Darkness, the book flew out of his bag space and hovered before him. The book then opened to reveal the missing page's location. At the same time, the missing page transformed into a black mist that melded with the Bible of Darkness. 3 seconds later, the page had joined the book as seamlessly as if it had never left in the first place. After the Bible of Darkness had recovered one of its missing pages, the power of darkness that gathered around the book became denser, and now a black mist settled over the book. The Bible of Darkness has improved by so much. After repairing the Bible of Darkness, its appearance indicated that it had become far more powerful. Although the book's aura wasn't much stronger than before, its control of power of darkness had improved. In fact, the Bible of Darkness's control over the power of darkness had improved so much that Shurfeng could feel the darkness world suppression weaken slightly. Originally, this world had suppressed his basic attributes by 30%, but now it had dropped to 25%. The suppression on his senses had also decreased from 50% to 40%. Unfortunately, his EXP gain was still reduced by 95% immediately. Shurfeng inspected the repaired Bible of Darkness. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. The core magic array has since been repaired using the source of space-time thus far. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. Skill 1. Demon Summoning. Summons the Demon Gate with the power of darkness. calling forth a random demon that is no higher than 1 tier and 15 levels in the summoner. Maximum tier cannot exceed tier 5. Holder of the Bible of Darkness can command the summoned demon for up to 6 hours cooldown, 2 hours 30 minutes. Skill 2. Gate of Darkness. Allows teleportation to the Dark Denver. Can also be used in the Dark Den to teleport to the outside world. Can teleport a maximum of 30 people at a single time cooldown. 1 day. Skill 3. Light of Darkness. Strengthen a player with the power of darkness, allowing said player to wield the power of darkness. Can strengthen up to a maximum of 1,500 people. Every player strengthened provides 1 source of darkness to the wielder of the Bible of Darkness. Skill 4. Power of Darkness. Fill your body with the power of darkness, increasing all attributes by 120%, decreasing cooldown of all skills by 30%, and increase damage by 50%. Duration will be equal to number of source of darkness *0. 5 seconds. Power of Darkness cannot stack. Can only strengthen players up to a maximum of tier 5 classes. Cooldown 5 hours. Skill 5. Demon Ruler. Passive effect. Increases the attributes of demonic creatures under user's control by 35%. Forcibly decreases the attributes of all enemy demonic creatures within a 1,000-yard radius by 30% active effect. When activated, there is a 12% chance to control a demonic creature that is no higher than 2 tiers and 30 levels than the user for 2 hours. Can control up to tier 5 creatures. Can control up to a maximum of 3 creatures at a time cooldown. 5 minutes. Skill 6. Dark Armament. By sacrificing sources of darkness, transform the Bible of Darkness into a weapon suitable for the user. Duration is equal to number of source of darkness *3 seconds. During this period, the Bible of Darkness's other skills cannot be used. Cooldown 6 hours. Dark Armament. The appearance of a new skill had surprised Shurfong. Is this what the missing page contained? He had only expected to find some minor improvements to the Bible of Darkness's skills after incorporating the missing page. He had never thought that the page would add a new skill weapons or the foundation of a player's combat power. Players could only wield high attack power with a powerful weapon at the end of the day. Berserk skills were unreliable. On the other hand, a powerful weapon could permanently increase a player's combat power. Although the Bible of Darkness's weapon wouldn't last forever, it could still last up to 75 minutes, which was much longer than any Berserk skill. It was enough time for players to end a large-scale battle after examining the Bible of Darkness for a few more minutes. Shurfong stored it and began to appraise the other items Baphomet had dropped of the remaining 34 items. There was 1 Darkness Stone and 6 Darkness Stone fragments. The rest of the items were weapons and equipment, the most valuable of which was a pair of epic rank boots called the Trickster's Legs. When equipped, the Trickster's Legs would offer a significant boost to the wearer's movement speed and reaction speed. It was an excellent pair of boots that only level 50 players and above could equip. There were also 5 pieces of level 60 Dark Gold equipment, 12 pieces of level 60 Fine Gold equipment, and 9 pieces of level 60 Secret Silver equipment among the level 60 Fine Gold equipment. 2 pieces happened to be the hat and gloves for the Fantasy Demon set, which Shurfong still needed. He had also completed 2 Dark Devourer sets after killing Baphomet. Once Shurfong had organized the loot, he didn't bother to sit and rest. Instead, he drank a drop of life essence and continued towards the next map after riding the demonic flame tiger for around 10 minutes through the canyon. Shurfong reached a new map. Unlike the barren Darkson Canyon he had previously occupied, a tranquil forest dominated this map. Visibility here was also much better than in the Darkson Canyon. Even without using his summoned demons, he could see up to 50 yards away. Why are the monsters here so low-leveled? When Shurfong had inspected his surroundings with the detection crystal ball, the highest level monsters he had found nearby were only level 60. These monsters were clearly lower leveled than in the Darkson Canyon. Did I take the wrong path? The Darkson Canyon only had 2 exits. One of them had been completely blocked off, and a guardian boss defended the other. Since he couldn't pass through the sealed exit, he had chosen to kill Baphomet. Yet that path had led him to a lower-level map. Forget it. This will do. In any case, I'm only trying to grind Darkness Stones. It'll be easier to kill level 60 Grand Lords. Although Shifeng hadn't expected to reach a lower-level map, he welcomed this outcome. It was undoubtedly easier to kill level 60 Grand Lords than it was to kill their level 80 cousins. Furthermore, he wasn't able to do much fighting since he was in a weakened state due to activating his twofold Berserk during the fight with Baphomet. For a short period, he wouldn't be able to add adequate combat power to his Team Shifeng, then proceeded to lead Anna towards one of the Grand Lords he had discovered with the detection crystal ball with 3 level 80, tier 3 demons, and 1 level 80 golden giant, whose strength rivaled a Grand Lord of the same level. Defeating a level 60 Grand Lord would be a piece of cake. With Anna and the 3 heroic spirits' assistance, the fight against the Grand Lord ended quickly. Shifeng hadn't even needed to do anything throughout the fight. Time passed quickly, and before Shifeng had realized it, he had grinded in the tranquil forest for over a day and wiped out all of its Grand Lords. Now he had 93 Darkness Stones and 847 Darkness Stone fragments. With the Philosopher's Stone's 100% synthesis success rate, he would have no problems collecting 100 Darkness Stones. The full day of grinding had also pushed Shifeng to 84% of level 65. If not for the reduced EXP gain, he would have long since reached level 66. Even so, his leveling speed was incredibly efficient, but compared to his leveling speed, the loot he had acquired from the bosses he had killed was truly amazing. Although he had not obtained any epic items, he had collected 17 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment, 52 pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment, and 276 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. The number of weapons and equipment he amassed by himself in a single day could almost rival a first-rate guild's acquisition, of course. A large part of the reason for his success was the help of Icarus's heart, the monstrous Anna, and the Bible of Darkness. Without them, he never would have collected so many top-tier weapons and equipment in the Darkness world so easily. Now that I've collected the Darkness Stones I need, it's about time I return. Shifeng smiled at the Darkness Stones in his bag. With this, he had completed his quest to obtain the Lost Town. Following which, Shifeng took out a White River City return scroll and activated it after 20 seconds. Shifeng transformed into a streak of white light and departed from the Darkness world. Chapter 1686, Stoneclaw Mountain Sealed. Chapter 1686, Stoneclaw Mountain Sealed. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. After Shifeng left the teleportation hall, he immediately noticed far fewer players on the street than before. Moreover, when players noticed the zero-wing emblem pinned on Shifeng's black cloak, they gave him unusual looks. When independent players on the streets had noticed Zero Wing's emblem previously, they had gazed at the player wearing it with envy and admiration. But now, they looked at Shifeng with sympathy in their eyes. Shifeng was confused. He had only been away from White River City for a few days. Yet the city had changed so massively. What happened here? Shifeng began to pay closer attention to the players walking down the street. He soon discovered that independent players weren't the only ones behaving oddly. When players from small guilds noticed him, they revealed ridiculing expressions. This confused Shifeng even further. No matter what was said or done, Zero Wing was Starmoon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 guild. Even if the Zero Wing's development had suffered lately due to the war with Heaven's Burial, the guild hadn't fallen so far that even small guilds member would look down on it. Shifeng had even dealt Heaven's Burial a severe blow recently. Now that Heaven's Burial had lost its income from Ancient Rock City, the guild's development potential had plummeted. It could no longer compete with Zero Wing's growth. Look, that guy's wearing Zero Wing's bronze emblem. He should be one of Zero Wing's experts. Yet he still has time to wander aimlessly. I bet he ran back here once he realized that victory isn't possible. Heaven's Burial's latest strategy is too ruthless. Zero Wing is almost guaranteed to lose Stone Forest Town, and all of the various large guilds are fending for themselves. Heaven's Burial even declared that any guild that offers Zero Wing assistances will join its hit list, and any of Zero Wing's members that withdraw will be spared its wrath. That's right. Who would have imagined that Heaven's Burial would close off the Stoneclaw Mountains map with such a powerful barrier? Not only has all communication been cut off, but they've also disabled return scrolls. Moreover, the barrier only has one exit. Based on what I've heard, a large army of evil demons and evil beasts guard that exit, and Heaven's Burial isn't letting any player leave the map, keeping players from notifying the kingdom's armies. Heaven's Burial isn't letting any player leave the map to notify the kingdom's armies. The Stoneclaw Mountains map has been locked down for nearly 7 hours now. With Heaven's Burial's strength, it should have already captured Stone Forest Town. I'm not sure. Based on the information Stone Forest Town's players are sharing via offline communication, the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial has become intense, with both sides constantly losing players. But Zero Wing's players haven't been able to break through to the barrier's exit. In contrast, more players from Heaven's Burial are gathering in the Stoneclaw Mountains by the minute. The same is true for the evil beasts and evil demons. Heaven's Burial is amazingly capable. With their almost complete control of all information relating to the siege, Zero Wing can't reach the kingdom's armies to ask for help. Meanwhile, trying to get into the barrier is a suicide mission. If Heaven's Burial wishes it, it could kill the players trapped inside as many times as it wants, and those players will have no hope of escape. Logging off inside the barrier will also incur a severe penalty. Besides, if Zero Wing's members log out of the game, Stone Forest Town will be as good as lost. As the players who rested in the bars and restaurants along the street watched Showdown, they began to discuss the recent events in the Stoneclaw Mountains. They all admired Heaven's Burial's prowess. Although Zero Wing was impressively powerful, Heaven's Burial was a step ahead of its rival. The Stoneclaw Mountains have been sealed. Showdown could not help his surprise. He had seen guilds seal off maps before, but those seals had only blocked communication and disabled return scrolls. Based on what he had just heard, the seal on the Stoneclaw Mountains even prevented players from leaving on foot. This was an extremely difficult feat. Not even he could accomplish the same effect in the past. Only the various superpowers had used such seals when targeting certain Apex experts or try to capture enemy guild city. Showdown immediately turned back toward the teleportation hall and teleported to Starmoon City. He then hurried towards Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the normally blue sky over the Stoneclaw Mountains had dulled to a dismal gray. A barrier of evil energy had enveloped the entire map, and while inside this barrier, players' stamina and concentration would be sapped away, even if they did nothing but stand in place. Their minds also felt foggy due to the barrier's power. In contrast, the evil demons inside the barrier were in their element. Both their movement and intellect had improved, as had their basic attributes. Standing on one of Stone Forest Town's walls, Aqua Rose watched the swarm of monsters and players gather some distance away with a somber expression. Suddenly, a level 50 ranger clad in blue walked up to Aqua Rose and reported, "Vice Guild Leader Aqua, based on our scouts' observations, another player army has entered the barrier. By the looks of it, they seem to be from Blackwater. There are roughly 20,000 players, over 6,000 of which are level 49 or above. Moreover, they have brought 8 catapults with them. 6,000 experts and 8 catapults." Aqua Rose's expression darkened further after hearing this. Currently, Zero Wing only had around 100,000 members protecting Stone Forest Town, and a large majority of them were players she had gathered and led to the town to reinforce its defenses. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial had gathered over 300,000 members before Stone Forest Town. Although only around 170,000 of them were elite members, and the rest were normal members, the normal members were not to be underestimated. Even the weakest among them was level 45. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial had the support of a large force of evil demons. Rough estimates counted over 100,000 of these monsters. Moreover, more monsters joined the force as time passed. Although most of the evil demons were relatively weak, with only level 45 elites, they continued to devour monsters around the Stoneclaw Mountains, growing stronger. In fact, Heaven's Burial had yet to besiege Stone Forest Town because it concentrated on accumulating more strength during this period. Aqua Rose and Zero Wings experts had made multiple attempts to assault the barrier's exit and send information out of the map to notify the kingdom's armies, hoping that the NPCs would show up to exterminate the evil demon army. However, the evil demons and Heaven's Burial's members guarding the exits had foiled every attempt. The evil demons guarding the exit were simply too powerful. There was even a mythic ranked evil demon among them. Even Fire Dance, who had the greatest chances of escaping the barrier, had been defeated and killed in just a few moves. She hadn't even had the power to resist the mythic ranked evil demon. Now that Blackwater had dispatched 6,000 experts and 8 catapults as reinforcements, Heaven's Burial's strength in this siege had increased further, although Aqua Rose wanted nothing more than to charge out there and destroy the 8 catapults Blackwater had sent. The evil demon army would undoubtedly assault any force she led out of Stone Forest Town. By leaving the town, they'd simply nourish the evil demons, ultimately helping Heaven's Burial capture Stone Forest Town. Ha ha ha. Vice Guild Leader Aqua, I suggest that you give up this struggle. Stone Forest Town will be mine. In fact, I won't just settle for Stone Forest Town. I'll take Zero Wing City as well. Listen up, Zero Wing members. You do well to abandon any hope of winning this war and withdraw from your guild now. Staying will only spell your doom once my monster army charges into Stone Forest Town. We've already sealed off the Stoneclaw Mountains, so even in death, none of you will leave this place alive. You'll only die again and again. So, withdraw from your guild while you still have the chance. Singular Burial announced with a voice amplification device as he watched Aqua Rose on the town's ramparts. You should also know that currently, Blackwater's army and another army of evil demons are on their way. Once they arrive, not even heaven will be able to save you. The players in Stone Forest Town fell silent after listening to Singular Burial's declaration with solemn expressions. Are we going to fall just like this? Everything Singular Burial had said seemed true. All they could do now was wait for death to reach them. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the town before a deep voice echoed throughout the area, reaching Stone Forest Town and Heaven's Burial's army and ingraining its question into everyone's minds. Is that so? Chapter 1687, Strong Reversal. Chapter 1687, Strong Reversal. As the deep voice from above reached the players, everyone turned towards it. Black Flame, the Sword King. Everyone quickly discovered a cloaked man hovering in the air. The man carried 2 long swords at his waist and radiated a majestic aura. Upon recognizing this man's appearance, many players gasped in surprise. This man had been responsible for so many miracles, already from killing an enemy commander while surrounded by an army of thousands to deterring an army of tens of thousands single-handedly. This man had defied common sense. He had even slain one well-known expert after another and wounded multiple superpowers. Just recently, he had charged into Ancient Rock City alone and destroyed 2 of the city's defensive magic arrays. To top it all off, he had left that city with his life. The man was definitely Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert guild leader. The guild leader's back. He's really here. Many of Zero Wing's members on Stone Forest Town's walls were ecstatic when they saw Sure Feng's figure in the distant sky, and the depressing atmosphere that had surrounded them lifted instantly as fighting spirit overwhelmed these players. As they gazed up at Sure Feng, a hint of fanaticism even flashed in their eyes. The guild leader? Has he already completed his quest? Although Aqua Rose was similarly excited to see Sure Feng, a seed of guilt sprouted in her heart. Sure Feng had entrusted her with Zero Wing's management before he had left. Heaven's Burial had cornered the guild. Novel full. Guild leader, you're finally back. When Blackie, Fire Dance, Cola, Shadow Sword, Turtle Dove, and Zero Wing's other core members saw Sure Feng, they seemed to have grown an extra backbone as they brimmed with confidence. Is Black Flame finally getting involved? Notify the higher-ups immediately. Tell them that Black Flame has arrived. The various superpowers spies stationed in Stone Forest Town exploded into action when they saw Sure Feng above the town. Some of these spied immediately logged out of the game to report the situation to their superiors. Although logging off would incur penalties, This information was worth the price, after all. Shifeng's appearance alone had changed the situation. Zero Wing's members had already lost their fighting spirit after seeing the countless enemies around them. However, every one of these players reacted as if they were on some kind of high when they saw their guild leader, madness burning in their eyes very quickly. The major powers who watched this war received news of Shifeng's arrival in Stone Forest Town. So, Black Flame has finally made an appearance? And here I thought that he had given up on Stone Forest Town. It seems he still intends to fight this out until the very end. When Galaxy Past, who rested the Star Alliance's residence in Starmoon City, received the latest report from his subordinate, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Heaven's Burial had thrown everything it had into this last assault. The guild had clearly stopped holding back. Even if Stone Forest Town's defenses were very powerful, the evil demon army was no laughing matter. Unlike evil beasts, evil demons were intelligent. They also had faster reaction speeds. They wouldn't succumb to the town's static defenses as easily as the evil beasts. Moreover, based on the information they had collected thus far, any player killed an evil demon killed inside the barrier would become a sacrifice, turning into a new evil demon for Heaven's Burial very quickly. Just thinking about it made Galaxy Past shudder with fear. One could not forget the reinforcements Blackwater had sent, either. 8 catapults could inflict devastating damage to Stone Forest Town. Not only did they deal high damage, but they also had an extremely long attack range. Even Zero Wing's movement-type defensive magic array would only last a few hits from these weapons of war. Meanwhile, in a high-class restaurant in the Black Dragon Empire. Interesting. Black Flame really is a suicidal bastard. Nine Dragons Emperor's lips curled into a smile when he saw the video his subordinate had sent him. Zero Wing is truly finished now. I can't wait to see what Phoenix Rain plans to use to compete against me for Thunder Island in the next contest. In contrast to Nine Dragons Emperor's reaction, when Phoenix Rain read the latest report on the war between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing from her position on Thunder Island, her expression darkened. Why is he such a fool? Phoenix Rain was at a loss for words. Heaven's Burial had obviously sealed Stone Forest Town to massacre Zero Wing's members. It was bad enough that Zero Wing had sent most of its main force members and expert players to the town to defend it. But now, even Shifeng, Zero Wing's guild leader, had fallen into this trap. The wisest decision would be to abandon Stone Forest Town and conserve as much of the guild's strength as possible to protect Zero Wing City. The city had already become the guild's core, but if its guild leader were killed while protecting Stone Forest Town, it would deal a massive mental blow to the guild with both its military prowess and morale wounded. How was Zero Wing supposed to defend Zero Wing City later? Novel full. Standing amidst Heaven's Burial's army, which waited outside of Stone Forest Town, Singular Burial had his sight locked on a Shifeng, glaring at the man with a chilling gaze due to Black Flame. The foundation he had built for the future Heaven's Burial Empire had been utterly destroyed. If Black Flame hadn't destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays, the various superpowers wouldn't have sieged the city, forcing him to sacrifice his city to the evil god's branch temple. However, it was his turn to share the feeling of destruction with Zero Wing. Black Flame, your words sure are bold. What can you possibly do by yourself? You dare to destroy my city's defensive magic arrays. And today, I will take Stone Forest Town from you as compensation. Singular Burial sneered at Shifeng. As soon as Singular Burial finished speaking, the evil demon army behind Heaven's Burial's army loosed an earth-shattering roar. The roars of over 100,000 evil demons echoed throughout the Stoneclaw Mountains, and the pressure the monsters released made everyone in Stone Forest Town shudder. Some players' legs even lost their strength. The players in Stone Forest Town were reminded of the evil demon army's strength once more. If the pressure the evil demon army radiated were already so powerful, the consequences would be unimaginable if the monster army took action. Although Shifeng was powerful, what could one person possibly do against so many formidable monsters? There were also Heaven's Burial's players to contend with. In the end, Shifeng had only come to die alongside Zero Wing's members by coming to Stone Forest Town. Since you people from Heaven's Burial like Stone Forest Town so much, then you can stay here forever. Shurfeng immediately retrieved a pitch-black energy bead from his bag. The instant he took out this bead, Heaven's Burial's members below him felt their souls shudder. This bead's power had even affected their consciousness. This energy bead was none other than the destruction crystal Shurfeng had obtained from recasting the disintegration armor before anyone could react. Shurfeng loosened his grip on the destruction crystal. The pitch-black energy bead then landed among Heaven's Burial's army boom. The moment the destruction crystal touched the ground, it exploded with a silver radiance. Instantly, the ground beneath the destruction crystal sank as the power of destruction spread across the land. Neither living beings nor inanimate objects were spared. Anything and anyone the power of destruction came in contact with vanished, leaving nothing behind. Not even the weapons and equipment players had dropped as they had died had survived the blast. Everything had happened so quickly that before Heaven's Burial's members could even react, an empty plot of land had been created amidst their massive army. For a time, silence descended on Heaven's Burial's forces as if time itself had frozen. Zero Wing's members, who stood on Stone Forest Town's walls, were just as stupefied by the scene that had just occurred. They hadn't expected Shurfeng to make such a sudden move, not even giving Heaven's Burial's members a second to react. And the results of his attack were even so horrific. Chapter 1688. Strength of One Person. Chapter 1688. Strength of One Person. The destruction crystal had a 1,000-yard radius. The AoE could rival a Tier 5 large-scale destruction spell. However, unlike Tier 5 large-scale destruction spells, the destruction crystal destroyed everything it touched on a fundamental level. It did not rely on great power to destroy its targets, and even a small fraction of the power of destruction would destroy any player's body it encountered. It would even damage their immortal souls and corrode them to a certain extent. Unfortunately, the power of destruction would weaken at the edges as it spread. Most of the players 500 yards or more from the explosion's epicenter were still alive. Some of them were even still standing. Only, they had all been contaminated to varying degrees from their contact with the power of destruction. This contamination had significantly decreased their basic attributes, and their HPs slowly depleted over time. As for their stamina and concentration, they steadily lost both. Although these players were technically still alive, they could no longer add to the force's combat power. In addition, every player within the radius had lost a drastic amount of their weapons and equipment's durability. All mysterious iron weapons and equipment had turned into dust the moment the power of destruction had touched it, regardless of how little or how much power of destruction they had come into contact with. Not even secret silver equipment would survive within 300 yards of the epicenter. Only fine gold equipment had any hope of surviving the contamination within this range. Only dark gold equipment, or better, would have survived the contamination within 100 yards of the epicenter. Even so, dark gold weapons and equipment within this radius had still lost over 1/3 of their durability. All of this had happened in a mere instant, and Heaven's Burial hadn't had any time to react. The sudden development hadn't only stunned Heaven's Burial's members, but players within Stone Forest Town also gaped at the result. Heaven's Burial's members were all level 45 and above. If they died and lost a level, they'd have a challenging time recovering their losses. However, players that had been caught in the blast hadn't only lost levels, but their equipment and weapons had been destroyed as well. This loss was far more severe than losing a single level. When Heaven's Burial's surviving members saw their weapons and equipment, they nearly fainted. Zero Wing is really doomed now. The spectating players in Stone Forest Town could not help but gasp. Shurfeng's attack had certainly been extraordinary. With just one attack, he had dealt a heavy blow to Heaven's Burial, killing over 5,000 players and 3,000 evil demons. However, the fact remained that Zero Wing had no escape. Shurfeng had only dumped oil on the raging flame of Heaven's Burial's hatred. Singular Burial, who stood among his army, glared at Shurfeng, radiating killing intent. Even the temperature of the air around him had fallen by a few degrees. Black flame. You asked for this. Singular Burial then commanded, activate the magic gnome cannons and shoot him out of the sky. Guild leader, Are we really going to waste the cannons on him? Weren't we saving them to deal with Stone Forest Town's defensive magic array? Daybreak, Fog jumped in, trying to dissuade Singular Burial after hearing his latest order. The magic gnome cannons were war weapons they had acquired after capturing Ancient Rock City. Each of the cannon's shots could rival a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. It also dealt increased damage to defensive magic arrays and fortifications. It was a specialized weapon for siege warfare, however. The magic gnome cannons had limited ammunition, and Heaven's Burial had spent most of that ammunition while defending Ancient Rock City. Now, they could only fire 12 rounds. Using that ammo on a single target, a player at that, was unwise. He is the one asking for it. Singular Burial growled madly, adamant that his command be carried out. Hearing Singular Burial's decisive tone, his guild member realized how furious the man was. The players manning the magic gnome cannons at the rear of Heaven's Burial's forces then aimed the weapons at Sure Feng and fired. Boom. As the first cannon went off, a beam of dark blue light flew towards Sure Feng, reaching its target in the blink of an eye. The energy beam contained so much power that even the space around it trembled. Crap. Singular Burial has lost his mind. He's actually using a war weapon to deal with a single player. Black Flame is dead for sure this time. That attack should have a 100-yard radius at the very minimum. No player can dodge that. The players watching from within Stone Forest Town were stupefied. War weapons generally had very long cooldowns, and the stronger the weapon was, the longer its cooldown would be. Hence, for efficiency, such weapons were generally used against dense crowds. It was a luxury to fire a war weapon at a single player just as the dark blue energy beam was about to smash into Sure Feng. He activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his HP by 500%, defense by 300%, strength by 150%, and agility by 60%. The intensity of his aura instantly skyrocketed, and it felt as if some primordial beast had just woken from a long sleep, following which Sure Feng swung Killing Ray towards the incoming energy beam lightning edge. Countless arcs of lightning flew from Sure Feng's blade, forming a long, blue river that collided with the incoming energy beam. When the attacks collided, a brilliant radiance illuminated the battlefield. While everyone was momentarily blinded, a strong gust of wind pushed at them. Heaven's Burial's members standing near the collision were even forced to retreat several yards after the two attacks fought for supremacy. The magic gnome cannon's energy beam devoured the river of lightning and proceeded to devour Sure Feng. However, before Singular Burial could cry out in joyous victory, the smoke in the sky scattered and revealed Sure Feng's still living figure. Sure Feng was actually alive and still hovering in the air. In fact, he was nowhere near dead. He had only lost around 1/8 of his HP. He didn't die. How was that possible? Seeing Sure Feng alive and kicking, the players watching from Stone Forest Town were dumbfounded. The eyes of Heaven's Burial's members nearly fell from their sockets when they saw the result of the attacks. How is this possible? Did he use some invulnerability skill? No, that can't be right. He's lost HP. But if he didn't use an invulnerability skill, why did he only lose a little HP? For a moment, Singular Burial failed to comprehend what had just happened. He had considered the possibility that Sure Feng may have a few methods to dodge the magic gnome cannon's attack. For example, the enemy swordsman could use an invulnerability skill or a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll to block the energy beam. He could also use the teleportation skill he had used many times in the past. However, of all the possibilities he had considered, none of them included Sure Feng receiving the attack head-on. Continue firing. I refuse to believe he can endure. Singular Burial gave out the command to attack again. Gritting his teeth, the magic gnome cannon had a 45-second cooldown, but Heaven's Burial had secured 3 magic gnome cannons from Ancient Rock City. They still had 2 more they could rely on. Suddenly, another magic gnome cannon fired at Sure Feng. Boom. Once more, a dark blue energy beam threatened to devour the hovering swordsman this time. However, Sure Feng did not use an AoE skill. Instead, he activated Flame Burst and used Killing Ray to block the energy beam. Once the energy beam had passed, Shifeng had slid back nearly 20 yards before he stabilized his position in the air. He also lost close to 1/6 of his maximum HP. Although he had fared worse than before, he was still alive and well. Attack. Continue attacking him. Singular Burial commanded. Madness flashing in his eyes, the third magic gnome cannon fired immediately, seeing another dark blue energy beam approach. Shifeng moved forward to meet it. Boom. As the smoke scattered, Shifeng remained in the air. He also still had more than 50% of his HP. Is that it? Shifeng asked as he leisurely dusted himself off. Glancing at Singular Burial, he chuckled and wondered aloud. Are you telling me that this is all Heaven's Burial is capable of? Silence fell on the battlefield as everyone watched Shifeng. Chapter 1689. Summoning a High Demon. Chapter 1689. Summoning a High Demon. How is this possible? Horror filled Singular Burial's eyes as he stared at Shifeng. He was very familiar with the magic gnome cannon's power, and he simply couldn't accept the fact that Shifeng had just taken 3 hits head-on and survived, much less held on to more than 50% of his HP. Even a Tier 2 metric tons would be vaporized, even after activating a life-saving skill, if they were struck by the magic gnome cannons. Yet 3 of these powerful weapons attacks had failed to kill Shifeng. Is he some NPC or a humanoid monster? As Heaven's Burial's members looked up at Shifeng's proud, hovering figure, they were overwhelmed with horror and confusion. The strength Shifeng had just displayed was beyond players' abilities. This kind of power lingered in the realms of NPCs and monsters. When they thought about how they were supposed to fight such a monster, a chill crawled down their spines. If not even attacks that could rival Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells could deal significant damage to this swordsman, their attacks would be raindrops pelting his skin. Shifeng's combat standard was also exceedingly high. He wouldn't simply let them attack him like a common monster. Shifeng charged into their army's ranks. The consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town had become eerily silent after its players had witnessed the failed bombardment. So, this is the strength of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert? Although they knew that Shifeng was Starmoon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert, and that they were definitely no match for the Sword King, they had never dreamed that the man was this powerful. Being able to face weapons of war was a feat beyond players. Shifeng, without a doubt, was a bona fide monster. After witnessing this, the experts that had planned to challenge Shifeng and claim the title as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert smiled in self-ridicule as they realized how comical their idea was when Shifeng swept his gaze over Heaven's Burial's members below him, noticing their shocked expressions. His lips curled into a smile. Although sufficient strength was important in a guild war, a guild's morale was just as important. Players plagued by fear and worry wouldn't be able to fight to their full potential, and they'd make senseless mistakes. In contrast, if a guild's morale were high, its players would exhibit their full potential and perform better than normal. Trying to defeat an enemy, while outnumbered, wouldn't be entirely impossible. It seems that it was quite effective. Shifeng was very satisfied with his performance when he saw his enemies' overwhelmed expressions. While war weapons were indeed powerful, they were not unstoppable. Current players were simply too weak to take a hit from such weapons. Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells could certainly kill Tier 1 players, and not even Tier 2 players could normally survive such an attack. But what about Tier 3 and Tier 4 players? Once players reached Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells would only pose a threat. They wouldn't be unstoppable. After reaching Tier 4, players could even shatter a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. The reason Shifeng had dared to face the magic gnome cannon's attacks was due to his sufficiently high basic attributes and magic resistance. In addition, Heavenly Dragon's power increased his HP and defense by a significant margin. Most importantly, the Disintegration Armor's disintegration field could weaken skills and spells above Tier 2 by 60%. With all of these factors in play, he had chosen to receive the magic gnome cannon's energy beams head-on. Even so, he had still received a considerable amount of damage. However, if anyone else stood in his place, even with the help of the disintegration field, They'd either die or barely cling to life after a single attack. Although it appeared that he had only lost a small fraction of his HP, he had boosted his HP by 500% with one of his skills. Losing 1/6 of that HP was the equivalent to losing as much HP as he normally possessed. Moreover, receiving Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells head-on was a considerable burden on his equipment's durability. After 3 shots from the gnome cannons, his dark gold equipment's durability had fallen by nearly 1/4. If he received another dozen or so energy beams, all of his items would be destroyed, aside from his epic and fragmented legendary items. Seeing that Heaven's Burial's members panic, Shurfeng promptly took the Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll, which he had obtained after killing Baphomet, from his bag, and activated Idiur, Force Spell, Dark Prison. Before Heaven's Burial's members could recover from their shock, a pitch-black ball appeared among the army. This pitch-black ball then expanded, quickly and silently enveloping a 500-yard radius. After remaining motionless for 2 seconds, the black ball burst, and a towering pillar of black light took its place instantly. All players who had failed to activate invulnerability skills died, as they were caught within the light pillar. With this single attack, Heaven's Burial had lost an additional 6,000+ members. Zero Wing, he my command. Leave town and wipe out Heaven's Burial. Leave none of them alive. Bring the miniature ballistas and movement-type defensive magic array. Shurfeng shouted from his position in the air, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Upon hearing Shurfeng's command, Zero Wing's members blood boiled as they roared with power. Under Aqua Rose and the other core members' command, everyone charged out of Stone Forest Town and dashed toward Heaven's Burial's 300,000-strong army. Hundreds of miniature ballistas and the movement-type defensive magic array followed closely behind. Damn it. How does Black Flame wield this kind of power? We can't win. Black Flame is a monster. I don't want to die. Compared to the physical destruction from Shurfeng's Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll, the mental blow had been crippling. After seeing so many more of their companions instantly die, many of Heaven's Burial members turned and fled. Shurfeng had just used 2 large-scale destruction spells with such horrific power in a row. Who knew if he had more in store? Moreover, seeing how miserably their guild members had died had truly terrified them. This was especially true for the first group of players that had fallen to the destruction crystal. The attack had even obliterated most of those players' equipment. Shurfeng was basically immortal in their eyes. They couldn't bear to remain in this nightmare for a moment longer. Black Flame. Singular Burial frowned as he watched his army descend into chaos. Hurriedly, he commanded through the team chat, "Send in the evil demon army now." Guild leader, are we really going to attack now? Blackwater's reinforcements haven't arrived yet. If we start now, I'm afraid that Daybreak Fog knew the kind of strength the evil demon army possessed. The majority were newly spawned evil demons. While these evil demons might be able to slaughter players, they would be mostly useless against the NPC soldiers in Stone Forest Town. They'd struggle to break through the town's defenses with these monsters. It doesn't matter. Singular Burial understood the potential consequences of attack too early as well. However, if they did nothing to recover from a mental blow Zero Wing had just dealt, facing the enemy guild would become even more difficult. However, very quickly, Singular Burial revealed a sneer as he said, "Zero Wing's members have taken the initiative to leave the town. This is the perfect opportunity to annihilate them. Notify Flame Blood to send in the Mythic ranked evil demons and beasts." Understood. Daybreak Fog recognized Singular Burial's reasoning. Immediately, she contacted Flame Blood and ordered him to take action immediately. A commotion occurred within the nearby forest. Within seconds, 1 level 80 Mythic ranked evil demon and 4 level 80 Mythic ranked evil beasts emerged. As they appeared, their deafening roars reached the battlefield. The pressure they exuded even stole the breath from the nearby Heaven's Burial members. The sudden inclusion of these Mythic-ranked evil beasts and demon discouraged Zero Wing's members. In contrast, some of Heaven's Burial's morale returned. Black Flame, it's time to pay for your arrogance. Singular Burial smirked when he saw that Zero Wing's army had already moved a considerable distance away from Stone Forest Town. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the Mythic-ranked Evil Beasts and Evil Demon to charge into Zero Wing's rank Sure Foam, then return to the ground. Once he landed, he pulled a crystal ball with a golden glow from his bagcom, Baphomet. Sure Foam shouted. At the same time, 5,000 magic crystals vanished from his bag space. Chapter 1690, Mythic Showdown. Chapter 1690, Mythic Showdown. After sacrificing 5,000 magic crystals to activate the High Demon's soul, a gigantic magic array formed before Sure Foam. However, unlike other magic arrays, this one did not absorb mana from its environment. Rather, power of darkness gushed from the array and flooded its surroundings as if it were a portal to the darkness world. The dense power of darkness quickly formed a layer of dark mist around the magic array. It was so dense that it even dispersed the ambient evil energy after 3 seconds of this process. The black mist concentrated into a colossal form the moment the mist began to coalesce into this gigantic form. It radiated an overwhelming aura that spread into its surroundings. Moreover, as the body took shape, its aura became stronger after another 5 seconds. Baphomet's 30-meter-tall frame arrived on the battlefield, however. Unlike the Baphomet Sure Foam had killed, this Baphomet was multitudes stronger. The previous Baphomet had merely been a level 73 Grand Lord, but the monster before Sure Foam was level 80 Mythic-ranked High Demon. Moreover, due to the Bible of Darkness's Demon Ruler skill, Baphomet's basic attributes increased by another 35%. Baphomet, High Demon Mythic, level 80, HP 324 000 000 /324 000 000. When the Evil Demon army was within 100 yards of Zero Wing's army, Baphomet stopped the ground lightly and disappeared. The High Demon instantly reappeared before the Evil Demons before swiping one of its clawed hands at the monster army boom. Suddenly, all Evil Demons within 20 yards of Baphomet flew backward. All elite and special elite ranked Evil Demons within Baphomet's attack range were instantly obliterated. Even the chieftain-ranked Evil Demons clung on alive with a small strand of HP. So strong, Zero Wing's members, who were charging in a battle, could not help but gasp when they saw this. It was obvious that the swipe had been one of Baphomet's normal attacks. The High Demon hadn't used an AoE skill, yet had instantly destroyed several dozen Evil Demons. The resulting impact had even flattened the previously uneven ground before the High Demon naturally. Baphomet didn't give its enemies the time to react as it swung its other clawed hand boom. Once more, dozens of Evil Demons died. Several Lord-ranked Evil Demons flew through the air as they sustained heavy injuries. For a time, Baphomet continued on an unstoppable rampage. The High Demon massacred the Evil Demons as if it were squashing on ants. Although the nearby Evil Demons had tried to retaliate, Baphomet had barely taken damage. The chieftain-ranked Evil Demons only dealt around -300 damage to the High Demon, whereas the Lord-ranked Evil Demons dealt around -1,000 damage. These attacks weren't even a scratch to Baphomet. With its battle recovery, Baphomet regained 3,240,000 HP every 5 seconds. Furthermore, the Evil Demons didn't have long-ranged attacks. At most, they could launch a few mid-ranged attacks. Although Baphomet was massive, only 200 or so Evil Demons could attack it at one time. Even if Baphomet stood there and did nothing, the Evil Demons couldn't kill it. In the few seconds since Baphomet had joined the battlefield, the High Demon had killed hundreds of Evil Demons. Among them, over 24 had been chieftains, and 1 had been a lord, although the loss was insignificant compared to Heaven's Burial's 100,000-strong force of Evil Demons. Singular Burial's expression twisted as he watched the High Demon slaughter. He had never expected Zero Wing to have a trump card like this. He had assumed that Zero Wing would summon divine dragons, as it had during their previous war. If that were the case, He intended to sneak the Mythic-ranked evil demons past Zero Wing's defenses to target the magic array that summoned the dragons directly. However, it was a different story if Shifeng summoned a mythic monster with an item. Dealing with Baphomet wouldn't be easy. Send 2 mythic evil beasts to hold that demon back. The mythic evil demon will go after Black Flame. I want to see how Zero Wing intends to defeat us. Singular Burial commanded evil demons were best against players. Although Shifeng was not an easy target, he was a small pest, slightly larger than his companions, before a mythic-ranked evil demon 2 of the 4 mythic-ranked evil beasts turned toward Baphomet, whereas the mythic-ranked evil demon charged at Shifeng. However, before the evil demon could reach Shifeng, a gigantic figure intercepted it. This figure belonged to none other than Baphomet. Baphomet was 30 meters tall, and the mythic-ranked evil demon was only 5 meters tall. The high demon loomed over the evil demon like a building. Do you think you can stop it? Singular Burial sneered. A mythic-ranked evil demon's combat standards were even superior to ordinary experts, and its strength was higher than a mythic-ranked evil beast's. Its only weakness was its low, 150 million HP. Against players, however, this much HP was more than enough. Without hesitation, the mythic-ranked evil demon brandished one of its claws at Baphomet. As its claw moved, gray mist rapidly enveloped it. Space tore as the claws passed Tier 3 skill, Dark Annihilation Claw. Although the attack was only a Tier 3 skill, the evil demon's overwhelming strength and speed improved it. Seeing the approaching attack, Baphomet swung one of its own clawed hands to meet the attack, rather than try to dodge. Boom. When the 2 claws collided, space around them shattered. The ground below the collision sank, while nearby evil demons were thrown through the air. Evil demons below chieftain rank and within 20 yards of the impact died instantly from the resulting shockwaves. After the 2 demons pushed against each other for a few seconds, the Dark Annihilation Claw's effects vanished, and the mythic-ranked evil demon was forced back by 5 steps before it stabilized itself. The difference between the 2 monsters' strength was obvious at a glance. The Heaven's Burial members that had brimmed with fighting spirit were stupefied, especially Singular Burial. How is any of this possible? How can that thing stop the evil demon's Tier 3 skill with a normal attack? Singular Burial simply could not understand how a demon could possess such horrific strength that not even a mythic-ranked evil demon could compete with it. However, Singular Burial quickly recovered his senses. Baphomet was only one creature, and he had a total of 5 mythic monsters under his command. Even if Baphomet were more powerful, it couldn't stop 5 mythic monsters at once. As long as they killed Shifeng, Baphomet would vanish. Singular Burial immediately contacted Flame Blood, who controlled the mythic monsters in secret, and instructed him to send all 5 to kill Shifeng. He also told Flame Blood to keep the other evil demons away from Baphomet as much as possible, focusing on Zero Wing's members as Singular Burial had expected. Although Baphomet was powerful, it couldn't stop 5 mythic monsters of the same level. It took everything the High Demon had to pin down 1 evil demon and 2 evil beasts. However, Zero Wing's army had arrived on the battlefield, and the movement-type defensive magic array enveloped Shifeng in its protection. Meanwhile, several hundred ballistas launched their payload simultaneously. The scene of hundreds of exploding arrows flying towards their targets was spectacular. The explosion 7 halted the mythic-ranked evil beast's advance for a moment. The weaker evil demons began to die in droves. A single volley of arrows had claimed several hundred evil demons' lives. However, the evil demon army launched its own assault against the movement-type magic array. From time to time, the 2 mythic-ranked evil beasts, which had avoided Baphomet's care, snuck past the High Demon to land 1 or 2 attacks on the magic array. Heaven's Burial also continued to bombard the array with the magic gnome cannons. With so many attacks against it, cracks began to surface on the magic array's barrier. Fortunately, the array quickly repaired itself, and after this continued for several minutes. Zero Wing had no choice but to replenish the movement-type defensive magic array's energy reserves. It's still standing. Envy flashed in Singular Burial's gaze as he watched the movement-type defensive magic array. Although it wasn't as strong as the barrier around a city, it could be reactivated the moment after it shattered. So what if you can withstand the evil demon army for now? How many magic crystals can you afford to spend? Heaven's Burial, charge. Zero Wing won't last much longer. Singular Burial shouted Heaven's Burial's members could also see that, although Black Flame's previous performance had been stunning, Zero Wing couldn't avoid annihilation. When Zero Wing's members heard Singular Burial shout, their expressions darkened. The evil demon was already a formidable force. If Heaven's Burial's players joined the fray, sure enough, I'm pushing my luck by relying on one Baphomet. The battle's current state didn't particularly surprise Surephone. Fortunately, Zero Wing City had accumulated quite a number of magic crystals lately, following which he retrieved the High Demon's soul from his bag and sacrificed another 5,000 magic crystals to it. Another gigantic magic array joined the battlefield, and after a few seconds, a new Baphomet manifested within the movement type defensive magic array. Black Flame can summon another one. This is some trick, right? As Heaven's Burial's members began their charge, they slid to a halt as they gaped at the new Baphomet in utter shock. Chapter 1691, Chaotic Battlefield. Chapter 1691, Chaotic Battlefield. Baphomet's 30-meter-tall figure was eye-catching inside the movement-type defensive magic array. The players standing around it looked like ants, and the High Demon was difficult to miss. Both this new Baphomet's aura and basic attributes were identical to the first Baphomet Surephone had summoned. He can actually summon two such powerful monsters. Singular Burial and Heaven's Burial's upper echelons looked on in abject horror. They had already witnessed Baphomet's power. Not only did the High Demon have more strength than both the Mythic-ranked Evil Demon and the Evil Beasts, but it could also tank one Mythic Evil Demon and two Mythic Evil Beasts by itself. Even the other two Mythic-ranked Evil Beasts struggled to find opportunities to sneak past the first Baphomet to attack Zero Wing. To put it simply, Baphomet's basic attributes and combat standard were already horrific, yet another monster of its caliber had joined the battle. This raised Zero Wing's combat potential to the next level when the second Baphomet had manifested. Some of Zero Wing's members, who had begun to despair, cheered. The two Mythic-ranked Evil Beasts were the biggest problem they faced, but now that a second Baphomet had joined them, they wouldn't need to worry about any of the Mythic monsters. With all 5 of Heaven's Burial's Mythic monsters at bay, they could rely on their defensive magic array and miniature ballistas to give Heaven's Burial's demon army the fight of its lifetime. Novel full. Suddenly, the second Baphomet vanished and reappeared before one of the two unhindered Mythic-ranked Evil Beasts. Baphomet then swung its clawed hand at the Evil Beast boom. The impact forced the level 80 Mythic Evil Beast to retreat several steps. Noticing the new, powerful foe, the other Mythic Evil Beast turned and headbutt Baphomet. Rather than dodge the incoming attack, Baphomet stomped the ground and swung its other claw, easily stopping the Evil Beast's all-out attack. The resulting impact pushed the Evil Beast back by several steps. The difference in strength between both sides was obvious at a glance for a time. The two Baphomets pinned down Heaven's Burial's 5 Mythic monsters, giving the monsters no opportunity to attack the movement-type defensive magic array. As a result, Heaven's Burial's damage against the array drastically decreased. Even with the rest of the evil demon army attacking desperately, the depletion of the magic array's energy reserve slowed. Now, it would take far more time to drain the defensive magic array's energy. Furthermore, Zero Wing's members could replenish the reserves at any given moment. This allowed the miniature ballistas and ranged players in the defensive magic array to attack without restraint. Each volley from the miniature ballistas contained several hundred exploding arrows. Although a single volley was not enough to kill the chieftain rank and above evil demons, the weaker demons turned to ash instantly. Amazing. So, this is Zero Wing's foundation. Even if the guild didn't have those 2 mythic monsters, Heaven's Burial would still find its members difficult to annihilate. The spectating players inside Stone Forest Town were stunned by the spectacular sight of several hundred miniature ballistas launching simultaneous attacks. Meanwhile, Singular Burial, who commanded the battle from afar, glared at Feng. He felt as if someone thrust a blade into his heart. With each exploding arrow volley from the miniature ballistas, he had sacrificed 400,000 players to obtain these evil demons, and to convince his players to offer a portion of their immortal souls willingly. Heaven's Burial had offered them significant compensation. In the few short minutes since the battle had begun, over 20,000 evil demons had fallen. In contrast, Zero Wing had yet to suffer a single casualty, as the impenetrable defensive magic array protected its members after a short moment. Zero Wing had regained the advantage. Guild leader, we are dealing too little damage to Zero Wing's defensive magic array. At this rate, Zero Wing will annihilate our forces before we can even deplete the magic array's energy reserves, Daybreak Fog said, frowning as she watched volley after volley of exploding arrows rain down on Heaven's Burial's armies. Aside from the two Baphomets, the several hundred miniature ballistas were plenty of trouble. Their combined attacks could rival a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell in both power and range. Even though evil demons were stronger than players, they couldn't survive a bombardment of multiple Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Novel full. Haven't Blackwater's reinforcements arrived yet? Singular Burial could practically feel his heart bleed. The losses the evil demon army was suffering were severe, but his player army's losses were worse. Players didn't have as much HP as the evil demons, and every attack from the two Baphomets and the miniature ballistas could one-hit his players. Thus far, Heaven's Burial had lost over 30,000 players. Many of them were the guild's elite members. Meanwhile, the Mythic Evil Demon and Mythic Evil Beast performance wasn't nearly as powerful as he had expected. On the contrary, the two Baphomets had them thoroughly suppressed, and they steadily lost HP. Singular Burial regretted his decision to begin the battle against Zero Wing so soon. Had he known that Feng could summon two Baphomets, he definitely would have waited until Blackwater's reinforcements had arrived. With Blackwater's catapults, destroying Zero Wing's defensive magic array would be much easier. Once they depleted the magic crystals Zero Wing had on hand, the guild's members would be fish on a chopping board. They almost here. They'll arrive in 6 or 7 minutes. Daybreak Fog reported after contacting one of Blackwater's representatives. 6 or 7 minutes. Singular Burial made some quick calculations in his head. At the rate the battle was developing, Heaven's Burial should have no problems lasting for another half an hour or so. All right, but tell them to hurry. Tell them that Zero Wing is much stronger than we had anticipated. Daybreak Fog immediately relayed Singular Burial's message to Blackwater's army. Zero Wing can actually dominate the evil demon army? It's no wonder why such an insignificant guild dares to provoke Blackwater Falling Fire, who wore a set of crimson mage robes, was surprised after he learned of Heaven's Burial's current predicament. However, that was all he felt. He wasn't worried in the slightest that they would fail to capture Stone Forest Town. Singular Burial had stated that his forces could hold out for another 30 or so minutes, and his group would arrive in around 7. Meanwhile, standing at the forefront of Zero Wing's army, Feng spent another 5,000 magic crystals to summon a third Baphomet once the High Demon's soul's cooldown ended. The instant the third Baphomet manifested, the battlefield fell silent. It was as if time had frozen before Heaven's Burial's members could react to the new Baphomet. Feng had the freshly summoned High Demon charge into enemy ranks, executing one skill after another. A Tier 4 High Demon possessed many skills and spells, and all of them were capable of killing dozens, even hundreds of players. Damn it. How is this possible? Shock and confusion overwhelmed Singular Burial as he stared at the third Baphomet. He could not figure out how Feng had summoned such powerful monsters, one after another. However, Singular Burial quickly calmed himself and pushed this thought out of his mind as he turned to Daybreak Fog and commanded, "Fog, contact Falling Fire and tell his group to hurry. Tell him to bring the 1 Mythic Evil Demons and the 2 Mythic Evil Beasts guarding the exit." Daybreak Fog knew how precarious their situation was now, as well. She notified Falling Fire, telling him to increase his force's speed and transfer more monsters to the battlefield. However, shortly after daybreak, Fog ended the call. Shurfeng pulled a summon guard scroll from his bag and activated it suddenly. A lithe, captivating figure appeared before Shurfeng naturally. This figure belonged to Anna following Anna's arrival. A level 80 Great Lord ranked Golden Giant and 10 level 80 Lord ranked Rock Guardians joined the battlefield. This instantly elevated Zero Wing's destructive power to a whole other level. Anna, in particular, performed as well as the Baphomets. She controlled numerous holy spears to attack the enemy players, each wave killing dozens or even over 100 players. Any Tier 1 player these spears struck died instantly. After summoning Anna, Shurfeng had the 3 Baphomets use their strongest skill. Each of the Baphomets then summoned their crimson long swords enveloped in pitch-black fire. Not only did the crimson long swords significantly increase the Baphomet's attack range, but those who fell to these weapons would also find their souls burning in the soul fire in 1 minute. Heaven's Burial's 300,000-strong player army was reduced to just 200,000. Meanwhile, there were less than 50,000 surviving evil demons. This instilled a deep fear in Heaven's Burial's members. Even Singular Burial began to panic. He contacted Falling Fire personally and demanded, "Falling Fire, where are you? We're almost there. We'll arrive in another 4 or 5 minutes." Falling Fire said 4 or 5 minutes? That long? Singular Burial paled as he gazed at the scorched, corpse-laden battlefield before him. Chapter 1692, Army Shattered. Chapter 1692, Army Shattered. Long. Falling Fire was confused by Singular Burial's comment. This was the time they had previously agreed upon. His arrival hadn't been delayed in the slightest. In fact, he had even increased his army's pace while disregarding their stamina consumption. Moreover, a battle of hundreds of thousands couldn't end in 4 or 5 minutes. These battles normally drug on for several hours before reaching a conclusion. The battle is intense. I could buy at most 5 more minutes. In any case, you need to hurry over here as soon as possible. Otherwise, the battle's outcome won't be certain, Singular Burial said, gritting his teeth. In reality, he wanted to tell the man that if his group didn't arrive in the next 5 minutes, their siege on Stone Forest Town would likely fail. Zero Wing is actually that strong? Singular Burial's response confused Falling Fire further. Although Heaven's Burial had incurred heavy losses while defending ancient Rock City, its remaining combat power could not be underestimated. Heaven's Burial also had command of over 100,000 evil demons. However, Falling Fire did not bother to ruminate over the matter as he nodded and said, "All right, I'll increase my force's speed to its maximum. We'll arrive in 4 minutes at most." 4 minutes. Singular Burial breathed a sigh of relief. If he organized his current forces, they should still have enough strength to defeat Zero Wing's army and capture Stone Forest Town. Singular Burial immediately disconnected the call and commanded his armies to retreat from the battlefield slowly. At the same time, he ordered some of his players to use magic arrays to buy time. He even used the 6 Tier 3 summoning scrolls and a large number of Tier 3 control magic scrolls. Heaven's Burial had gone to great lengths to collect to stop the 3 Baphomet's rampant slaughter, although Tier 3 control magic scrolls could not stop Tier 4 mythic monsters completely. Singular Burial could use them to limit the monster's mobility as the Tier 3 control magic scrolls activated, one after another. Magic arrays began to appear above and below the 3 high demons. Barriers, vines, and chains then emerged and restricted the Baphomet's strength and mobility. Black Flame, I'll admit that you are amazing to have forced me to use all of Heaven's Burial's trump cards, but in another 4 minutes, Zero Wing will meet its doom. Singular Burial shot Shurfeng a cold glare as he watched Zero Wing's army push forward. The strength Zero Wing had displayed in this battle had greatly exceeded his expectations. Had he known that Zero Wing could summon monsters of Baphomet strength, he would have had Flame Blood mobilize every mythic monster under his command. If the remaining mythic monsters, which currently guarded the barrier's exit, were here, Heaven's Burial's armies wouldn't have been forced to retreat after suffering such severe losses. However, with things as they are now, he had no choice but to push his armies to resist now that Heaven's Burial had lost ancient Rock City. It must capture both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City if the guild wanted any hope of becoming a superpower in God's domain again. Otherwise, rising would become extremely difficult for Heaven's Burial, although Blackwater hadn't dispatched a lot of players to help capture Stone Forest Town. Many of them were experts. Blackwater's army was even armed with powerful weapons of war. As long as they destroyed Zero Wing's defensive magic array and regrouped with the remaining mythic monsters, they could wipe out Zero Wing's forces and capture Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the battle between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing had thoroughly astounded the bystanders in Stone Forest Town. Too strong. This battle was no longer a simple guild war. It looked like a war between kingdoms. All sorts of mythic monsters had been dispatched to add to the army's combat power. Each side used Tier 3 and Tier 4 magic scrolls one after another. The experts that ordinary players like them normally looked up to were insignificant here. All of these players finally understood what a real guild war looked like. The guild wars they had witnessed previously were child's play compared to this. The war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was no longer a simple competition between players. It had become a war in which both guilds used everything they had to finish each other off. Both guilds had staked their continued existence on this war. No one had expected the battle to reach these heights initially. Everyone had assumed that Heaven's Burial's victory would be overwhelming due to the assistance of the evil demon army. However, not only had Zero Wing shattered both Heaven's Burial's players and its monster army, but it had also done so without losing a single player. This outcome was too frightening. The various large guild's members, who had planned to take advantage of Zero Wing's predicament to rob the guild, abandoned that plan out of fear. Fortunately, they had not taken action alongside Heaven's Burial. The consequences for doing so would have been unimaginably dire, following which, due to Heaven's Burial's sudden retaliation, the battle fell into a stalemate. Guild leader, I just received a report that Blackwater's forces are nearly here. Moreover, the evil demon army guarding the barrier's exit are rushing towards our location. Aqua Rose hurriedly reported after hearing from one of the frontline scouts, although the battle seemed like it was in Zero Wing's favor now. Aqua Rose knew that her guild couldn't continue at this pace much longer. Since the battle had begun, Zero Wing had spent over 80,000 magic crystals, and they had only started with a stock of 140,000. If Blackwater and the other evil demon army reinforced Heaven's Burial's forces, Zero Wing would be in danger. How long until they arrive? Shifeng asked. Blackwater's forces should arrive first. It'll take them roughly 4 or 5 minutes, Aqua Rose said. She then suggested, why don't we retreat to Stone Forest Town for now? If they retreated into Stone Forest Town, they could rely on the town's magic towers and defense turrets, which would give them an easier time against Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's combined army. The town's NPC soldiers could also participate in the fight 4 or 5 minutes. Shifeng smiled. That was more than enough time for them to deal with Heaven's Burial. Immediately, he commanded, relay my commands. Have everyone attack with everything they've got. Hold nothing back. Previously, he had let Zero Wing attack to prevent Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's forces from combining. Naturally, he couldn't let Zero Wing's members hide behind Stone Forest Town's walls and focus on defense. Heaven's Burial had already used everything it had. Its players' morale was at an all-time low. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Receiving Shifeng's command, Zero Wing's morale increased again. Zero Wing's members retrieved the precious treasures they had gained during their usual grinds or raids and used them against Heaven's Burial's members, and the evil demons Ina, who stood beside Shifeng, also activated her berserk skill, Yin Yang power, the intensity of her aura soaring. For a moment, even the Zero Wing members near her felt stifled before anyone could react. Anna used her over-tier spell. Chains of Light was already a Tier 3 spell, but due to Yin Yang power, its power climbed to Tier 4. Suddenly, countless chains exploded from the ground and bound the Mythic-ranked evil demon, drastically decreasing the evil demon's strength and mobility. Now, the evil demon could not even compare to an ordinary mythic monster. By the time Chains of Light had bound the mythic evil demon, Anna had finished casting the Tier 3 curse, Yin Yang Judgment, which she had double-cast alongside Chains of Light. Anna then pointed her staff at the distant mythic evil demon, and two magic arrays, one glowing white and the other black, appeared in the sky above her target. Under her command, a holy spear dropped from above, sliding through the defenseless mythic evil demon's body boom. The world shook as a brilliant black-white pillar devoured the evil demon. 451, 374. In one hit, the mythic evil demon had lost a significant chunk of its HP and was covered in wounds and scorch marks. The evil demon looked miserable. At the same time, it fell into a heavily injured state, reducing its combat power and defense. Now, it was only as powerful as an ordinary Grand Lord. The scene stunned every player on the battlefield. With one strike, the mythic evil demon had lost more than 5% of its HP. At this point, Showdown commanded the two Baphomets that fought near the mythic evil demon to use the Tier 4 skill, Dimensional /2 streaks of blacklight, then cut down the heavily injured mythic evil demon. 613 for 74. Minus 9,576,174. Two frightening damages appeared above the mythic evil demon's head simultaneously, instantly lowering the evil demon's HP to under the 60% threshold. Damn it! Heal it quickly. Do not let the mythic evil demon die. Singular Burial paled when he saw the mythic-ranked evil demon's HP plummet. He had never thought that Zero Wing would still have such a hand to play regardless of how much Singular Burial shouted at his team. The mythic evil demon's HP continued to decrease. Heavily injured, the evil demon even struggled to block Anna and the two Baphomet's attacks. Meanwhile, each Baphomet easily dealt over 1 million damage with their normal attacks, and if the high demons use Tier 3 or Tier 4 skills, they deal several millions of damage. Heaven's Burial's healers simply couldn't keep up. Nearly 30 seconds later, the mythic evil demon fell to Anna's holy light spear and dropped over a dozen items. When they saw the items, many players wanted to charge in and claim the loot for themselves. But with the two Baphomets standing guard, they quickly dismissed the thought using this opportunity. Showdown quickly made his way to the loot and collected the dropped items without sparing them a second glance. Once the mythic evil demon was dead, the battle turned for the worst for Heaven's Burial. Without the mythic evil demon, Anna and the three Baphomets overwhelmed the remaining 4 mythic evil beasts. They also had cover fire from the miniature ballistas despite Singular Burial's command for the mythic evil beasts to retreat from the battlefield. One of the monsters fell less than a minute after the evil demon had died. Seeing this, Singular Burial was unable to utter a single word for some time. Falling Fire, where are your forces? Daybreak Fog asked desperately after contacting Falling Fire. Weary, almost there. We'll reach the battlefield in another minute. Falling Fire replied. 1 minute? That long? Daybreak Fog could not help but sigh when she heard Falling Fire's reply. Glancing around at the remaining mythic-ranked evil beasts, she shook her head and said, "Forget it. You are better off not coming. The battle here is over. We'll regroup at the barrier's exit." The battle's over? What is the meaning of this? Falling Fire demanded. Shocked we lost. Daybreak Fog answered after mustering her final strand of willpower. She then disconnected the call.